HPX LOTM, please call me Mr. Error. By author, Hoyne_Kyoma. Chapter 331-370. Daphne turned around to look at what was threatening her, but she was pushed out of the way by Harry, who was captured by the headless body of the old woman in her stead. Before the body of the headless woman could do anything to Harry, there was a loud bang with Ethan pulling the trigger on the other Harry, who hadn't moved or acted to save Daphne in any way. Daphne rolled away from the headless body and looked at the resulting situation with a little horror. The Harry that Ethan had shot at paused and then smiled, revealing a threatening expression whose effect was further amplified by the shiny bullet between his teeth. The duplicate Harry pulled out the bullet from between its teeth and left it hanging in the air. The hanging bullet then began to spin at high speeds, making a high-pitched buzz as it spun faster and faster. Since the bullet was aimed at the other Harry captured by the headless zombie, the duplicate Harry cracked a humorous expression while looking at Ethan. It was as if he was playing with prey. Ethan's face fell. Daphne felt her emotions tug. But both had a sinking feeling of depression and fear. Ethan was the first to raise a flag of concession. I will move back as long as you put down the bullet first. The other Harry's smile only widened as his finger twitched to send the spinning bullet right into Harry's skull, but Ethan mimicked its action by almost pulling the trigger. I'm serious. Act and I'll blow your head off, Ethan reminded. But then for the first time, the other Harry spoke. It was a harsh, scratchy voice that one would associate with someone using a saw on metal. What makes you think I won't catch the second one? Ethan's heart sank at what was intended by that line, but he quickly explained the rationale behind his actions. If you could always catch them, you'd have caught the one I fired at you earlier when you had to block it with a sofa. And I just need to delay him until Laura arrives. Everyone in the room saw the other Harry tremble, but just when they thought it would put down the bullet, another one floated out of its pocket. This too began to spin with a prominent buzz while it was being targeted at Daphne. Everyone in the room felt a chill travel up their spine. Bang! At that moment everyone heard the main door smash open. Ethan almost fired his gun and the other Harry almost launched his bullets, stopping only midway through their tracks in awkward postures. Harry and Daphne gulped as they looked at the spinning bullets that were much closer to them, floating only inches off their foreheads. They heard quick footsteps before a bushy-haired girl entered the room and became stunned at the scene in front of her, while a scholarly boy entered after her. The sound of a third pair of footsteps followed and soon reached the entrance of the room. A few minutes ago. Do you think they'll be all right in there, Loki? Hermione asked while they stood guard outside the wall of spirituality. Why don't you just divine it? Check if it is extremely dangerous for them to be in there. Loki said with a laid-back attitude. Hermione nodded and performed the divination using her topaz pendulum. Except both their expressions froze once they saw the result. The pendulum was spinning clockwise rapidly. Tell me you asked if it was super easy and not super hard, Loki said in a somber tone. Hermione shook her head and choked out the words, super hard. Hermione's words only reinforced the trumpet of death, turning it louder as they each thought about it with furrowed expression. Hermione turned around and immediately ran towards the house, but Loki held her back, and given how he was a sequence 6 while she was just a sequence 9, Hermione was unable to free herself from him. Let me go, Loki. They're in danger. Harry's in there. I can help them. Calm down, Myone. Going in there rashly will do nothing good. It's at least a demigod we're up against. Let's think about it before we do something stupid, Loki said, using his charm and thought insertion to make Hermione start thinking rationally. Why is she acting so irrationally with Harry? Coincidence? Hermione stopped and looked at Loki, who was in deep thought as he calmly spoke to her. Why don't you write a letter to send to Professor McGonagall and Snape? Loki blew the whistle corresponding to Rowley and had the bird stay with Hermione while she quickly wrote a letter. In the meantime, Loki began to think about all the idiosyncrasies of this case. The coin box. It grants a wish by consuming a soul. But the man wanted to sell the coin box in the black market instead of using it. Perhaps he knew about the price of using the box and didn't want to use it. Or maybe he just didn't know how to use it. But upon being discovered, the coin box abandoned him and killed him before it left. Given the kind of death, it was most likely by possessing the man. But if it could possess the man and kill him, why didn't it kill the Aurors? Why only choke them and let them go? To let information about it leak. For what reason? If the coin box was so intelligent in the first place, why was it put on sale by a street hawker in the slums? Is it just dumb? Let's not question its intelligence for now, but if that's the case, then it almost seems like the coin box was hidden but wants to be noticed now. But for what reason? What changed? Why did the Aurors have the information about the coin box in the first place? If they knew there was a dark item that could trade souls, why wasn't the request fast-forwarded to the Unspeakables directly? Or even to us? Why send Aurors? Mismanagement. Adam's doing. There is something missing. Why did a mystical item suddenly want to get noticed when it was hiding so well? Loki frowned since he couldn't figure out what gave him a dissonant feeling about everything. What in this world would force a person to go into hiding or out of it? Information. Perhaps it gained information about something happening here in Nocturne Alley. Or the Chained God. With that single thought, a series of dominoes collapsed in Loki's mind as he emerged at the other end with the solution to everything that was going on. Of course. It's so simple. How didn't I think of this sooner? Loki looked at Hermione and saw she was done writing her letter, but she hadn't sent the letter yet, so he held her back and told Rowley to go away, making the little birdie a little disappointed that he wouldn't get to stretch his wings soon. Loki then looked at Hermione and spoke quickly. Let's go in. I think we can still stop this from happening. It's most likely a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Loki, you just said it was very dangerous inside. I'm not going in until you give me a proper explanation. Let's just inform the professors and let's wait for them and Miss Laura. It'll only take them a few minutes to apparate to us. Loki shook his head and explained calmly, no, my own. Wait, fine. I'll tell you. The coin box isn't the enemy at all. We've been misled from the start. This is a well-planned trap. Seeing Hermione's confused expression, Loki explained with an example. Just think about this. If you were an evil box that was going to perform a sacrificial ritual, do you think you'd have let the Aurors escape after they found you? Wouldn't killing the Aurors and sacrificing them make the situation worse? Hermione argued. Yes, but no one would know how they died. No more clues about the box. It could just go and hide again until a more suitable time for more hunts. Hermione nodded, understanding what Loki was getting at. And then there are the owners of the box. Although we don't know much about the man, the old woman who we investigated about was said to be a child abuser. Yeah, but what about them? I doubt there are any decent people in Nocturne Alley. There are two types of beyonders in the prisoner pathway, my own. One that freely expressed their desires and another that keeps a tight leash around them. If our box was of the evil type, it would have helped those people, not helped the kids by stopping them. Remember, we heard everyone say the woman no longer came out of the house. Hermione frowned, but what is this about a misunderstanding? The box. It's trying to bait out Laura. Hermione was about to say something else, but a soft voice spoke from the side, bait me out. Well, I'm here either way, why don't we go in then? Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, but Loki became excited as if he'd found something interesting. You're here. Let's go. Mr. Whoever you are, we've brought Miss Laura here. Isn't that what you wanted? Loki spoke as boldly stepped into the room. The other Harrys' frown deepened, but Loki didn't care and casually walked up to it as he spoke. All this running around, picking hostages, trying to alert the Unspeakables, you did all of this just to have them purified, didn't you? For a fraction of a second, the other Harry's eyes widened, but only Loki noticed. As others were worried about the bullets aimed at Daphne and Harry, which immediately turned to point at Loki, yet his smile and confidence remained unshakable. Loki walked even closer as he spoke calmly. You want to save him from her, don't you? The other Harry's expression broke down as he spoke in his harsh tone. Oh, how do you know? Are you on? No, I'm on his side. Have a friend from your pathway. You do know the name of his daughter, don't you? The other Harry's expression finally relaxed, and it was at that moment that Laura fully entered the room. She looked at the bullets hovering around Loki and ignored them. Instead, she chose to focus on the other Harry, who was looking at her with a little fear but also arrogance. Do anything and they'll lose their lives. Other Harry spoke calmly, the bullets pointing at Loki and Hermione. You don't need to put up such a tough front, Mr. Whoever you are. Why don't you just give her the characteristics? Then we can get all of this done sooner. I mean, time is of the essence, is it not? And I want to give the good news to his dot. No, do not inform her of this. He will do it himself. Other Harry interrupted. Loki nodded and then pointed at the bullets, but other Harry shook his head. What if you're on her side? You know too much when you're so weak. Loki frowned and shook his head and with a sigh looked at other Harry. Fine. You can keep me hostage, so why don't we get this over with? Other Harry looked at Loki and then at Laura before gulping audibly while flicking his finger to cause a money box to emerge out of the debris in the room. Everyone looked at the coin box that slowly reached other Harry, who opened it telekinetically and pulled out a small pile of nearly translucent crystals. Except each crystal had a red veiny throbbing being inside it. Other Harry didn't touch the crystals but levitated them all to Laura. Laura looked at Loki and then at the crystals and frowned deeply. Do you people think I have no other work? Now I've got to purify Beander characteristics that have her corruption in them. Other Harry frowned and pushed the bullets closer to Loki. You have too. Loki just looked annoyed, but he looked at Laura, giving her a dead-eye look, so she sighed and shook her head before speaking. The rest of you leave. No. Other Harry's voice stopped them all. They'll stay. Over Merlin's naked corpse they'll stay. They're kids that don't even know what's going on. I won't risk them getting corrupted for your pitiful leverage. Other Harry frowned but didn't say much else. He just nodded after a few seconds, which allowed Hermione, Ethan, Harry and Daphne to leave the room. As they left, Laura spoke seriously to Ethan. Stay alert, the danger has not passed. If this annoying kid is right, there will be a few unfavorable people visiting this place soon. Call the Aurors if you can and inform their Hogwarts professors about it. Loki tossed the flute he used to summon Rowley at Hermione and told her, use Rowley to inform Professor Snape and McGonagall about our delay and that Death Eaters will be arriving at our location soon. Ethan and Hermione nodded and along with everyone else, left the house. The only people left in the room now were Laura, Loki and other Harry. Get it done. Other Harry screeched. Laura nodded and gathered a few Beander characteristics into her palm. Purity is a prerequisite to touch me. Laura whispered into the silence of the room and her palms began to glow with an extremely bright light, but she soon closed her palms to block out any light from escaping. Suddenly Loki heard muffled screams emerge from Laura's palms. An extremely pungent odor left her hands as smoke and ash floated out. Rays of light erupted from the gaps in her hands as they covered the entire room, causing other Harry to take cover so that he wouldn't get killed. As the beams of light crossed Loki, he felt rejuvenated, as if a sudden burst of life had been granted to him. He felt a few years younger even though he was already young. He felt as if the hidden injuries in his body had been healed, years of starvation and malnourishment had suddenly been trimmed away. The floating bullets slowed down but held on beside Loki's head and didn't fall from their places. Laura did this a few more times until all the Beander characteristics, about 15, were turned into their pristine transparent condition. Except just as everything was about to be settled, everyone in the room heard several pops from the outside. And immediately after they heard, Avada Kedavra. Followed by a loud explosion that went *BAAAAANNNNGGGGGGGGG. Other Harry emerged from his hiding spot and quickly tried to pull all the Beander characteristics from Larua, but he couldn't fight against Laura's strength. Let him go and I'll give the rest. Laura demanded. Without another word, other Harry caused the bullets that were floating around Loki's head to fall into his pockets. Laura let go of the Beander characteristics and almost instantly they were pulled by other Harry, who vanished as soon as he came into contact with them. Loki spotted him using spirit vision and saw him teleporting from one reflective surface to the other in an attempt to get out of Laura's range and the range of the freshly teleported Death Eaters as soon as possible. Finally, Loki breathed out a sigh of relief and turned around to leave and help the people outside, but just as he was about to leave, a firm hand grasped his shoulder and forced him to turn around. Laura's smiling face came into view as she asked something, politely, while tightening her grip on Loki's shoulder to the point he felt it'd shatter if it was any more tight. Now could you explain to me why I had to purify all those Beander characteristics? Loki looked into her eyes and smiled as he spoke. It's inconvenient to speak about it. Didn't you see how I was dancing around the matter? And even then there's probably a bunch of Death Eaters outside. If you want to know so badly about what happened, go to Helena Ravenclaw. The veins on Laura's head throbbed, but she didn't let go of Loki's shoulder. If you don't tell me what's going on after I deal with those Death Eaters, I'll personally make sure you get treated exactly like those Death Eaters. Loki looked at her with a frown and just clicked his tongue. Crazy woman. Yeah, fine. Let's go outside. I don't want my friends to die since I was yapping about an outer god's plan with you. Laura let Loki go and they soon stepped into the battlefield outside. Loki casually walked up to Hermione, who was writing a letter, while Daphne, Ethan and Harry protected her from the dozen or so Death Eaters who were shooting killing curses at them. Loki was about to speak to Hermione, but just as he opened his mouth, the Death Eaters collapsed. Laura had already punched them so hard they'd fainted, each had a distinct dent in their heads. Daphne and Harry, who were working hard to fight them off, all had slightly dumbfounded looks on their faces. While Loki just shrugged his shoulders and went to talk to Hermione. As expected of a Sequence 3. Why was she so weak in the first mission then? Adam, coincidentally, made her weak. Except when he opened his mouth once again, he heard Laura from beside himself, "You're coming with me." And with a pop he was gone from the scene along with Laura. Loki reappeared in the room with a soft pop, but without being given any time to stabilize himself from the dizzying apparition, he found himself collapsing into an old couch full of dust. Damn, Loki cursed, rubbing the back of his neck that felt like it had sprained a little. Could you not manhandle me like that? I get it, you're excited to know more about this, but couldn't you calm down? Laura looked at Loki with an unpleased frown that was partially annoyed and partially questioning if he was even British because of his words, forcing him to speak. Fine. I learnt from Helena Ravenclaw that the chained god, the true god of the prisoner pathway, her dad, was corrupted by an outer god. And what was the ritual that man was conducting? How was it related to him and the corruption? I don't exactly know, but from what I deduced, which is likely the truth, is that that man, being of the chained pathway yet still not corrupted by her, was trying to sacrifice excess Beander characteristics to the chained god to strengthen him in his fight against her. But consuming excessive Beander characteri causes loss of control, I know. But that's only because of the remnant wills in them are not like you. What if the Beander characteristics are not only from Beyonders that have perfectly digested the potion but also in the same way you have? Following the same rules. Exactly, then it is quite likely that you'll end up only strengthening your Beander powers. But it is extremely rare for such a thing to happen naturally, so I suspect all those Beander characteristics belong to the man's friends who were eventually corrupted by her in a fight or something. And moreover, I think that they were all close to him at a certain point in time, which is why they followed the same principles he did to digest the potion. A soft silence took hold of the atmosphere and caused Loki to feel a little uncomfortable, but then Laura spoke again. How do you know so, Mew? Everyone has their secrets, lady. I'm sure you have yours. Let me keep mine. Loki bluntly refused while looking directly into her eyes. The atmosphere turned strangely tensed, but after a few seconds, Laura averted her eyes and spoke calmly while moving to the only desk in the room. I have a job for you. A job? Why don't you give it to Ethan to do? He's already working on it. Laura said, picking up a file from the top of her desk. She tossed the file in Loki's direction and he snatched it from the air. I want you to find a person. Laura explained, as Loki opened the file and looked into it. In it was a picture of a sharp man who had gray eyes and curly eyebrows. He was smiling in the picture as he saluted towards the cameraman. Under the picture was a name, Nathan Bones. Loki's eyes dilated as he read the name, and so he looked at Laura and asked, "Why are you dragging me into this?" Laura sighed and poured herself a glass of water. She sat down in her chair and sipped on it for a few seconds before explaining. "He is my husband." With a soft pause that she used to put the glass aside, Laura explained, "He vanished after a mission related to the outer gods." "Haven't you thought of the worst? Because our contract is still active." "Contract?" Loki asked with some confusion before he realized, "Like mine and Helena's." Looking at him, Laura said, "It seems you know. You know a lot. But why me? I'm just a student at Hogwarts. What do you want me to do about this?" "I don't want you to do anything. It's just, you know a lot. Maybe you'll find him eventually. People like you tend to get involved in a lot of weird things. So I was just thinking a little too much. Nate has been the most precious thing I have in my life. I only wish to meet him." Loki looked back at the picture and then at Laura, and then he nodded. "Sure, I'll keep an eye out for the guy. And if I find him, I'll do my best to inform you about him." Laura nodded, "Thank you." In a few more minutes, Loki was back at the Ministry of Magic waiting in Ethan's office for everyone to arrive after he had memorized the lines for summoning Laura's contracted spirit messenger. And he didn't have to wait long. Not even minutes later, Ethan along with Daphne, Hermione and Harry arrived at the office. They were covered in soot from using the flow network and looked a little tired and frustrated. "These are your bullets," Loki said, pointing at the bullets he'd stacked on Ethan's desk. "Oh, thank God you brought them back. I was scared I had to write down in the file that I used them and missed both my shots." "Great. I hope I never have to go on such a stupid mission again." Loki nodded and left to go back to Hogwarts with Daphne, Hermione and Harry after Daphne finished filling her report. Loki explained his thoughts on the matter and told her exactly what Laura had asked him to tell. He concealed any information about the Chained God's corruption from her, and also concealed information about the coin box just being a demigod, even though he'd already told them about it earlier. Everyone except Ethan was confused about this, but they didn't question when he revealed that he was just following Laura's orders. After the report was done, they arrived back at Hogsmeade from where they walked to Hogwarts. "So Harry, you're a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin?" Loki asked since he'd read up on Harry's exploits in the report Daphne filed. "Ah," Harry was a little embarrassed. "Want to join me in dueling practice sometime?" Loki asked with a smile. "It'll help us both get used to magical fights." Harry thought for a while and then nodded, "Sure. Just let me know about it beforehand." Loki nodded happily, "Will do." After reaching Hogwarts, everyone split their own ways. "Knock knock. Come in, Harry." An old voice sounded from inside the room. Harry pushed open the door and walked into the headmaster's office. "Good evening, Professor. Tell me, Harry, how was your first job as a Beander working with the Unspeakables with everyone else?" Harry didn't know what to say anymore. He didn't want to say it was good because he never wanted to be in a situation like that anymore, and he didn't want to say it was bad to disappoint Dumbledore. But thankfully, Dumbledore changed the topic. "It is in times of need that a guardian is born, Harry. Remember this," Dumbledore said calmly as he stared out the window while Harry quickly nodded. "Come here. You may drink the potion to advance to the next sequence," Dumbledore said, pulling his hand away from the table to reveal a potion as blue as lapis. Harry gulped when he saw the potion. Dumbledore had told him over the summer, when he'd met him in Sirius, that he'd locked away Harry's Beander abilities, the ones that he'd gotten from his dad, separating excess Beander characteristics like the other nobles, by locking it with a different personality in his mind. It was what had protected him for most of his life and against Voldemort in his first year, because it was what had decided to release a Twilight Shield to not allow Voldemort to touch him at the most appropriate time. As such, when Dumbledore finally released the lock on the second personality, Harry had become a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. Harry moved ahead as if entranced by the potion. He walked slowly but steadily since he was afraid of consuming a strange potion, but trusting Dumbledore he did so anyway. On another side of the castle, Loki froze in the dungeons. Wait a minute. Didn't she say Nate was the most precious thing to her? Then, the chained god. No, Helena. Rowena made that crown to increase her daughter's ability to do magic. Smack. Loki slapped his forehead. I'm so dumb. Loki turned around his steps and began to walk towards the 7th floor, searching for Helena. How could I be so stupid? As Loki stepped onto the 7th floor, he stared at the Ravenclaw ghost peering out of the large window at the Hogwarts grounds. I need your help, Loki said almost as soon as he saw Helena. Helena turned around and looked at Loki with a frown. Are you here to ask me for a favor? Loki shook his head and explained, well, it would be a favor to me. But it is also a favor for you. What do you mean? Just follow me. I need your help in reviving your mother. Helena, although a little confused by Loki's sudden actions, followed him nonetheless. He roamed the corridor, making 3 clockwise rounds as he maintained his thoughts on Salazar Slytherin's riddle. Helena asked him questions as he did so. You want to open the room of requirements? Or perhaps, there's something wrong with the tiara. Did you by chance break it? But Loki remained silent throughout, focusing only on the excitement bubbling within him as he thought about what he was about to do. A royally ordained golden door appeared on the wall that Helena knew only as the entrance to the room of requirements. Loki looked at Helena and spoke, "Follow me." Before he walked into the room after pushing the door open, Helena admired the door for a few seconds and then followed Loki in. Except when she tried floating into the room, she was forcibly pushed out of her wraith body and turned into a real human. Helena stumbled, but true to her rank as an angel she recovered effortlessly. But Helena soon lost her footing when she stepped into the room and her eyes lay at the crystals right in front of her. Mother," Helena whispered in a shocked voice. "Is that you, mother?" Helena asked as she ran towards the crystal. "That is definitely your mother." Loki nodded as he allowed Helena some time to come to terms with what was in front of her. "Did you do this to her?" Helena immediately asked Loki. "Of course not. I wasn't even born when she was encased in that crystal. In fact, I'm freeing her right now, aren't I?" Helena, still a little skeptical, asked, "How did you know about this place?" "Slytherin had a riddle which I solved and reached here. There were 4 crystals here last year. At least until I freed Slytherin first." Helena looked at Loki for a few seconds before nodding in trust since he hadn't been smote down from the heavens for mentioning their true names. "All right. Now that all is understood, I need you to do something." "What?" "Can you sit in that golden begging bowl that's hanging off of her crystal?" "Huh." Helena looked at the crystal her mother was in and only then realized that there seemed to be a golden bowl hanging off the crystal. "You want me to sit in it?" "Yes, I mean if you can just adjust yourself, or hide in the reflection, that would be great." Helena looked at the bowl with some reluctance, but when Loki reminded her it was for her mother she donned a serious expression and vanished, reappearing in the bowl. "Now we wait," Loki said with a happy smile. A soft mist escaped the crystal and sank into the bowl. Just like when he'd freed Salazar Slytherin, the bowl began to hum with energy. And unlike the last time with the tiara, more and more of the essence poured into the bowl until it condensed into a liquid that filled the bowl. "This is it. This works." Excited by the new operation, Loki grew excited, but mere moments later the liquid vanished, turning back into smoke before it re-entered the crystal and turned non-corporeal. Helena returned to her human form and looked at Loki, who was looking at her with a soft frown. Her eyes remained excited as she looked at Loki with an unprecedented sense of worship. "What just happened? I felt my mom was so close to me. Why did it end?" Helena rambled on with a smile, but Loki ignored her. "How did that not work?" Loki mumbled. "But it still did better than the tiara." "Perhaps. Could it be?" Loki pulled out the tiara from the deep pockets in his robe and handed it to Helena. "I want you to wear this thing and try doing the same thing again." Helena, still excited, asked Loki nothing and put the tiara on her head before giving it another shot. She turned into a reflection in the gold bowl. Mist erupted from the crystal once again as it condensed into the bowl to form a liquid. The bowl buzzed, and once the buzzing became unbearable, the crystal cracked in a rhythmic tune. Clink asterisk clank asterisk clink. There was a sudden burst of spirituality from the crystal as Loki felt himself being tossed into the air. But using his teleportation abilities, Loki moved himself to stand behind a bookshelf. Loki hid well and observed quietly the entire process, not wanting to miss even a single detail to see if it would be any different from the last time. The lights in the room dimmed, and a storm brewed up with Rowena's crystal in the center. With a sudden stronger burst in spirituality, Loki felt a sudden heavy pressure assault his senses that almost forced him to close his eyes like last time. But a little stronger, Loki managed to keep them open. And he saw a rather peculiar scene. Helena was back to her human form. But there was another lady standing by her side. Helena looked up at her and spoke with reverence, "Mother. Oh, you don't know how badly I've missed you." Rowena patted her daughter's head and then looked in Loki's direction. She gave him a soft nod, and then before either of the two children could say anything, she vanished. The pressure in the room subsided, the storm died, and the lights which had drowned out flickered back into full brightness. Loki looked at Helena and then at himself as he felt the warm light that had sunk into him as part of their contract float out of his body. The light that emerged out of him and Helena merged quickly before it all burnt away. "So I guess that's it then?" Loki asked Helena, who was still smiling. Helena wiped away her tears slowly and then turned around to look at Loki. "Yes, that's it. Thank you for helping me meet my mother once again. I hadn't thought such a thing would have been possible," Helena explained. Loki only nodded and asked her a question. "If you want to help me, I'd appreciate it if you told me about the items that were close to the other founders. So I could wake them up too." Helena looked at the other crystals that had no one in them and frowned. "No one's in them. You can see them with spirit vision." Helena observed closely and soon her eyes widened. "You are right. They are in there." Helena then closed her eyes and tuned into a thoughtful expression for about a minute before opening her eyes and explaining, "For Aunt Helga it was her wine goblet, and for Uncle Godric, it was his sword." A sword. Loki thought back to the dream Sunny explained had happened in the Chamber of Secrets. That sword. The one inside the hat. Helena nodded, and so Loki thanked her. "I'm sure you have other things to do now that your mom is free, so you can leave, but I would like you to keep this place a secret. Is that all right?" Helena nodded with a smile before quickly leaving the room. Once she was out, Loki looked at the two crystals which had moved and were now pointing in opposite directions as he searched for a golden bowl that might contain his reward. No reward, Loki thought, as he couldn't find anything that Rowena left behind. Seriously. All this for naught. Flick. Ouch. What hit my head? Loki's hands instinctively moved to hold his head, but as he did, he caught an item falling after it had bounced on his head. There was a sharp prick on his hands as Loki reflexively pulled back his hand, but then his eyes caught a golden chatterbox that was slowly spinning in the air like a pinwheel on its way down. Loki snatched the chatterbox from the air and looked at it weirdly. What is this? The chatterbox looked fragile because of how it was made with gold as thin as paper. Yet it flexed and held in Loki's hands without any signs of wear and tear. There were 4 paper-thin gems of different colors embedded in each face of the chatterbox, and when Loki opened it to look at its insides, he found it contained numbers: 1 foot, 10 feet, 50 feet, 100, 500 feet, 1,000, 5,000, and 10,000, on the 8 different faces inside. A chatterbox. Loki then opened the paper flaps the numbers were on and studied the sentences written in them. And as he did, he became shocked. The flap for the number 1 corresponded to, "It took a god to break out of your illusion." 2 was, "It took 10 kings of angels to figure out how long it had been since they were trapped." 3 was, "It took 50 angels to observe the world before they figured out it was a lie." 4 was, "It took 100 saints to remember they weren't born in this world in the first place." 5 was, "It took 500 demigods to know their memories were a lie." 6 was, "It took 1,000 mid-sequencers to find the exit so they could leave." 7. It took 5,000 low sequencers to be able to open the doors to their freedom. 8 feet it took 10,000 people to know what they were shown never existed in the first place. What is this monstrosity? Is it serious? An illusion that requires help from a true god to break. How? And I can simply cast it. Calm down, Loki. Obviously not, there's definitely a corresponding price. What's the price though? Loki looked around for any other clues that Rowena might have tossed at him, but he didn't find any. So he looked upwards and cursed in his mind while showing a smile outwardly. I'll have to test the item out later then. It feels like I can use this to perform the ritual to advance to sequence 5 Dream Stealer. But even though this says it'll make an illusion, why doesn't it have any spiritual significance to me? Is it not of the error pathway then? After entering the gray fog with the item, Loki performed a simple dream divination. The source of this item. Repeating the sentence 7 times, Loki slipped into sleep as his astral body roamed the spirit world. Soon a scene began to play before him. It started with a pair of wrinkly hands working on the golden chatterbox that he had seen. The runes shimmered lightly as the wrinkly hands worked on it. The scene slowly panned and Loki became startled. Adam. Single quote. Although the man looked much younger than the current Dumbledore and had a completely different face, Loki easily recognized him by his shimmering blue eyes and the perpetual grandfatherly smile that was stuck to his face. But that was when another young man entered the room, causing Loki to feel a little surprised once again. He seems familiar. Dumbledore spoke then. Nick, are you done with the task I assigned to you? Nick. Nicholas. Seriously. Yes, Master Merlin. I finished tracking down the suitable family for your resurrection. Nicholas said with a perfunctory bow. Merlin. Dumbledore took on a long gaze as he looked at what seemed to be the future. He then pulled up his sleeves, shocking Loki. Instead of veins throbbing under the skin, Loki saw thin branches occupying his circulatory system. It seems the time has come for me to shed this vessel and move into one that's better suited for my explorations. Only you'd be crazy enough to become a normal human after becoming a king of angels, Master. Do you still plan on continuing with the untracked pathway? Dumbledore put on a kind smile and stood up without giving Nicholas a response. He waved his unique wand and caused his hat and robes to fly over to him. The vision ended there, leaving Loki stumped. What? Reincarnation? Untracked pathway? Corruption? What is this lore? Nicholas was actually Adam's student. What a strange world I'm living in. In the Saphira Castle, Loki looked at the projection of the chatterbox and sighed. So this was made by him. It belongs to the spectator pathway then. I guess that explains the abilities. But I need to be careful in using it. The best outcome would be Adam never realizing I have it. While the worst would be getting caught using it while advancing. I don't know what reaction Adam will have when he sees me using it. If he does, what a shame. And I still don't know what the side effects of using this item are. Guess I'll have to study the structure of this thing myself and figure out how it was made and what it does exactly. With his short-term goals set, Loki went through the motions of life over the next month or so. Nothing of note happened in the monthly tarot club gathering apart from Mr. Devil offering a bounty for the possessed coin box. It shocked both Hermione and Dominic, but Mr. World accepted the mission. Loki had a plan to swindle Mr. Devil out of money and other valuables while accepting the mission, and he explained to Mr. Devil that he was busy for a while and would need a few months to get the mission done, which Mr. Devil accepted. Hermione also finished digesting the apprentice potion during this time, and Loki asked her to wait for a few days so that he could gather the required materials for her advancement to Sequence 8 Trickmaster. During the next month, Loki helped on several Beander missions, from finding mystical items to stopping evil cultists that were trying to do something strange like causing a deity's descent in Nocturne Alley using the miasma of depression and illness. It wasn't anything big, just a few fools trying to do something they learned about in a random book that luckily graced their hands. Colin Creevey was accepted into the Hogwarts Honest Mill team during this time, and everyone was quite happy with the new addition of pictures to the newspaper. Daphne was happy because she didn't have to draw as many illustrations as before, and Hermione because she didn't have to write as much as before because the pictures took up a significant part of the page. Knock knock. Come in, Hermione said as she looked at the door while no one else was currently in room 2-21. Loki was studying the golden chatterbox, and Daphne was studying a few files Ethan had given her about a particularly troublesome mystical item they had to track for their next mission. The door opened and Hermione became surprised at who was standing behind it. Oh. Professor McGonagall. To what do I owe you the pleasure? Miss Granger, you're to report to the headmaster's office at 7 o'clock in the evening today. Hermione's eyes widened as several thoughts passed through her head. Did they know I'm lying to them about my sequence? No way, I didn't give them any hints about my powers. Will they expel me from school? Kill me because I believe in an evil god? No way, right? Are you all right, dear? I promise you it's nothing to do with your academic scores. Your help is needed for the upcoming second task for the Triwizard Tournament. McGonagall explained, seeing the stunned Hermione. Ah, I see. I will be there, Professor. Thank you, dear. McGonagall nodded and left. Meanwhile, Loki looked at Cedric with an annoyed expression. How the hell are you so good at dueling? Cedric only smiled in response before silently flicking his wand, which caused a strange red spell to buzz at the end of his wand. That goddamn spell again. How did you even make a spell that turns everything it touches into chickens? Cedric's smile grew wider as he responded. It would only be fair after you tortured us last week with that stupidly strange spell that manipulates shadows. Especially when you keep attacking the strangest spots. Diego interrupted while shouting from the underside of a tree branch where he was currently glued in place due to shadows having wrapped all around him like a straitjacket. And especially because you keep tricking us by animating our clothes. Zacharias exclaimed while he was trying his best to fight his own clothes, which were forcing him to do cartwheels around the forest. Loki's mood improved, but when he looked at Cedric it fell again. But then his face slowly morphed into a smirk as he proposed something strange. Seed, what do you say to this? What if the person who loses today will have to become the other person's pet for a day? Cedric's eyes widened and Zacharias and Diego instantly shouted at once. No way, Seed. Don't take it. You know he's got something up his sleeves. Are you going to chicken out? Now, Loki interrupted with a taunt of his own, causing Cedric to close his eyes and open them after a deep breath. Fine. Avada Kedavra. Loki shouted. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Walking to the tent parked outside the Quidditch field for champions, Loki entered with a little happy smile. Another new day, another new task. I'm surprised Hagrid didn't call me for it. Did the other champions also not get a forewarning about the upcoming task? That'd make it very fair then. As soon as the champions and their famous host, Ludo Bagman, saw Loki enter the tent, everyone turned towards him. Loki nodded at Harry, Fleur and Crumb before standing in the semicircle of champions around Ludo Bagman. Now that we have all the champions here, let us begin with the important information you must know to solve the current task. Ludo cast a simple charm and showed everyone the illusory projection of an area they all recognized as the Quidditch pitch. This area is what the Quidditch field outside this tent has been transformed into. The Quidditch field was divided into 3 parts of 3 long lanes intersecting in the middle. The lanes were joined to each other by small interconnecting alleys, while the rest of the area was filled with structures made of large stone blocks that seemed unbreakable. You will start on this end of the map, Bagman said, pointing at the south end. And your enemies will be on the other end. Everyone nodded, so Bagman continued, your enemies will be revealed to you when the match starts. But remember this, the enemies hold someone very dear to you hostage. And your aim is to save them. Everyone nodded again, even though they had a few questions that had left them in confusion. The 4 of you will be a team that will play a game against the 4 members of the enemy team. First you have to fight the enemies to capture the point in the center of the map. This will spawn a payload, a cart, which contains the key to save your loved ones who have been captured and are being used as hostages. Loved ones. Loki thought with some confusion. Elaine. How did they get Elaine? No, it's probably someone else, Daff. Even the other champions looked a little annoyed by the last statement. You will be graded according to how fast you rescue your loved ones along with another factor, but for that, each of you must choose one of the following roles to play in the rounds. You can be a tank, damage dealer, assassin, and a healer. What is this? Our paladins. Is there any reason why we need to choose these roles? Loki asked. Ludo Bagman looked at Loki and smiled before responding. Because of the clearly partial judging during the last round, the method to grade the students in this round has been modified. The champions in this round will be graded based on how well they play their roles. For example, an assassin will be graded based on how many kills he or she gets, and a damage dealer will be graded on how much damage they do to the enemy. The guardian will be graded on how well they protect their teammates, the capture point and the payload. While the healer will depend on how well they help their teammates recover from confrontations. And you cannot break your roles. For example, no matter what, a healer cannot attack directly. Everyone felt a little confused, but Loki was the first to speak. You mean to say that whoever chooses to be a healer will only have to heal their teammates? You mean they will only be allowed to use healing magic and potions? Ludo Bagman looked at Loki and then at everyone before nodding. Yes, but not exactly. You'll be able to use any spell on your teammates but not the enemy, so it's more a supporting role than anything else. And you will also be given potions to heal your injured teammates. The potions are made by Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey, which should prove their efficacy. Loki nodded and then spoke first. I'll be the healer then. Since everyone else probably wouldn't trust some other champion to heal them because they might want to disrupt their ability to gain points, I fit this role the best since I don't care about this competition very much. Everyone thought for a second before nodding. Fleur and Crumb spoke at once. I will be the assassin. I want to be a damage dealer. Harry, being the only one left behind, nodded. I'll be the tank. Loki almost laughed and so did the others. Isn't he a little too scrawny to be a tank? Well, whatever, I just need to keep healing everyone. Alright, since the roles have been decided, I shall leave you to your devices to figure out a plan. Bagman was about to leave the tent to let the champions plan their strategies before he turned around and flicked his wand to send out small blue porcelain pearls. Those are portkeys in case you need to be rescued. Keep them on you at all times. Bagman explained, and before leaving, gave them one last piece of advice. I wouldn't trust your teammates fully if I were you. The last words left everyone a little confused and afraid, but they gave each other a quick glance before hiding their thoughts behind a facade of trust. Any ideas, anyone? Loki asked the question. Seeing no one speak, Crumb stepped in. I have a good idea. Why don't we all go on the offense? As long as we keep our enemies far away from the capture point, Ari can capture it for us. Fleur shook her head. No. That will not work. We don't know if our enemies have special abilities that can be used to confuse us. I mean, there must be a reason that we have the role of a tank. Why don't we do this? Harry chimed in. I can attract the attention of all our enemies while you guys flank them and kill them. Loki can keep healing me so that I can keep their attention on me. Everyone fell silent after Harry's idea, thinking little, but Loki frowned. Who's going to protect me? I mean, it's not like I doubt Harry won't be able to keep the attention of our enemies on him, but it feels quite risky for me to be left undefended. Just as Loki was about to explain his troubles, Fleur and Crumb spoke at the same time. That is good. All right. Now, Loki wasn't shy to speak up, but he held himself back. They want to let Harry aggro the enemies and leave with the keys when the card appears, so that they can save their champions before him and me. Harry seemed to have not caught onto their intentions, so he naively nodded, leaving Loki the only person who could stop this from happening, but he nodded along too. I'm half sure what they're doing is stupid. But well, what do I care? All I've to do is heal Harry for a little bit longer. Everyone went to their beds to take a short rest, and Loki moved to find Madame Pomfrey once again. Is your coming to me before each match a good luck charm for you? Madame Pomfrey asked as she went over the crate of what seemed like healing potions, checking them for any errors. No, madam. I promise it isn't a good luck charm. It's more of a helping station. I'm not helping you this time, you foolish boy. Even if I just want to ask how many times I can heal everyone. Is there any risk of overhealing them? Madame Pomfrey looked at Loki and spoke calmly, don't use these potions generously. The blue ones are for stamina, the red ones are for wounds. But both extract the price of healing from the body. So overusing them might cause more harm than good. Loki nodded. Thank you for telling me that. Madame Pomfrey smiled and ruffled Loki's hair before sighing, don't get confused by illusions. Huh. Loki wanted to ask more about what he'd just heard, but Madame Pomfrey was already back to checking on the potions, and Ludo Begamin announced, and here are the champions. Welcome them with a huge round of applause. Illusions. Don't like the sound of that. The 4 champions made their way to the Quidditch pitch that had been transformed into a large-scale version of the map Ludo Bagman had just shown them. The structure now clearly looked like a desert-themed temple that lay in ruins. The temperature matched the look since the champions had already started to collect sweat on their brows. The crowd sent thunderous applause on their entrance, making everyone a little self-conscious. Out of all the champions looking for signs of their enemies, Loki was the only one who calmly inspected the audience instead. The pathway out of the tent led the champions to the center of the arena, right on top of the capture point. They remained on one half of the capture point since a wall of spirituality blocked the other half. They could have crossed it if it was a normal wall of spirituality, but it seemed like Dumbledore had modified it to create a physical barrier instead. The applause settled as the champions reached the capture point before Ludo Bagman took over with his commentary. Our champions have arrived at the capture point, and seem to be waiting for their enemies. Should we reveal to them the foes they have to vanquish to win this round? Ya SSSSSSSSSSS. The crowd cheered. That was too low. I couldn't hear you. Come again. Why SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS. All right. Then in 3, 2, 1. And bang. There was a sudden puff of smoke in the other half of the capture point, which slowly cleared to reveal the large figures concealed inside. Loki's mind raced through his memories to figure out exactly what the animals were. He spotted a large cat, a large fiery golem, a floating robe, and a humanoid figure which had several plants growing from its body. What is that? How come I've never read about it in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Why do I get the feeling I know exactly what that is, but I can't remember? Loki activated his spirit vision and grew shocked. That mess in its body of heart and mind, that's not an animal. No animal could have such complex thoughts. A human. So an out-of-control Beander. Why did they bring a Beander who lost control into this match? Didn't they have a better option? Why couldn't they have just used a normal Beander? Now that I think of it, isn't Harry's current potion named Guardian? And he became a tank. Is this for the sake of helping him quickly digest his potion? And I still haven't figured out how to use the chatterbox to complete the ritual for my sequence 5. Are you seeing this? Ludo Bagman shouted. The champions have to face them head-on. The enemy team consists of a Wampus cat, a Lethifold, a Lava Golem, and a Druid. Almost as soon as Bagman said the words Druid, the humanoid plant lifted its arms, causing several vines to spread out of its body and bury into the ground, turning it over as it infested and wrapped around the capture point. Harry dodged them and Fleur and Crumb followed, but Loki stayed where he was. It won't be able to do harm since that thing's probably the healer, so this is probably a healing method. If he tries to hurt me directly, he'll probably get kicked out of the match. If their healer's a plant, can't we just use a little fire and kill it? You can step on its plants. It's the healer of their team. Loki explained, causing Harry, Fleur and Crumb to carefully step on the plants like Loki was already doing. And after they realized nothing was happening to them, they relaxed. Everyone, count with me. 3. Bagman shouted. 3. All the champions thought inside their heads. paying full attention to their enemies on the opposite side. The Wampus cat growled while the lava golem stomped its feet to send tremors across the arena. The Lethifold only scarily hovered in its position, the darkness in place of its face stared right at Loki. Twu. Loki saw Crumb prime his wand while Fleur created thin invisible but strong strings using her Beyonder abilities and wrapped them around her hands. Harry on the other hand primed his wand with spirituality, ready to use a spell he had worked on in preparation for the second round. Oni. A loud buzz resounded throughout the arena before the wall of spirituality that was stopping both sides from interacting with each other vanished. The Wampus cat almost immediately pounced at its closest prey, Fleur. The Lethifold dashed towards Harry and the lava golem towards Crumb. Expecto Patronum. Harry shouted, causing a thin ethereal wisp of airy fluid to pour out of his wand and converge into a large white stag. The Lethifold screamed in pain as it was scared away by the stag. Since no matter how it tried to get closer to the capture point, the stag always blocked it from coming closer, burning at what seemed to be its sanity each time it moved closer. With the Lethifold taken care of for now, Harry shifted his sights to his two teammates. Fleur was riding the Wampus cat by stringing around the strong threads she'd created around the cat's neck while trying to choke it to death. Seeing her handling herself well, Harry shifted his focus to Crumb who was struggling under the embracing assault of the lava golem. Bombarda! Crumb yelled, forcing back the golem's giant hand that was moving towards the capture point to sweep all of them away from it. Crumb's bombarda was so strong that the golem almost tumbled backwards. Everyone seems to be doing fine, Harry concluded as he controlled his Patronus to keep away the Lethifold. Bagman's commentary said the same. Is everyone seeing this? Our champions are faring so much better than the XXXXX-rated creatures by the Ministry of Magic. Look at how elegantly Miss Fleur is handling the Wampus cat. Isn't it awe-inspiring? Yai. There were several claps and shouts but they only lasted until Bagman said, Is she? All of a sudden Harry had a terrible premonition. He looked at Fleur and Crumb for any hints of something going wrong, but he found none. Fleur was still tackling the Wampus cat and Crumb was fighting with the lava golem. Harry then turned to look at Loki, but even he seemed to be fine. Except when Harry really looked at him, he seemed to be shouting something but his words never reached his ears. The noise from the lava golem fighting Crumb was too loud to understand what Loki was speaking. Lethifold, fake. The Lethifold is a fake. Harry somehow understood. He immediately turned to look at the Lethifold being chased around by his Patronus and realized it was moving to the same three places again and again. That was when suddenly, Harry heard Fleur scream before it was abruptly cut short. ARRGGGHHHHHMFMFMFMFMFMFMFMFM. Fleur struggled and tried her best to fight off whatever was hurting her but she couldn't. She was being choked too fast and her grip on the Wampus cat was going limp. That was when Loki flicked his wand and cast a spell, Expecto Patronum. A silvery mist emerged out of Loki's wand and formed into a similar drab of robes, except this one was a pristine white. The robes swerved mid-air, flying straight at Fleur. Everyone in the Quidditch stadium thought whatever Loki had done was attacking Fleur, perhaps he was trying to get rid of competition. Except when the bundle of white robes landed on Fleur and wrapped around her face tightly, everyone noticed that it seemed to be floating a little, almost as if there was a layer of something protecting her face from it. And suddenly, there was a bright shimmer that radiated a little distance between the bundle of white robes and Fleur's face before manifesting in an explosive reveal was a Lethifold that was wrapped tightly around Fleur's neck, that had been choking her all along. This right. The Wampus cat worked together with the Lethifold to turn it psychologically invisible before it latched onto Fleur who was close to defeating the Wampus cat. Ludo Bagman explained with excitement. The Lethifold shrieked as it ran away from Fleur, allowing Loki to pull her to himself with a flick of his wand, directing his Dementor Patronus to toss her in his direction from on top of the Wampus cat. He then uncorked a bottle of stamina potion and stuffed it into Fleur's mouth for her to greedily swallow. Harry looked at the two culprits with a little fear, but then immediately brought back his stag Patronus to chase the real Lethifold instead of the one the Wampus cat had created by hypnotizing them all. Phew. Almost thought I'd be eliminated for using the Patronus spell. Loki exclaimed mentally. Good that using it to help Fleur only counts as using it to help her stabilize her emotions that were affected by the Lethifold. Done with helping Fleur, Loki gave her a stern warning not only to her but also to Harry, make sure it doesn't happen. I've got very few stamina potions. Harry and Fleur nodded, going back to their opponents since Harry was already feeling a little burdened when he was forced to handle the Wampus cat without any spells, since his only spell, the Patronus, was being used to keep the Lethifold away. Neither team has even begun to capture the point yet since we're all fighting on the capture point at the same time. We need to do something to get those 4 out of the capture point so that we can capture it. Loki thought as he looked at the 3 creatures fighting the 3 of his own team and then looked at the druid. I hope that thing's roots aren't counted as a part of its body, if they are it'll be rather difficult to remove it from the point. Loki thought for a few seconds before an idea struck him. With a quick wave of his wand, he expelled his spirituality and controlled it to form a rather complex rune. This was Loki's prized magic that he'd been working on after Nicholas had taught him about runic spell casting, training to perfect it with Cedric and company. Loki was using the principle that gods used to answer the runic call to cause a spell but with himself, or at least, close to himself. Loki targeted the soul inside the Ring of Harvest and forced it using coercion to agree to answer his spell by tightening the leash around the souls of those who were trapped inside. The target of his latest rune was Mr. A, whom he used to cause the shadows underneath all his teammates to thicken and wrap around them. The shadows slithered around their limbs like a sleeve before tightening around their bodies. Everyone in the audience including Bagman was confused by the spell Loki had used, but he didn't give them time to think. Move where the shadow wants you to. Loki shouted for all of them to hear. Suddenly, Harry, who was standing in the same place since the beginning while fighting the Lethifold, began to take steps forward, closer and closer to the opposing team. Fleur rushed back to mount the Wampus cat while Crumb started to close the distance between the golem and himself even though he was a little afraid of being struck by it and getting knocked out. Mounting back onto the Wampus cat, the shadows forced Fleur to grab her beautiful 9.5-inch rosewood wand and stick it into its ear before she took charge of what was happening and shouted, "Bombarda Maxima." The Wampus cat's head instantly exploded and its body went limp before collapsing. The body stayed still for a few seconds before it began to disappear from their sight. None of the participants cared much about it, thinking it was some advanced magic, but Loki was the only one who recognized it for what it was. Adam used his abilities as an author to bring his thoughts into reality. So that out of control Byander isn't real after all. I guess, Adam is afraid of corrupting his golden boy too. With Fleur freed and having gotten her first kill, Loki directed her directly towards Crumb. But this time, instead of making her go up close to the lava golem, as she rushed by him, Loki whispered to her, "Use Glacius." Fleur nodded and the moment she was beside Crumb, she shouted with her wand pointed at the lava golem's feet, "Glacius." A wave of frost left Fleur's wand and solidified as it reached the lava golem's legs. Within moments of contact, the golem's legs were encased in ice which Crumb broke after casting a bombarda. The golem fell to the ground with a heavy thud sending tremors, but thankfully everyone remained standing because of Loki's shadows that helped everyone balance. At this point, Harry had walked out of the capture point but he'd also sent out the Lethifold which was trying its best to return back. The only one left in the capture point was the druid which had remained relatively passive throughout the match for now. And Fleur and Crumb quickly burnt it away using Incendio. With no one from the enemy team on the point, a halo lit up around the capture point. It was white at first but soon they noticed part of it turning a natural royal blue by the second. "I guess we now have to keep the point protected until we're done capturing it," Loki explained. "Why don't you guys go back ahead and attack them where those guys respawn?" Fleur and Crumb looked absolutely confused about what Loki meant by respawn, which caused Loki to feel a little silly, so he explained in a little detail. "I have a hunch they're not dead yet, not permanently at least." I think they'll be coming back from their side of the map. Why don't you go stop them so that we can capture the point quicker? Fleur and Crumb's eyes widened before they looked at Harry for a second. Seeing him fight a Lethifold, they stopped their hesitance and they rushed out of the capture point together. As they went further, Loki's shadow slipped off of them and returned back to being inanimate under their feet, until they finally vanished around a corner. While Loki stayed on the point for a couple of minutes, he helped Harry by casting a Patronus that stood around him so he could be more aggressive with his own Patronus, while several explosive tremors resounded around the arena. The tremors that both Loki and Harry felt were similar to when the lava golem had collapsed onto the floor. Each tremor made them happier since it seemed like Fleur and Crumb had finally gotten the hang of killing these creatures. "We're halfway there," Loki said, glancing at the capture point underneath him whose outer ring had turned blue halfway through. "If Fleur and Crumb keep this up, in another few minutes we'll have the point and spawn in the payload." Soon, however, they began hearing loud thuds followed by a loud roar before they heard Fleur scream as she and Crumb ran around a corner to find Loki and Harry and return to the point. A few minutes earlier, Fleur and Crumb arrived at the spawn area for the monsters and looked around, waiting for the druid, Wampus Cat and the lava golem to respawn. As soon as the first one did, the Wampus Cat, Fleur used the same tactic she'd just used. She killed it by sitting on its head and jabbing her wand down its ear to explode its head, while Crumb cast damaging spells like Bombarda on the cat to keep it distracted from attacking Fleur. Then they worked together to take down the lava golem, after which they burnt away the druid. Since each monster spawned in after they killed the previous ones, they had no trouble fighting at all. This carried on for a few more minutes until when the Wampus Cat finally respawned and Fleur tried to do the same thing. She jumped on the cat while Crumb kept it distracted before sticking her wand into its ear and shouting, "Bombarda." Not only did nothing happen to the cat this time, but it also turned all its attention to the intruder on its head. Being unable to kill the Wampus Cat, they were already burdened further when the lava golem spawned along with the druid a few seconds later, when they finally realized their spells had gotten weaker on the monsters. Because of this, Fleur and Crumb ran back since they had almost gotten trapped in a sticky situation where they were about to get pinched. "Z-Cat is unkillable," Fleur complained while Crumb spoke as soon as she stopped, "the golem is unfreezable." And then they spoke simultaneously, "and Z-Droid is inflammable." Fleur continued to speak, "Z-monsters are evolving." Loki was confused for a second before his mind clicked with a thought. "They're improving the enemies depending on how we kill them to not make it boring." What the hell? Loki didn't have the time to think. His body worked on autopilot and stuffed a healing potion in Fleur and Crumb's mouth, while a shadow tentacle pulled Harry away from the Lethifold and parked him in front of a very angry cat and large stone robot. Harry gulped looking at the two enemies and suddenly felt that fighting the Lethifold was much easier. "Harry, hold on," Loki shouted to get his voice to Harry as he pushed Crumb to face the Lethifold, trying to get on point while he turned to Fleur and told her his plan. "I'll help Harry keep the attention of the Wampus Cat and the lava golem. I want you to assassinate the druid by using the Glacius charm on it. After you kill the druid, do this." After Loki was done informing Fleur, she took a different route to walk around the arena and flank the druid directly while Loki turned to Harry. Harry had done remarkably well for the time Fleur and Loki were talking. He didn't let either the cat or the golem enter the capture point by using a simple spell, Flipendo. The spell did no damage to the two animals, but it sent them flying back when Harry used enough spirituality. But it was of no use, since almost immediately as the druid got closer to the capture point, it dug its hands deep into the floor and caused vines to spread all over the surface until it reached the capture point, stopping Loki from being able to capture the point so freely anymore. "I swear, that thing keeps looking more and more alive by the minute. Did Adam capture an out-of-control druid or what?" Loki rolled his eyes at this imbalance. "Why can it capture the point while being outside the ring when we can't do the same while being outside the ring?" The Wampus Cat that Harry was fighting suddenly went invisible, but Loki immediately fired a Bombarda Maxima. at the ground, raising dust which Harry immediately used to locate the cat that was slipping past Harry towards Loki. As Harry moved around to target the Wampus cat, Loki advised him, "Drown the damn thing." Harry was startled, but he soon nodded, and with a wave of his wand he spoke loudly, "Aqua eructo." A jet stream of water left Harry's wand and thrashed into the Wampus cat's butt. The cat tried to ignore the water for a few seconds and block it by moving around from the stream, but Harry was using a blatant amount of spiritual energy to keep the stream powered up at full force. The force caused the cat's body to constantly slip away, and finally, after misplacing one of its feet, its face was blasted with an immense amount of water. The cat got up and tried rushing away from Harry, but Harry kept following it. In the meantime, seeing Harry focus on the cat, the gigantic golem raised its arms and thrashed the ground, causing several cracks to appear as they rushed in Harry's direction. But that wasn't the end. The golem's role wasn't just to destabilize Harry so that it could free the cat. No, a sudden rush of lava burst out of the cracks, rushing to cook Harry alive. Simultaneously, the druid wasn't idle this time. Its vines grew out of the ground and wrapped around the Wampus cat, protecting it from Harry's relentless assault. With renewed vigor, the Wampus cat rushed towards Harry for its public humiliation. Except Harry got clever with it and spoke forcefully, "Glacius." The water all around the Wampus cat was pushed out because of the pointed stream of cool air that escaped Harry's wand before it froze entirely, along with the shield of leaves and vines that were protecting it. At this point, with a flick of his wand, Loki shot a spell. The shadows around Harry tied around him, and with but a simple flick from Loki pulled him up into the sky away from the cracks on the ground that were spewing lava. Harry, not minding the interruption, flicked his wand at the Wampus cat and shouted, "Bombarda Maxima." The Wampus cat exploded into smithereens, its entails painting the entire arena red, but they glowed softly before vanishing. Loki waved his wand and helped Harry land right in front of the golem as he shouted, "Use transfiguration to trap it in a box." Harry nodded before waving his wand and causing the ground to grow into a large stone box which encased the golem. The golem didn't remain quiet and instead attempted to smash open the box from the inside. Along with the golem smashing its arms at the box, the druid quickly grew new thick plants that burrowed their roots into the box and weakened its structure. The druid's eyes met Loki's and it looked at him with what could be considered a sneer, except while it assumed Loki would be panicking seeing the golem become free, all it saw was Loki smiling at it. "Bye-bye," Loki said politely before waving his hand. That was when the druid suddenly heard a shout right by its side, "Glacius." A thick block of ice instantly formed around the druid, encasing it in a non-breathable ice container, blocking its contact with the rest of the world. All its roots spread into the capture point shrank and withered away, leaving Loki to begin capturing the point once again. "Bombarda!" Fleur shouted as she was revealed when her invisibility charm broke, sending the druid encased in ice's dust into the air. Fleur returned and found Harry battling the golem, and without any more orders from Loki joined Harry in simply keeping the golem out of the capture point since Loki was going to capture it soon. In a few minutes, the capture point was already 80% of the way done, and Loki was relieved that it'd only take them 3 more minutes to capture the rest of the point. The Wampus cat returned. It was clever this time since it arrived invisible, but Harry was already paying attention to the floor and quickly noticed the cat's arrival. He'd prepared a thorough gift for it too. Instead of using water like last time, knowing it wouldn't work because the cat had likely adapted to it, Harry performed a simple spell, Serpersortia. A thick 30 feet long python emerged onto the fighting grounds. The python looked around for a few seconds and suddenly heard Harry talk to it, "HSS's. SSS. HSASA." Before it slithered around the tiny cat and crunched it to death. Harry then directed the python towards the golem, entrapping the entire thing and snapping its limbs before the python gave him a short nod and vanished as Harry pulled back his spirituality. "Good idea and transfiguration, Harry," Fleur commended. A few more minutes passed with the druid emerging, but Fleur managed to kill it once again by using the trick Harry used as she transfigured the dirt into an elephant that simply crushed the druid under its weight by sitting on it. The ring of light around the point finally turned fully blue and Loki quickly stepped off it once an ethereal cart appeared right where he was standing. As soon as Loki moved away, the cart became realistic and grew weight before it fell onto the capture point, making a little thundering noise. The cart was made out of cheap wood and had several gears strewn about the outside that made it seem like a complex piece of machinery. There was a small chimney on it which periodically released smoke. On the top of the cart were 4 keys. Each was colored differently, and the names of the champions were engraved onto them. Fleur and Crumb spared a simple glance at the cart before going back to focusing on their enemies. Loki was beside the cart, and it suddenly activated and started to move forward. It moved at a slow pace and moved only if Loki was within 3 meters of the thing. How long is the distance from here to their base? Loki asked loudly and Crumb answered, 30 feet. The newly spawned creatures soon arrived and embroiled Harry and the rest of the team in a fight. However, Harry noticed something, albeit a little too late. Fleur's getting tired. Why isn't she using spells to kill the cat? No way. Just as Loki arrived closer to the front line along with the cart, Fleur and Crumb jumped towards the cart, abandoning their positions. They grabbed the key with their names on the cart and rushed towards the enemy spawn point. I expected this to happen, but I didn't know they'd be so blatant about it. Loki sighed. Harry was absolutely bamboozled by suddenly having to fight 3 creatures at once to protect Loki from harm, especially since he appeared to be distracted by thoughts. I guess the things we need to save are at the enemy spawn point. So Fleur and Crumb expect us to die to the monsters so that we don't have any chance to earn more points and fail the test without being able to secure our hostages. And they hope that we'll be able to keep the monsters away from them for long enough that they'll figure out how to use the keys. How selfish. Well, I can't blame them. Loki looked at Harry and saw how he was still fighting and thought to help him. Harry, when I say the word, run as fast as you can. I'll throw you your key. What about you? Harry shouted back. Don't worry about me. I'll be right with you. Loki shouted words that meant something different to him than they did to Harry and firmed his eyes. Good luck to me for the absolute stunt I'm about to pull off. Loki looked at Harry and the 4 monsters and flicked his wand. A sudden cloud of dust rose out of the ground underneath Harry. Did you all see that? Bagman narrated with surprise. After the Bobatons champion Fleur Delacour and the Drumstrang champion Victor Crumb abandoned their comrades, it seems like one of the Hogwarts champions is abandoning the other. It seems like Loki has betray. Bagman's words were stuck in his throat as the dust cleared, and so was the audience's voice. Even the judges were not spared after they saw what Loki had done. Dumbledore especially had a prominent smile on his face. Harry, run! Loki shouted as he tossed a red key that had the name Harry Potter to the giant in front of him while he used the shadow tentacles to pull his own key to him and bind himself to the golem he had turned Harry into. Harry felt strange. His hands suddenly felt heavy and his legs felt like tree stumps instead of flesh and bone. Harry was encased in a sand mech with a small viewing window to see out of. Literally. Loki had used the sand from the ground he had exploded and molded it to form a giant 5-meter-tall mech that Harry was currently piloting. All held together and lubricated generously by Loki's shadows. Harry, don't make us late. Run. I can't keep this up for long. Loki shouted again, this time from the giant mech's shoulder. Harry gulped as he felt the mech around himself and took the first step. Thud. It was surprisingly easy to move. Is he animating the mech to move as I want it to move? Harry thought, surprised. That guess was correct since Loki observed Harry's thoughts in his body of heart and mind and applied the correct animation to the large sand mech as Harry intended it to move. Thud. With the first step taken, Harry moved his legs again. This time the movement felt even smoother than before. Seeing the giant sand mech, the lava golem was the first to attack. It raised its hands and slammed it to the ground, creating large fissures from which lava erupted. But to Harry all this meant nothing. Once he realized that the lava couldn't damage the mech faster than Loki was transfiguring it to remove the damages, he broke into a run. Each step Harry took caused the entire arena to tremble. Harry's first move was to rush to the lava golem. Once in front of it, He picked up the golem by its waist and tossed it at the Lethifold about to attack them, since none of them could sustain a Patronus in their current states. With a giant lava golem coming towards it, the Lethifold was unable to move in time and was immediately thrashed by it, landing on a random wall and ending up pinned to the ground by the golem. Next, Harry looked at the Wampus cat that had its fur bristled. The sense of danger the cat felt from the giant mech was not small, yet it couldn't retreat since something in its body and mind wanted it to fight to the bitter end. So Harry quickly picked up the cat and started swinging it by its tail above his head. And with a precise throw, Harry launched the cat right at the druid that was about to try shooting vines at the giant mech to try and stop them by using a net. "Run, you fool. They'll respawn if you kill them and I won't be able to fight then," Loki reminded, prompting Harry to break out of his admiration of the mech as he took a dashing stance and immediately broke out into a sprint. Harry cared not for any walls set up between the capture point and the respawn point. He just ran through everything like a bulldozer. And very soon they were at the enemy respawn point. Fleur and Crumb were flabbergasted. Crumb's mouth hung wide open as if someone had broken his jaw, and Fleur tripped on her shoes as she stepped back to avoid becoming a paste under the mech. As Harry and Loki broke through the last of the large walls, a large dry and dying tree holding 4 people came into view. Loki dismembered the mech and panted a little because of the ridiculous amount of spirituality it had taken to do what he'd just done. Harry patiently waited but kept his wand pointed at Fleur and Crumb, who were looking at them through the hole in the wall. "You can go first, Loki. I think you deserve it. At least I think you do after letting me become a real tank," Harry stated calmly with a bit of humor in his tone. Loki looked up and saw Harry laughing slightly, causing him to break out laughing too. Loki gave Harry a quick fist bump and walked to the large dry and dying tree. "What am I supposed to do to it? Give it my key. Will it attack me if I go close to it?" Loki asked randomly, and Harry shrugged. He truly didn't know what would happen. Loki couldn't care less about this tournament and simply threw his key at the tree. Surprisingly, the tree opened a mouth and ate the key with a sickening crunch. I guess it'd have attacked only those who didn't have the key and tried saving their hostages. But mine's Daphne. Seriously. Isn't that like really embarrassing? Why'd they choose Fleur's little sister for her? Unfair. I love Elaine more than Daphne anyway, I mean like. Daphne, who was unconscious, was slowly let down by the tree. She slowly opened her eyes and came awake. Then she looked at Loki and smiled. "Won the bet," Daphne said with a smirk as she searched around the audience for someone in particular. "Seriously. You and Tori bet if I'd save you. Can't you trust your Prince Charming even a little bit?" Daphne rolled her eyes good-naturedly. "I thought you'd leave me alone, telling me it was the right punishment for taking part in this farce." Daphne shouted rapidly, and Loki just shook his head before he felt the portkey in his pockets activate. He quickly held Daphne's hands and they vanished from the spot they were just standing in, appearing back in the tent for the champions with Madame Pomfrey ready on standby to heal them. Daphne stumbled a little as she reoriented herself from the sudden teleportation after being unconscious for so long. Madame Pomfrey walked over and gave them a quick checkup before looking at Loki with a smile as she spoke happily. "That was a good show you put on out there. I'm glad those fools from the other schools will fear you and wonder what'll happen in the competition now. Good job teaching traitors how it's done." Madame Pomfrey then left Daphne and Loki alone as she went to check on the others who were slowly appearing. Daphne looked at Loki and asked with a confused look on her face, "What did you do?" But Loki just smiled. "Why do you want to know? Did I just steal your heart after saving the princess who was trapped in the tower by an evil wizard?" Daphne just frowned and punched Loki's shoulder lightly. "Stop it with that stuff. It's unbearable when you say it for some reason," Daphne said cryptically, but the meaning was lost on Loki. Instead, he asked her something else. "Why did you take part in this anyway? I thought you'd have avoided it because of your pride as heiress Greengrass." Daphne shook her head quickly. "No. I didn't want to, but Mom asked me to, and she said that it was going to be a good event for me." Loki frowned. "This? Good. Why? And Daphne just shrugged her shoulders while attempting to keep her face away from a blush while simultaneously cursing at Loki for being dense. Finally, after a few excruciating seconds where Loki was pondering about things while staring at her, Daphne finally saw Hermione enter the tent and walked to her as they talked to Madame Pomfrey and tried helping her with the checkup of the other champions. Loki on the other hand was a lot more analytical. It'd be something good for Daphne. This might form a connection between the two of us that might force me to help her out sometime in the future. But helping Eris Greengrass, what could I possibly do that they couldn't themselves? I feel like I'm getting roped into something I don't understand very well. Harry, Fleur and Crumb were treated quickly before they were hurriedly expelled from the tent by Madame Pomfrey since she said the judges wanted them to announce the results. Harry had a smug look on his face as they met because he felt like he'd foiled the great betrayal of his competitors. But Loki was smiling calmly as he walked by Fleur and whispered to her, "Lost again, have you? I wonder if there is anything in the world you can actually beat me in." Fleur scowled but didn't let the comment get to her. She only held her little sister's hand tighter as it alleviated all her troubles. The little girl looked at Loki and frowned, but Loki only knelt by her side before giving her cheeks a good little squish while mentally thinking, HMPF. Elaine is cuter than her, I win again. After a few minutes of waiting, the judges were ready to reveal the results, and as such the champions left the tent together with their now free hostages. The judges sat on a special elevated stand among the crowd in the Quidditch stands, and each carried a different expression. Karkaroff was frowning heavily, Madame Maxime was smiling but just barely, Crouch had a frown, while Bagman looked like he'd just won a lot of money, and Dumbledore had the same perspective gaze, as if he'd just looked at you and seen your entire family 9 generations before you. Since the scores this time weren't given by the judges and were calculated based on hard rules decided before the competition began, Bagman stood up and announced them. Coming in at the 4th place, for doing the most damage, is Victor Crumb. He did precisely 800 points of damage, with 400 points of damage coming from fighting the lava golem, the Wampus Cat and the Druid, while the other 400 come from being the 4th person to rescue their hostage. Everyone clapped softly. Crumb accepted the applause even though Karkaroff seemed grumpy about it. In 3rd place is Fleur Delacour, for killing the most enemies. With 1200 points. She killed the Wampus Cat 3 times, the Lava Golem 2 times, and the Druid 3 times for a total of 800 points. And she gained another 800 points for being the 3rd to rescue her hostage. Everyone clapped a little louder than the last time. There were still a few boys who were a little too enthusiastic about it. Fleur accepted all the praises with an elegant bow. Madame Maxime seemed satisfied with Fleur's acceptance. Coming in at the 2nd place is Harry Potter. For playing his role of guarding the entire team force and keeping the enemy off the point, he received 1600 points. 200 points for keeping the Lethifold off the point, and 200 points for keeping the Wampus Cat and the Lava Golem off the point when the other champions could no longer kill it. And finally, 1200 points for being the 2nd to save his hostage. There was a loud cheer from all the Hogwarts students, especially Gryffindors, who sent large fireworks into the sky to represent the lion who had filled them with pride. Dumbledore nodded politely towards Harry and he nodded back. Finally, last but not the least, the healer in our midst who has commanded the team when it was at its worst. The crowd cheered even before Bagman announced the name, so under the urgency of the crowd he quickly iterated Loki's loot. 1600 points for being the first to rescue his hostage and 1600 more for healing his teammates all throughout the competition, especially in the end with the transfigured rock golem. Loki has achieved an astounding 3200 points. The entire crowd broke out into cheers, especially when Bagman mentioned the rock golem. It sounded like a gunshot, or more likely a cannon, had gone off in the Quidditch stadium, and Loki accepted it all with an elegant bow. The champions were then huddled back into their healing tent so that the students could go back to the castle to discuss the absolutely exciting match they had just seen while the champions were informed of the 3rd task. Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch Sr. along with the headmasters of the 3 schools entered the tent. They made their way to the champions, who were now alone since the hostages had been asked to leave for the private talk they would be having. Congratulations Mr. Loki for ranking first in this task. Bagman congratulated Loki before turning to Barty Crouch Sr. for him to talk. This meeting is held to inform the champions of the third task, which will happen on the date, the 24th of June 1995. The contents of the task will be revealed on the day, but the riddle which hints at it will be revealed right now. Everyone became alert at the mention of a riddle and looked at Barty Crouch Sr. with focus. I will only say this once, so listen very carefully. Everyone nodded. You will blow winds to the top on this day. Since clouds are waiting to drench you today. The end of the day comes with a worker's pay. Since you're only worth as much you don't say. Will one conquer the other you shall weigh. Everyone felt a little sharp as Barty Crouch Sr. finished the riddle. No one was able to crack it immediately, but they all made sure to remember each word of what was said. And even if they'd missed something, the champions were sure their headmasters would remind them of it. The champions were hence dismissed to their dormitories, and as soon as Loki entered the Slytherin common room, for the first time, he found a party hosted just for him. It looked like the entire Slytherin common room had gathered just to throw a celebration irrespective of their status in the house. Several people came to congratulate Loki, and a few even asked for his autograph, which Loki graciously gave only a few off since he wanted to make them a rare commodity which he could use to earn money later. It was only a few hours later that Loki was allowed the company of peace as he entered his room and locked the door. He thought about the riddle for a while, but given the slightly ominous wording he left it for later. Instead, Loki opened the book he was using to design his ritual and looked at everything that was written in it. I need to get my ritual completed. I've already finished digesting my potion, 80% from the theft of the door blasphemy card and giving its potion to a simple human, a theft from the gods for the humans, and another 20% from the theft from the chained god given to an angel. If I'm not wrong, you know who is trying to do something to return at the end of this year in some fashion like the other times once again. Which means that I need to finish the ritual before he returns. I have a strong feeling that I'll be completely outmatched if I'm not stronger. Can I ask for Daphne's help? With her mom telling her that being with me is beneficial for her, I don't think I want to get entangled with them just yet. I don't know what they might do if I do something to anger them. Having terrible luck would literally be the worst outcome. Sigh, how troublesome. But how interesting. Walking around in Nocturne Alley, Loki looked around himself to see if anyone was around him. He was supposed to be paired with Hermione to do a routine patrol to clear up the recent troublemakers who were trying to perform some random, evil, ritual to gain power. It had become almost a weekly occurrence for the Hogwarts students to come out into Nocturne Alley to perform this routine, and Loki had taken advantage of this. Once there was no one around him, which he confirmed with divination, Loki changed his clothes into something showy with the help of transfiguration, adding a golden monocle using illusions, before he used apparition, an ability he'd temporarily stolen from a random wizard, to teleport to 12 Grimmauld Place. Once here, Loki casually strode into the place under the guise of an illusion that kept everything about him hidden. As he walked to the stairs going to the basement, he found himself looking at Sirius Black, who was blacked out at the head of the stairs. Loki frowned as he looked at him, feeling an inherent sense of disgust towards the man. Is this how he represents the House of Black to our guests? Loki kicked him a little and caused him to tumble away, but Sirius didn't sense a thing since he was more worried about saving his head, which was suddenly getting knocked on each stair as he rolled down like a ball. Loki walked past him to the underground basement and stepped into the room to search for an object he'd remembered seeing here. Loki walked past Walburga's coffin. He looked at it for a bit before giving his respects and walking away. Finally, Loki came to a stop at an old register. Loki opened the thick book and began to search through the several names written in it. Not this village. Not this village either. This one. No, there are too few villages nearby. Loki was going through a book that detailed all the properties owned by the Black family all across Britain. There were several, but most were so old Loki had to cross them out since they'd turned into major points in and around the city of London. There were several other pages of information that Loki glanced over because the book had a strange set of records every few pages which in detail noted some sort of ritualistic experiment that had been conducted in the Black family properties in these places. They seemed to be related to demons given how a few details were written in what Loki recognized was the language of foulness, but since Loki didn't have very much time right now, he quickly skipped over all of them, opting to read more about them later once he was free or when school ended. Loki was using only properties related to the Black family since he believed that these places would have some sort of protection against any sudden interferences from other wizards and no one would dare to try and perform their own experiments in these places. Finally, using divination to help speed up his searching, Loki found a decently populated village built on the route from London to Birmingham, Burnham. Loki didn't waste time drawing up a picture using a ritual to make his apparition accurate since he just needed to be in the general area. Loki memorized the general position on the map provided in the book and walked out of the Black family home, kicking Sirius a few times, accidentally, as he stepped out. Once out of the Black family home, Loki apparated to a random street in Burnham. He casually walked up to a man who was sipping on his tea while enjoying his garden and the rare wonderful weather and asked him a question, "Sir, if I may." The man nodded as he settled the tea on its plate. "Where exactly am I right now? Am I in Burnham?" Loki asked casually, but seeing the man look at him like he was a fool he explained. "It is a completely reasonable question," Loki said while surgically placing the thought into the man's mind. "I'm part of a drama troupe that's performing at Birmingham tomorrow and I need to get my assistant to come pick me up today. So if I wanted him to come over, where would I tell him to pick me up?" The man thought for a moment as he looked at Loki's elegant three-piece suit and his flowing robes along with the cane in his hand and nodded to himself before he said, "You're a long way from Birmingham, aren't ya? If ya need someone to pick you up, tell him he needs to get you at the Burnham post office. It's right round the corner." Loki nodded and walked away after giving the man a polite thanks for answering him in spite of interrupting his tea time. Turning the street, Loki entered a lonesome alleyway and quickly set up a wall of spirituality with a silver knife. Once that was done, Loki pulled out the gold chatterbox and placed his fingers in the 4 cups. "All right, I know it works, and I know the price, now I just have to use it to advance my sequence." Loki took a few deep breaths to calm down and then closed his eyes as he imagined a specific image of himself. In his mind, he was wearing a dark regal 3-piece suit, added to it was a royal blue robe dotted with stars on his back, he was holding a black cane with silver inlays and had a golden monocle on his right eye along with a regal blue witch's hat that patiently rested on his head. His focus was clear and there was no other thought in his mind. Not even a ripple disturbed the clear image he had pictured. Slowly, very slowly, Loki poured his spirituality into the golden chatterbox. Nothing happened for a second before the chatterbox hummed and began to manipulate his nimble fingers, opening and closing in a distinct pattern that mimicked how a normal person would use it. Suddenly the hum was disturbed and there was a soothing magical sound that flowed out of the chatterbox. "Chatterbox, chatterbox, what do you say?" The chatterbox asked. I say, I want a dream, what do you say?" Loki replied. "Chatterbox, chatterbox, a dream 10,000 large. What do you say?" I say, that's what I want." There was no verbal response to the answer Loki had given and the chatterbox fell silent as if it had died. But Loki knew even with his closed eyes that the chatterbox was anything but dead. A sudden unknowing wave spread along Loki's subconscious. His body of heart and mind, which was just undisturbedly still, was suddenly humming. The hum was strong and ungiving in the beginning, laying on the surface, but soon it started to sink deeper and deeper into Loki's mind. It felt like the hum had arrived as a guest and had left lighter after leaving something behind in his mind. Loki waited patiently for the next few minutes and once he was sure that there was nothing else going to happen, he slowly opened his eyes. Damn, I knew what was coming, yet it felt so strange and uncomfortable. Loki looked around himself. Nothing seemed to have changed at all. No one was asleep, or even sleepy. Under his guise of invisibility, Loki found the man he'd spoken to and found him drinking his tea perfectly safe. If he didn't trust his research on the object in his hand because of his mastery of runes, he wouldn't have believed that something had even happened to these people. But trusting the process, Loki used apparition and left Burnham, arriving at Nocturne Alley, right where he had teleported from in the first place. Loki found Hermione after a few minutes and concluded the weekly patrol as they returned to Hogwarts. But Loki was excited, terribly excited for today, as he walked back into the dungeons, into his room, and hid behind a wall of spirituality as he stared at the simple beaker with the contents of an incomplete glimmering potion. Waiting in his dark room looking at the golden chatterbox strewn on his table, Loki felt very nervous. Will someone notice? Will Adam notice? What if something goes wrong and some evil god is able to intercept the ritual? What if she know? Calm down, Loki. Loki stayed silent for a while before his feet inadvertently began tapping the floor in tension. Finally, Loki caught his knee and he sighed to loosen himself before he charmed himself. I'm perfect. What could go wrong? Precisely. Suddenly it was easy for Loki to put on a smile as he patiently looked at the chatterbox. Loki pulled out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It was already 10 p.m. They haven't slept yet. Loki waited about 2 more hours with patience before the effect of his self-foolery started to wear off, bringing back with it his nervousness. But just as Loki was about to begin tapping his feet, the golden chatterbox came alight. A golden halo formed around it as it floated into the air and pointed at Loki. Chatterbox, chatterbox, a dream for the unaware. Miles away, in the small town that Loki had visited earlier, nearly every member of the town dreamt of an illusory whimsical man wearing a monocle in their sleep. He simultaneously appeared in all their dreams, making them all feel different things. Some automatically flocked to the man and tried to surround him, giving into his charm that put him in the spotlight, while others quickly rushed away, trying to hide their secrets from him, afraid that he'd figure out their deepest desires. A few aware, remained confused about what was happening, but they too were charmed when the dreamy man spoke in a soothing tone. This is all a dream. You will go back to sleep now. In Loki's room, the chatterbox dimmed before collapsing onto the table as Loki immediately stood up and moved to the table. He first picked up the beaker with the incomplete green potion inside it, then carefully opened the drawer and pulled out a simple ingredient from inside it. Loki looked at it and thought back to what he had to do to get a hold of the main ingredients for this potion. He'd run around all week, sending letters to Nicholas and Pernell to help find the 2 main ingredients, the scale of a Keelin, willingly given, and the pearl of a royal mermaid clam, untouched for 20 years. Both the ingredients were ridiculously rare to find. A Keelin was an animal that was said to be pure of heart and could recognize others whose souls were meant for greatness and glory without being affected by the two. They were so important and accurate at detecting the pure of heart, in fact, that the newly born Keelin was used to decide the reigning supreme mugwump during each election of the International Confederation of Wizards, who was currently Dumbledore. To get a scale of a Keelin willingly was only possible if one was pure of heart. Similarly, the pearl of a mermaid clam was used to identify the ruling king of the merman population who would lead the merman population in the world. Deciding things like their travel routes, the sea they would settle in and make their home, and several other things like their relation with wizards, or even if they were going to interact with the outer world and such. The pearl was made in a clam given to chosen contestants during their childhood. The quality and size of this pearl when the contestant chose to participate in the race was what decided who would become the king. To obtain a pearl that had remained untouched for 20 years meant that the person who got it would have had to meet a merman who nurtured their pearl for 20 years only to give up participating in the competition to become the king. It was a pearl that was nearly impossible to simply come by. But Nicholas and Pernell had done the unthinkable and helped Loki find the 2 items and delivered them to him without asking for any compensation in return. At least I didn't have to go to ROB's warehouse this time, Loki thought thankfully. Picking up the beautiful rose-pink pearl from his drawer, Loki dropped it into the incomplete green potion. The pearl floated on the surface of the potion for a few seconds before it started to dissolve into the potion bit by bit until there was nothing left and the potion changed colors from the emerald green it was before to the rose pink of the pearl. Looking at the golden chatterbox that was still floating, Loki picked up the beaker and gulped down its entire contents in a single gulp. The potion slipped past his gullet before landing in his stomach silently as it began to be absorbed by all the individual cells in his body. An invisible force attracted them and Loki started to feel his body heat up. Slowly, Loki saw several protrusions happening under his skin as he forced himself to use cogitation to calm down. His mind still kept wandering and his body mutating, but slowly Loki began to feel an ethereal connection that sprouted out of his body and spread around the world. It felt like several eyes were watching him. Watching his every move as if they were anticipating his words. As if they were looking at him with awe and respect. Loki felt the spotlight was on and the world was waiting for his words. With this connection to the world, Loki felt his loss of control calm down. It felt as if his world had begun to fall into an anticipatory silence. Loki slowly opened his eyes and inspected himself. With the flick of his finger, an almost lifelike illusion appeared before him. Loki activated spirit vision and found the illusion in front of him partially alive. Anyone without a deep inspection wouldn't be able to tell that the person created by the illusion was a fake. Loki himself found it rather hard to believe what he had created was not alive. It had a spirit body and a body of heart and mind along with an astral body. Loki however knew instinctively that it wasn't a completely perfect illusion since it was missing something that he couldn't quite comprehend but could feel. Loki turned his attention to his body of heart and mind. He felt he could look at his thoughts with a profound sense of clarity. Each ripple on its surface felt like it conveyed to him a clear story of what had caused it in the first place. But that wasn't what excited Loki the most. What he found captivating was the trace those ripples in his body of heart and mind led to deeper in his consciousness. Loki could trace back the origin of these thoughts to his subconscious. Being something he hadn't been able to interact with until now, Loki was curious how he could use this new ability to manipulate his enemies without a reliable meander from the spectator pathway to find out any errors in their subconscious. It felt empowering to know that if he caught a person off guard in their sleep, he could plant thoughts of puppeteer devotion to him in them, through their dreams, so that they'd think of him favorably. With this, I can even use my own subconscious to venture into the collective sea of subconscious of all the people around me so that I can know more about them. It should even be helpful for my plan against you-know-who. Above all, this is one more way I can stay safe from Adam. Loki thought to himself. Although he hasn't tried to directly manipulate me yet, if he ever does I'll immediately be able to tell. Loki stared at the parchment in his hands, written on which was the riddle that was given to the champions at the end of the second task. The wind will blow from bottom to top on this day. Wind doesn't go from bottom to top, does it have something to do with fire? Or hot air? And the line, will one conquer the other you shall weigh, probably indicates that we're going to be split into teams. Will it be another game like the second task? And conquering seems like a harsh word to use. Would you use the word conquer for a war between just two people? Will there be others? But that might make things unfair, and people are here to watch the Triwizard champions, not some grand war. But it would be a spectacle for sure, so I'm not very sure. If we go that route, what could this mean? Is there something physical to steal? Something that both sides are fighting for and we have to protect or steal? Loki thought for a while as he looked at the piece of paper, hoping to glean more information about the third task from it. But after a while, his eyes fell on the watch Professor Snape had gifted him and they widened. Loki, you're late, Hermione complained with her hands on her hips. Sorry, got a little distracted with the hint that was given to us for the third task. Hermione's gaze softened and she nodded, after which the two of them turned to Daphne, who was holding onto the portkey that would apparate them to the Ministry of Magic. Daphne shared the ring with them and they all touched it with their fingers. The ring vibrated in a buzz for a few seconds before they vanished from their spot in a swoop as they reappeared in a rather dark room in the Ministry of Magic. The trio then walked up to Ethan's room in a practiced way, with Daphne opening the door as she spoke to him. "Are we patrolling Nocturne Alley today too?" "Yes. Nothing different about it. There have been sightings of a few dark wizards performing a dark ritual to summon a demon, but no secondary reports of them succeeding or failing. So your mission today will be to find out whether it was a false warning or something that really needs our attention." Daphne nodded and picked up the mission files before walking out, with Loki and Hermione following her as they used the flow network to reach their hideout in Nocturne Alley. "What's up, Daphne?" "The usual," Loki asked calmly. "Yes. It's a ritual regarding summoning another demon. Let's split up and see if we can find out more." Daphne nodded casually and looked at Hermione. Knowing what to do, Hermione pulled out her pendulum and performed a simple divination to figure out if their splitting to gather information would be dangerous. The pendulum spun clockwise, slowly indicating a very low level of danger. A casual result in Nocturne Alley. Daphne nodded, and with a quick glance at each other, they split ways. Loki quickly entered the Saphira Castle and performed a few divinations to figure out exactly what they were dealing with. The information about a group of people summoning a demon in Nocturne Alley is true. Loki repeated the statement 7 times, and when he opened his eyes found the pendulum spinning clockwise. Loki then performed a simple dream divination. What demon did the group of people summon in Nocturne Alley? Loki's vision shifted to reveal a simple scene with a wooden shack where 4 people knelt on the floor as they looked on at the altar in the center. They're from Nocturne Alley. How are they so well dressed and groomed? Loki looked around the room and saw a wall of spirituality clinging to the wooden walls of the only room in the shack, lit up by 3 candles on the altar. With nothing else of note around the room, Loki focused his attention back on the 4 people. They hadn't said anything yet, but Loki saw one of them opening their mouths to speak. "Mother Tree of." As soon as the first words were spoken, Loki immediately exited the dream by forcing his body to wake up. Loki immediately examined himself for any signs of corruption, and only once he was satisfied that there were none did he calm down. All right, they did summon a devil. Probably a good one at that. Loki thought. Does this one also have an item that gives it the abilities of one of the sequences of the Lord of the Mysteries pathway? Which one would this be? Hermione's divination said none of us would be in danger, but given that the demon is probably dangerous, it is safe to assume that the demon is hiding. Strange, why summon a demon and then ask it to hide? Unless this is a preparation for a plan in the future. You know whose plan. I'll see if I can do something. But should I expose it now or use it to my advantage? Well, I don't know if I can even find it right now, safely at least. And even if I do, I doubt I can rationalize a way to find any demon that truly wants to stay hidden, for the rest of the group. Especially if it is one related to her, directly. I could ask Ethan to call Laura, but I feel like I can use this situation to my advantage better. Loki exited the Saphira Castle and carried out a simple investigation by talking to the people around the area he had taken up. Loki eventually arrived at the shack that he had seen in his vision, and after asking around easily learnt that several rich people had been visiting the shack over the last week, but the shack was empty now and there were no traces or signs that could be used to divine what had happened to these men or even their faces. There was also no sign of any demon hiding in the shack. So Loki walked back to their meeting point, the place that had their flow exit point, and waited. I still don't have a concrete idea about how I'd advance to sequence 4 and complete the required ritual to steal the spotlight from a demigod. But I have a plan I could implement. It would take a long time and I don't know if I can really use the trick I am thinking of. But could it be possible? I'll test it out when I go back to Hogwarts today. Loki put a stopper to his thoughts since he heard Hermione and Daphne returning, and so he stood up from his chair and greeted them by opening the door. Find anything? Daphne asked. I didn't find much. Just that there is a suspicious shack several rich people have recently been frequenting at the edge of Nocturne Alley. Couldn't find any traces with the help of divination or even rituals. I could take you there if you want me to, but I doubt you'll find much too. Wanna go? Sigh no. Daphne shook her head before informing them of their next actions. Let's report this to Ethan and end it here. I'm sure he has better mystical items to figure out if this thing is worth wasting our time on. Loki nodded and with Daphne and Hermione, returned to Hogwarts after their short stop at the Ministry of Magic to inform Ethan. They spent time working on the article for the third task for which Loki conveniently leaked the riddle the champions were given so that everyone could get in on it and enjoy the ride. Of course, Loki also visited the betting stands later to check out and place bets on which interpretations of the riddle were right. Good luck on the third task, Loki. Hermione wished Loki luck and split up at the end of the day. Loki nodded and patiently returned to his room where he entered the Saphira castle and pulled up a long-lost item that he hadn't touched since the end of last year. Let's see what mysteries you hold, little guy. I'd like to know if I can use you to my advantage in some way. Covering the time turner in his hand in his spirituality, Loki was able to make the runes on its surface appear. Was this made by another person in the error pathway? Loki wondered since the arrangement of the runes on the time-traveling device was nearly perfect. At least Loki couldn't find any obvious ways to improve them. The Disc of Wishes is still better than this. They were made in similar styles, but the time turner feels more like an outcome of a bored triviality instead of a masterpiece. With the runes revealed, Loki copied them into a book and started rearranging them to find out which god or goddess they pointed towards and took help from. But Loki was left surprised as he put together the last pieces of the puzzle. The error pathway. So I made all the time turners remaining in the world. Loki frowned at the idea and couldn't believe it, especially since the only other alternative was that there was some other error pathway user out there that could make such a complex item. Loki then held the time turner and performed a dream divination. Materials used to make this item. Loki repeated the question 7 times and closed his eyes using cogitation to enter a half-sleep state. Letting his astral projection roam through the spirit world. His vision remained dark for a few seconds before Loki found a man whose face he knew well, sitting by the window of what appeared to be a large castle. Gehrman Sparrow. In the man's hands was a translucent worm with 12 transparent rings around it. The man simply waved his hand and caused the worm to die soundlessly before turning into a pile of dust on the table. In the pile of dust was a small, nail-sized, worm-like Beander characteristic which the man picked up and absorbed into his own body. Once the Beander characteristic vanished into his body, the man looked around the room to pick up a small hourglass with an ornate golden frame and waved his hand over it. Magically the lid of the hourglass disappeared. The man calmly levitated the pile of dust on the table and poured it into the hourglass before waving his hand again to seal it off without spilling or wasting anything. The man then set up an altar and performed a ritual Loki was very familiar with. It was a sacrificial ritual that was directed towards the error god himself. I pray for the power of time. I pray for the power of errors. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to bless this device so that it can steal time and give its user the ability to travel through time with the help of the stolen time. Beetle grass juice, a herb that belongs to the domain of error, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Twilight dew, a fragrance that belongs to the limbo of time, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. The centralmost candle flame flickered and immediately grew in size before forming an ancient door with the symbol of the error god on it. The door slowly opened and Loki along with Gehrman Sparrow saw a man whose face was obscured by the gray fog looking down at the item that was presented to him on the altar. The man only looked at the hourglass item before a sharp golden glow emitted from the item forcing Loki and Gehrman Sparrow to close their eyes. By the time they opened them again, the door had closed and vanished leaving behind a simple glowing golden hourglass. Loki's vision broke at that moment and he returned to his seat in the Saphira castle with a few questions. So I went back in time and made all the time turners. And I made it with the help of my worms of time and blessing from the Saphira castle. How intriguing. But how did I go so far back in time? I'm sure the time turners don't go so far back. If it could, several people would have already tried to do so and left behind a legacy of some sort for the future generations to discover. Loki continued to study the runes for a little longer before deciding, if I can't travel so far back in time simply by using a time turner, could it be that I used a wish from the Disc of Wishes? But how do I fulfill other people's wishes first so that I can make my own wish come true? And I'd likely have to fulfill several high-level wishes so that I can ask for a wish to travel such a large distance through time. Loki thought for a while and came up with an idea. What if I use Sunny's help to make people's wishes come true? Perhaps I can make them dream that their wishes have come true. I could even use my illusion skills to try and make their wishes come true. Loki nodded, satisfied with his decision before he left the Saphira castle. Loki called out Sunny and spoke to him calmly, I have a job for you. And if we earn any money, all of it will go into your pocket. Money? Sunny asked for confirmation. Yes, you can keep all of it with the store we're going to run. What will we do? We'll set up a store to give people whatever they wish for. And when we accept their request, you'll have to pull them into a dream which will revolve around their wish. Except you'll have to make the wish have a bad ending which will make them want to end it all and go back to the time they requested the wish. That's when I break the dream and pretend like it all never happened. Sunny asked with excitement. Yep. Loki nodded before explaining, this will also help you digest your soul Asura potion that you haven't digested for so long. After Sunny's acceptance, Loki immediately donned an illusion to keep him hidden from the world as he walked out of the castle, going towards Hogsmeade. Once Loki was out of range of the castle wards, he twisted in space before vanishing from his spot. Arriving at a remote location in Nocturne Alley, Loki set up a stall in the black market. The stall was created using an illusion and Loki transfigured a chair out of a rock for himself to sit in and wait. The banner on his store was simple, written using neon lights as it stood out in the dark. Wishing well, 1 wish per galleon. But the people in the market still paid no attention to his stall. It was something that everyone looked at once or twice because of the neon signage and flashing lights, but none ever approached it seriously. Noticing their hesitation, Loki quickly came up with an idea. Soon a man dressed like the other people in the black market, wearing a hooded robe, arrived at the stall. He looked around for any eavesdroppers and then stated his wish with a little hesitation. His voice was loud but not bold, giving him the appearance of a man who was trying his best to overcome embarrassment. I want to have enough money that I could drown in it all. The man asked Loki, who just smiled at him. Of course, sir. I shall arrange it for you immediately. After the man left with a coin purse that seemed to be dripping with gold galleons, everyone around the stall had their eyes widen. People looked at the man who had just left before looking at Loki and his ridiculous stall. They couldn't understand if it was all a scam or something was playing tricks with their eyes. As such, one of the participants reached out to the man and caught his shoulder. Hey man, did you seriously get money fr? Don't touch me. The robbed man shouted, attracting even more attention before he pulled out his wand and started to threaten everyone who was around him. This is mine. I got it. None of you tried when you had the time to do it. And now I have it. Don't come close to me. The man shouted as his deep red eyes shone from under his robe, scaring everyone who looked at him. The man walked a little further before he turned around a corner, and almost immediately everyone heard a loud pop before the man was gone via apparition. At least that's how it seemed to the people there. Instantly everyone's eyes locked in Loki's direction, but to their horror, Loki was already packing up the store. He flicked his wand and brought down the lights, and he stuffed them all into a tiny bag on his waist. A woman quickly walked up to Loki and looked at him while dropping her sleeves a little. Could I take up your time, mister? Loki looked at the woman and gave her a well-meaning smile. Oh, I'm sorry. As kind as you may be, I need to leave. I have finished my work here. Perhaps I might come back again. I might not. Who really knows? I promise to be worth it, the woman said, revealing herself even more, but Loki only laughed softly at her display. The entire store was soon packed into his bag, and Loki was about to walk away when a few rough-looking men surrounded him by pulling out their wands. Are you sure about that? Loki asked with his smile still on his face. In fact, if one glanced at him the right way, they would even realize that the smile felt threatening, dangerous, as if they were standing in front of a guillotine. "You ain't leaving this place now, boy," the leader of the small ragtag group pulled up out of the darkness. "Boy, huh? That's the second best joke we'll be hearing for the rest of the day." One of the men felt his statement was odd and asked, "Second best?" "Oh, of course, the first would be when I hear you squealing like pigs." "Who oink?" The man hurriedly looked at his friends and tried to explain, "Oink oink oink." Another man looked at him annoyedly and started, "What are you do oink asterisk oink asterisk oink?" Before squealing the same way the first man was. The men all looked at each other and started shouting, but soon the group had entirely turned into people oinking at each other. Loki looked at them all and burst out laughing as he slapped his thighs. "Ha ha 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 ha, didn't I tell you guys? This is hilarious, ain't it fellas?" Loki said, looking at the other people around them who were positively afraid and shivering. A few began to run away and a few more collapsed in the same place out of fear. There were a few who raised their wands, but Loki simply waved his hand as if he was grabbing something out of the air, and when they finished waving their wands nothing happened. It was as if they'd suddenly forgotten how to cast their spells. They knew they were wizards, but this, how could they counter this? A man who could steal their knowledge of magic. Loki laughed a little more before he slowly walked away into the darkness shouting, "I'll come back for more tomorrow. If you guys can keep me entertained like this, I'll come back even more." The darkness finally fell and Loki vanished from everyone's sight without them even being able to tell where he had gone or even how he'd vanished. It was as if the darkness had obeyed his commands and swallowed him whole. The night had settled along with the fear in people's hearts, but the streets had only become livelier as the tale of what had just happened spread around the darkest parts of the alley like wildfire. Loki, who was watching everything unfold while hiding under illusions, was happy. That spell I used was quite amazing, wasn't it? Loki thought back to the method he used to make all the people in the group about to attack him start speaking like pigs. The principle was simple. He planted a simple thought deep into the mind of the person about to attack him first. He made him subconsciously think that he was a pig and could only speak with oinks. This subconscious thought then spread to those nearby in the sea of the subconscious. Basically, when someone spoke to a person speaking in oinks, their own subconscious would be infected by the thought. It was a chain reaction. Although it was funny, it wasn't something that Loki could sustain for long, since he had to provide the spiritual power to keep the suggestion spreading. In this case, the people would be affected for about a day if they didn't spread it around. And if they did, it'd last for half a day with about 50 people infected. Loki did this so that the people would remember him when he came back tomorrow and wouldn't try to do something funny again. He was serious when he wanted to fulfill people's wishes so that he could make a wish in exchange. It was an item that might be helpful to him at his worst, so he didn't want to waste any more time working on it. "What do you think, Sonny? I didn't get to digest any of my potion tonight. You'll get a chance tomorrow. Won't the news about what you did today travel to the Ministry of Magic?" "It will, and I'm betting on it." "Huh, why?" "The more powerful the people that come, the faster I will be able to fulfill strong wishes." "What if someone you can't stop comes here? I have a favor to cash in anyway. And I'm pretty sure I know who'll come if we manage to make a slightly big scene." "Whatever you say. I'm going back to my party." "Party? You guys are holding a party in the spirit world. Why am I not invited? And who are you holding a party with in the first place?" "Tisk. What do I get by telling you about?" Sonny started, but changed his tune when he saw a gold galleon flipping on Loki's fingers. "Me, the snake, the orange cat and the unicorns, even a few treat people you hang out with were invited." "Orange cat? Crookshanks. How do you know her?" "Met her on a walk during the night." "I seriously need to know what you're doing on your night runs nowadays." Sonny didn't say anything and only grabbed the coin in Loki's hands before stuffing it into its pouch and walking away into the spirit world, leaving behind an exasperated Loki who was forced to return empty-handed back to Hogwarts. Sirius stood in silence under the gaze of the rest of the Tarot Club members. Even Loki was a little surprised by the words that had come out of Sirius's mouth. So he made Mr. World speak. Although I am glad that I can share the greatness of our Lord and Savior Mr. Error. I am confused about what brought about this sudden change in you Mr. Star. Sirius turned to look at Mr. World and then spoke after a soft nod. I have recently understood my great ignorance about the matters regarding the Tarot Club. My disrespect to the gathering alone should have been enough for Mr. Error to smite me down. But given his magnanimous heart and kind feelings towards us all as he bears with our frankly childish behavior, I knew I had to redeem myself. While everyone was either surprised or laughing internally, Loki was frowning. His body of heart and mind. It's well protected. Much better than his usual mental defensive rune work. Is he trying to cook up something, or is he genuinely sorrowful about his actions? He shouldn't be of the crafty sort, but I don't know him well enough to be a judge of his actions. But I think I can lay a trap for him to see how he reacts. So with his mind made up, Loki made Mr. World speak up again. I understand your eagerness Mr. Star. And I have just the right mission for you if you'd like to prove your eagerness to Mr. Error. Perhaps you might even become his blessed in the future if you do well. Everyone was surprised by Mr. World's words. Especially Mr. Devil, who gained a crafty look in his eyes. To become one's blessed so easily. I should inform the Low Master about this. Sirius looked excited too, as if the very thing he desired had happened. Yet, when he opened his mouth, he appeared elegant and refined, or at least tried to if not for his casual words. So what would the mission be? Mr. World looked around at everyone for a few seconds before speaking in a humorous tone. How would you like an assassination mission? There has been someone who has repeatedly attacked the blessed of Mr. Error. They have been relentless and have even attacked me a couple of times. And even though they failed each time with none of their plans succeeding, it would be a perfect test for you to show your ability. Hermione and Dominic froze when they heard the word, assassination. Even Sirius looked a little uncertain while Snape, Crouch and Fleur all looked at Mr. World with an inquisitive gaze. Each one of them was either surprised by the ruthlessness of the first mission that Sirius was being given, or curious about what Sirius's response would be. And so they all waited with bated breaths for Sirius's next words. But not being one to shy away from a challenge, Sirius spoke calmly. Who would the target of this revenge be Mr. World? Loki wasted no more time and quickly addressed Sirius's question. The Aurora Order. As long as you can identify and kill at least a Sequence 5 Shepherd of the Secret Supplicant Pathway, the mission will be considered cleared. As a bonus, I could ask you to kill the current holder of the Beander gatherings in Nocturne Alley, Mr. X. I mean, sweeping a potential enemy under the rug isn't really wrong, is it? While everyone had expected Sirius to remain silent and even contemplate about his answer, they were surprised when Sirius responded almost immediately. I can do that. Would that mean that I can earn the grace of Mr. Error? Sirius asked, speaking to Mr. World but looking at Mr. Error. Mr. Error remained silent and it was Mr. World who responded. While I can't speak for Mr. Error's thoughts or stance, and can't confirm anything before the result of your mission, I can tell you this much, Mr. Error strictly adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. If you help us, his blessed, he will make sure to treat you well. Sirius's eyes sparkled. What do you think about it, Mr. Star? Mr. World finally asked with intrigue. There was a slight edge to his voice that made it seem sharp like a knife as Sirius felt the words cut into his mind and coerce an answer out of it without being able to do much against it. With Mr. World's answer feeling satisfactory, Sirius nodded, all right. I'll do it. Dominic was a little confused about how he would proceed. Should I inform Miss Laura about this? But, wouldn't Mr. Error be angry if I do? But this would ruin the balance of power in Nocturne Alley. Snape looked at Sirius judgingly while Fleur smiled as an idea struck her. Mr. World, could I have a mission like it too? I would like to contribute to Mr. Error too. Everyone grew surprised since Miss Empress had never spoken since the start of the Tarot Club. Even when they all greeted Mr. Error at the start of the club, Miss Empress only ever nodded her head. And so everyone was surprised, not just by her words or the eagerness with which she said them, but by the tone of her voice itself. It had suddenly left everyone feeling a primal form of desire as soon as they heard Fleur's voice. It was rather startling since they hadn't prepared against it, but it also revealed her identity to those who knew her. Especially Hermione and Snape, whose eyes instantly widened. Fleur. No way. Mr. World, however, was much calmer and spoke softly. Why don't we make this a competition? As long as either one of you performs the task, you'll be rewarded appropriately by myself. Not by Mr. Error? Fleur asked while looking at Mr. Error. So Loki wrapped his hand around the edge of the table and spoke softly. All right. The acknowledgement caused a tangible joy in both Fleur and Sirius, but they managed to keep it well hidden. With that, Sirius sat back down and relaxed into his seat after sparing Fleur a simple glance and disregarding her since she seemed very dainty and feminine, completely different from what he'd imagine a warrior to be like. Unless she's from the assassin pathway, but is she from there really? Probably not. With the matter settled, Hermione was the one to ask a question next. Mr. World, if I might ask, what price would I have to pay to learn more about the inconsistencies in the acting methods of the various epics? Everyone was slightly confused by the question, but Loki understood it well. Are you referring to the reason why potions from different sequences have different names in different epics? Hermione nodded. Mr. World seemed to think about it for a few seconds before he spoke. You're too weak right now to offer me any direct help, and I doubt you can afford very much. Instead, I would like to ask you if you would like to agree to help me out in the future if time needs it. Having nothing to lose with the bargain, Hermione quickly nodded, but then remembered about the assassination mission which Sirius had just accepted and spoke up quickly. By Mr. Error's witness, I agree to help you out as long as the work doesn't go beyond my morals. I see, that should be good enough. Mr. World declared, causing everyone in the gathering to fall silent. Would you like me to tell everyone about this, or do you want to be the only person that hears this? Everyone looked at Hermione, and it was clear that they were all trying to mentally pressure her into speaking in front of everyone. Hermione was quick to pick up on this and fell into a little bit of a conundrum regarding the matter, but soon forced out an accepting nod after saying, "You can share it with everyone." Mr. World nodded. All right then, I'll let everyone hear about this. Everyone fell into a curious silence as they waited with anticipation for Mr. World's next words. There are two reasons why the names of potions can change over time from one epic to another, and sometimes even in the same epic. Two reasons. Mr. World nodded. The first reason is something you might have guessed. Words mean something different over time, and hence people find it appropriate to change the names of the potions to better reflect what they think it means. Is that all? Hermione asked studiously. What about names like Sequence 7, Psychiatrist of the Spectator Pathway, which alludes to helping people and solving their mental problems and issues, while the older name of the same sequence, Psyche Analyst, only alludes to analysis of the psyche and not helping others? There's a tangible difference in that, isn't there? Loki flashed a hidden smile when he saw Hermione so studious, and so decided to entertain her a little. You are right. There is a tangible difference, and Sequence 7 Psychiatrist isn't alone in this matter. There are several other potions which have changed similarly and mean something very different right now. Like the Sequence 6, Artisan, which was changed from Machinery Specialist, or the Sequence 5, Astronomer, which was changed from Astromancer in the same Savant pathway. Or like the Sequence 7, Detective, which was changed from Knowledge Keeper of the Reader pathway. And this is what I was alluding to in the first line of my explanation. There are two reasons for this change, and although one of them is the simple transition of the meaning of words, the other is much more interesting. Another reason? Hermione asked, frowning a little as she tried to think of what this new reason could be that she'd missed out on. Mr. World nodded and explained softly as everyone moved forward a little in interest. The second reason is that the true god of the pathway was changed in some way, either totally by a new god or because of some incident which caused a part of him, or her, to change. Loki's words brought about both confusion and a little bit of excitement in everyone present. Hermione was quick to ask the bubbling questions that had risen up in her mind from the reason Loki had just explained. The true gods of the pathway have control over their pathways. How do they change the abilities that the potion provides? Shouldn't the same potion brewed at different points in time require the same acting to digest? Before Hermione could go on and on about her questions, rambling off until she could, Mr. World interrupted her. Yes, I don't know. And no, not necessarily. Snape, who was sitting beside Loki, was a little confused by Loki's answer to the question that the same potion brewed at different points in time would not have the same effects. And Loki seemed to have noticed this since Mr. World looked at Snape and spoke calmly. You must know, Mr. Moon, that potions brewed at different times of the day have different effects, right? After all, there are several potions that require just the right phase of the moon to be brewed properly or need to be stewed for long enough based on the cycles of the moon to gain the right effect. Everyone looked at Mr. Moon and saw him nod. But Hermione quickly interrupted. But those are still fixed conditions, right? If I brewed a polyjuice potion in the second epoch, I would still have had the same effects as I would gain right now, right? Hermione asked with a slight frown. And Snape seemed to agree since he was looking at Mr. World with interest too. But Mr. World shook his head. Not necessarily. Have you ever wondered why potions have the effects they do? I mean, we know that mixing things in the right order gives us certain potions and their beyond effects, but why does this happen? Why does it give us those effects? The question stumped everyone present, and Snape was the only one who felt a little excited by the question since it was something he'd wondered for a long time about without gaining any real progress towards a solution. Mr. World scanned the gathering and after a few seconds of silence, spoke clearly. It is because the corresponding true gods bless those potions to have those effects. Mr. World's words pushed everyone into a stunned silence for a few seconds before their minds started to buzz like bees with random explosions of thoughts. But Mr. World seemed to care little for their thoughts as he continued. True gods are physical manifestations of all the qualities of their pathways, and so they can control all sources that manifest it. That is, they can control the potions that are related to their domain, or in simple words, their pathway. Hermione's mouth opened and closed for a few seconds before Mr. World continued to explain again. Although I don't know how they do such a thing, I do know that this is how it works. So as long as a true god changes the way their control is manifested, the potion names are naturally changed to match them by those following them. Sometimes even changed on orders of the very god of the pathway itself. It is based on this that I suspect that the potions we drink to advance our sequences as Beyonders are related to the true gods in some way, so when they change, the effects of potions change along with them. There was a stunned silence in the halls of the Saphira Castle as everyone processed Loki's words. But that was when they all heard and saw Mr. Error wrapping his fingers around the edge of the table. Hermione was the first one to react as she looked at Mr. Error and spoke mentally. Does Mr. Error want to tell us something too? The question resonated in all the minds present since Loki had never really revealed any high-level information while being a true god in their eyes. For example, when Snape had tried earlier, all he got was that he was too weak to know about such a thing. So once they were all looking at him, Loki spoke calmly. True gods are the pinnacle of the pathway. They are the sequence zero of the pathway you follow. For a second everyone was confused, but as the words sank in, their minds were blown further. There's a sequence zero. The thought was the first to resonate in everyone's minds. Mr. Devil suddenly started to think about Voldemort and why he was so eager to grow stronger by advancing his sequences. Dominic was surprised that the true god of his pathway, the warrior, was actually a Beyonder of his sequence. Fleur, Snape and Sirius wondered about their true gods, trying to figure out who they might have been in history to become such powerful Beyonders. While Hermione was terrified. The true god of my pathway is the pinnacle of my pathway. Sequence 0. But didn't Mr. Error tell me that this pathway was lost to history? Doesn't this mean that there's no true god in my pathway then? What does this mean for me? Can I not advance further anymore or something? Loki went back to relaxing on his chair as he looked at everyone and tried to prevent himself from laughing. But his relaxation was cut short as Hermione asked him a question almost immediately. Mr. Error then, the pathway you follow, is the error pathway. Loki looked at Hermione and after a few seconds of silence nodded while explaining softly. It is. The sequence 0 of the Bard pathway is the sun. The sequence 0 of the apothecary pathway is the moon. The sequence 0 of the assassin pathway is the demoness. The sequence 0 of the sleepless pathway is darkness and the sequence 0 of the criminal pathway is the abyss and so on. Each true god is just the pinnacle of their pathway. And I'm a little different from them all, but I am also the pinnacle of the error pathway. Well, I currently only know myself to be the only error pathway beyander in this world, so it's not like there's anyone higher than me anyway. But they don't need to know that. And I'm probably closer to being a great old one than any other god. The Tarot Club meeting ended there with everyone leaving after a polite bow that almost looked like a practiced puppeteered bow since everyone's minds were still on Mr. World's and Mr. Error's words, leaving them filled with confusion with a slight sense of horror. After everyone was gone, Loki calmly exited the Saphira castle with a smile and summoned to his hand the 2 Beyander characteristics from the Abyss pathway that he had with the help of the item he'd created to store and summon things in and from the Saphira castle into the outside world, wherever he was. What do I make with these things? A danger warning system would be nice. But I should be able to do something better with them, shouldn't I? Especially since you know whose will is in this thing, I should be able to make something much more dangerous. Or, I could use it to study how the danger premonition system works and try to find a method to bypass it. Loki picked up the Sequence 4 Demon Beyander characteristic and placed it on an examining kit that Nicholas had gifted him. It took him some time to isolate the will of malice and revenge contained inside the Beyander characteristic, but he was finally able to do so in the end as he wiped his brows and looked at the results with a soft frown. Malice is the most dominant factor in this thing, which has made corruption the only ability easily available to me. I can corrupt people around me in a small radius and cause them to lose their sanity or make them make mistakes in their decisions. While the Beyander characteristic can also help me detect danger, it is not its prime aim, so it probably won't work as nicely as I expected it to. The Ring of Harvest can serve me for now. I guess I can think about danger premonition later. With his aim set, Loki began to carve out runes using his wand and spirituality into a small ring while setting up a small ritualistic altar to perform a ritual later to help fuse the Beyander characteristics in the ring. It took him a few hours of staying up late into the night to finish it, but it was complete. A prototype of what he wanted to make was finished. How do I test this? In the castle. I could test it on Malfoy and make him do something stupid, but I'm sure it'll cause a ruckus. And if it's too strong then it might even cause irreversible damage. The Forbidden Forest then. Loki quickly exited his room with the ring on his finger and started walking towards the Forbidden Forest. He navigated through the thicket of trees effortlessly, walking deeper and deeper into the forest without care while covering himself with illusions to appear invisible both in sight and scent because of his new Sequence 5 strengthened illusory abilities. After a few minutes, Loki finally arrived at a deep enough part of the forest where he stood in view of the large number of gigantic spiders hanging from the thick branches of trees spread around the canopy. Some were resting on webs, while others were sitting directly on trees, but they were all closely packed together as if they were trying to ward away the heavy cold of the winter months. Can spiders even feel cold? Loki scanned around for a particularly vulnerable spider and calmly floated to it while remaining invisible. Once he was less than 3 meters away from the spider, Loki glanced at the new ominous ring on his finger before pouring his spirituality into it. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but when Loki activated his spirit vision to look at the spider he found it to be rapidly becoming corrupted. A strange dark web-like substance had taken root in the spider's body of heart and mind, making it all look like a parasite had started to grow by consuming its sanity. And as soon as the amount of corruption crossed a third of the size of its clear body foe heart and mind, the spider woke up with a sudden harsh scream that sounded like it was panicking as it started to realize it was dying. The sound immediately woke up the nearby spiders as they all looked at the spider that was teetering on the edge of the branch, holding on for dear life as it screeched in pain while trying to maintain its sanity. Loki was startled since he hadn't expected the ability to be so powerful. He tried pulling back his spirituality from the ring in an attempt to lessen the effects, but the damage was already done. The spider soon collapsed from its spot on the tree down on the messy forest floor, going through several webs in the process and knocking a few more spiders as it screamed in fear of death. The body of the spider began to mutate almost instantly, with its body showing signs of turning thick and dry like a bark as each joint in its body began to freeze up unnaturally as it was starting to die from the inside out. Loki's eyes widened as he looked at all of this before quickly extending his hand and twisting it to steal the corruption from the spider to prevent things from getting worse. The corruption was instantaneously separated from the spider as it flew into Loki's hands as a rune before he quickly left the area without looking at the result of his actions. Loki rushed back into the castle and quickly teleported into his room once he was inside the dungeons and less than 150 meters away from his room, a range that had increased because of him taking the Sequence 5 Dream Stealer potion. In the forest, where Loki had just vanished from, an old man appeared as he looked at the aftermath of the spider on the floor screeching for its life while the other spiders circled around it carefully and observed it from a distance. The spiders were all startled when they saw Dumbledore appear in front of them so suddenly and made some distance from him too. Dumbledore slowly and freely walked up to the spider on the forest floor and began to closely examine it as he pulled out his wand and tapped it at random intervals. Aragog slowly emerged from his cave, which was formed out of the roots of a tall tree, and looked at Dumbledore in silence before he finally brought up the courage to ask him a question. What happened to him? It isn't what's happened to him that's strange, but how he was cured of it that's a little difficult to answer. Cured? Dumbledore didn't answer the second question and kept staring at the dying spider for a few more seconds before waving his wand and causing the spider to fall unconscious. He then turned towards Aragog and spoke with a soft frown. He will be fine in a few minutes. Did none of you spot anyone entering your area when this happened? Aragog looked at everyone else in his small spider clan, and when no one gave him a response he looked back at Dumbledore and shook his giant spider body. Doesn't seem like it. There's not even a scent remaining for me to trace. Dumbledore's frown deepened before he looked at the spider once again as he stroked his silky beard. Tom, here. That wasn't in the script, and it doesn't feel like him. Whoever did this was startled away, as if they hadn't expected something like this to happen. Were they testing out their Beyonder abilities? Perhaps a new student has stepped into the abyss. Does Tom want someone on the inside? Dumbledore eventually shook his head and looked at Aragog before speaking softly. I will not be able to do much more for now. Is there a chance of whoever did this to return? Aragog asked politely. Dumbledore looked at the giant spider and smiled. You don't have to worry about that. Whoever did this was startled away, so I doubt they'll be here anytime soon. Aragog nodded with his body, and that was the end of the matter. Loki looked laughingly. He was currently inside an unassuming shack acting as the store owner of the Wishing Well stall, which had become a frequent sight in the depths of Nocturne Alley. Sometimes the store would appear with bright lights as if it was reaching out to the whole world about its presence, while other times it would simply appear well merged into its surroundings like it had always existed in its place for eons before. It was a store that sold wishes of different varieties for a different price each time. Sometimes it sold wishes for a drop of your blood, while other times it would sell you a wish simply because the coin flipped heads, but other times you would simply be kicked out of the store even if you wanted to sacrifice yourself. The store had a strange rule. It only accepted one customer each time it was available. And given how sporadic its appearances were, everyone considered it to be lucky to be chosen by the store. Yet, one thing was common among all the people who visited the store: they left the store with the biggest smiles of their lives. Inside the store, Loki watched the man standing in front of him speak while trembling in anger. The man's eyes were red and veiny, his arms were frail but filled with hate, and his body shook with the fuel of hatred. It looked like the man had been cursed by hate itself. I want power. I want the power to take revenge on all those fools who took my daughter's life. I want to make them pay for every last bit of her pain." Loki nodded with a smile as he spoke to the man in an ethereal tone, "Take this and go. Once you even so much as scratch them with this knife, they'll die the most painful death anyone could ever suffer." The man looked crazily at the small knife Loki was holding in his palm. There was a strange sense of power it radiated. It seemed as if space seemed to lightly bend around it, as if afraid to touch the object in the wrong way. "Will this work?" the man asked with a growing sense of satisfaction in his heart. "Of course, it will work. I promise you it will work. As long as you scratch your enemies with this, they will suffer, even more than you can imagine." The man nodded before he took the knife from Loki's hands and walked out of the store. He looked at the moon as if reminiscing something of the past, and then his eyes firmed. It showed in his next step, since as the man walked away from the store his steps slowly turned more and more confident. He clenched the knife in his hands firmly as he walked deeper into the dark alleyway. He didn't notice, but the store he'd left behind vanished as if dissolving into smoke that scattered into the air. The man who manned it similarly dissolved into the air with a smile. A small creature rested on his head, but it fell down when the man vanished because it was sleeping peacefully. Squeak! The man walked unhurriedly through the darkness as he crossed several secluded alleyways where people remained hoarded around bundles of fire to escape the waning winter cold. His steps deliberate as he sought out a single destination amidst the routinely occurring horrors around him. Soon the man stopped in front of a silent house. Its silence emerged not from its lack of occupants, but from magic that blanketed the house like a thick curtain. The man looked at the bone knife in his hand, watching its sharp edge before palming it and walking towards the two people guarding its entrance. Back here, old man. Want to get beaten up again?" one of the guards asked with a laugh as he whipped out his wand. The man gave him a sharp glare but kept walking in his direction. "I guess you have Merlin's balls to come back to this place," the guard said, taking aim as the man walked so close to him that he was only a breath away. "Or maybe just a death wish. Like your daughter. Or are you here to sell someone else's dog?" The guard couldn't finish his sentence before the bone dagger turned crimson as it was dyed with blood. The other guard looked at the scene with confusion, since the first guard had suddenly stopped speaking and was suddenly gurgling. But before the other guard could even say or do something, the old man moved closer to him and swiped his neck with the now crimson bone dagger. Both the guards now had their hands on their necks, and their mouths leaked blood. The man stood there waiting for something to happen, and soon enough both the people he had killed by slicing their necks started to tremble. At first, they only tried to scream in pain, but the blood in their throats kept them silent. Soon they started to tremble and scratch their bodies as if there was something inside them that they wanted to tear everything and rip them apart from the inside out. Suddenly their bodies froze in the posture they were in, their hands bent, their clothes torn, their nails scratching at their chest. It was as if someone had doused a bucket of fast hardening wax on them. This confused the man for a second and he frowned. "That's it," the man mumbled. But that was when their eyeballs started to frantically spin around, searching for any way to escape the situation they were in. A thick trunk started to grow out of the base of their spine as its branches emerged from the base of their necks. Their mouths hung in perpetual shock as they tried to scream to forget the madness of what was happening to them. Their eyes rolled back and their fingers trembled trying to scratch their chests, but they remained frozen. Soon branches started to sprout out of their fingers, and given how they pointed towards their chests, the branches pierced them, slowly. Remarkably, even after all this, the two guards were alive. But the only indication of their life was the beating heart that was visible through the wound on their chest, the occasional tremor that showed they wanted to break out of the situation, and their frantically rolling eyeballs. Everything else remained frozen. The old man smiled as he gripped the bone knife tighter before walking into the silent house. A macabre art installation of trees with living bodies hung on it emerged in Nocturne Alley that night. It was named the Silent House Incident. Loki, who had retrieved the knife after the old man had acted out his revenge, read about the incident when Ethan assigned them the task of finding out who was involved in this incident and how it had happened. I mean, who'd ever guess that it was a knife filled with corruption from an outer god and the primordial demoness herself? If Ethan is worried about this, then that means people in the ministry are taking note of the situation. It'd be a good time to spread the word about the wishing well store to the entire Ministry of Magic. I should inform Laura about this before the matter gets any bigger so that I can have her backing. I could also tell her that I'm using the store to perform a covert investigation of the darker parts of Nocturne Alley. I mean, I'm half sure you know who is up to something there. I'm sure she already knows something's up too. With the rate of reports about various cults forming in the alley and still escaping our clutches, along with the rising number of kidnappings, it stinks of a planned coup of some sort. Someone is trying to worsen the life of people there so that they can do something big. I should prepare a present for him, shouldn't I? After all the trouble he went to make me join the Triwizard tournament after all. And while I have an idea regarding what I want to do and what I can do, it is still hard to judge if this will work before I actually try it out. If it does work, it would mean I can have the upper hand against you-know-who in a straight fight at least once. It should even be enough to seriously wound him, if not kill him outright. But it is pretty hard to pull off. I need to learn about souls to be able to do anything about it all. And above all, I need to grow stronger myself. I need to digest my Sequence 5 potion as much as I can before I fight him. I doubt I can get to Sequence 4 before fighting him though. Digesting by granting people's wishes is too slow. It should speed up after I involve Laura in it though. But how do I involve her? In a dark alleyway, in an even darker night, a slightly large black dog sat calmly while chewing a chew toy that made no noise but felt soft to chew. The dog's eyes were intelligent and he kept them focused on the thick iron door of the house in front that rarely opened. As time passed, people wearing iron masks slowly came to the iron door and knocked in a specific pattern before a small viewing window opened from where hollow eyes pierced into their very beings as they were asked a simple question. Assassination. The dog gazed intelligently as he gathered information about what was happening inside the house. If the headmaster learns about this, I might get expelled from the Order of Phoenix, especially when he's already assigned to me the important task of guarding Harry from threats. While the headmaster's words remained calm and analytical about the situation, he wouldn't have talked about protecting Harry unless there was a looming threat. It feels like something big is going to happen soon. Is he going to return? Well, that'll only be for the good. I can finally kill the bastard with my own hands then. I should treat killing this Mr. X as a sort of practice mission to shake off the rust that I've gathered in Azkaban. Inside the house beside the one that the dog was currently observing, a blonde girl sat on a chair and slowly cleaned the blood off of her knife. Beside her, tied to chairs, were two people who were still alive, as indicated by their frantic expressions, but they couldn't move a single limb, at least not without suffering a hellish pain that came from the several needles stabbed into their joints. They would have liked to scream to make their distress known to the world, but their faces had been carved with the knife as if someone tried giving them permanent tattoos. It was clear that they had been tortured, and it had been done in such a way that their mind hadn't broken yet, but they felt a hellish pain each time they tried doing something that they weren't allowed to. The blonde girl cleaned up her equipment and sealed it all together before walking to the window covered by thin blinds. She used her finger to pry open the ones near her eyes as she looked at the house opposite to her. It seems that joining J Gazahering is J only answer. Good zot I plan for ZHIS. The girl put her hand inside a rather small bag, smaller than even her hand, and searched through all the items in it before stopping on a single item that she quickly pulled out. The item was a thin bracelet made of gold. As soon as the girl removed it from the bag, the people tied to chairs behind her suddenly fell limp. They hadn't died or even fallen asleep, but their body felt like it had relaxed fully. As if no pain in the world could even touch them, let alone hurt them. Their macabre, tattooed faces broke into smiles and they looked like people who'd lost their minds. Drool slipped out of the edges of their lips, mixing with blood on its way down as it stained their already red clothes with even more red. The girl nodded, satisfied that the item was working as she'd expected it to, and quickly put it back into her bag. Its effect on the two men, however, remained. After that, she pulled out a crystal quartz pendulum and performed a simple divination. The mission today will be a success. She repeated the statement 7 times with her eyes closed as she used the moment to still and calm her mind using cogitation. She opened her eyes once again, and when she saw the pendulum spinning clockwise, rapidly, her eyes brightened. She quickly tidied her appearance, making sure that all blood was wiped away from her as she put on a thick hooded robe to conceal her figure. On the outside, the dog that had been waiting till now spotted another person wearing an iron mask coming down the street. As soon as the dog spotted the person, it suddenly expelled a little bit of spirituality, causing the person to be lulled into sleep. Having completely relaxed and become unaware of the danger, the person collapsed onto the ground as the dog quickly dragged him away into the darker parts of the alleyway where shadows seemed to help conceal whatever the dog was doing. And after a few seconds, a new person emerged from the alleyway. This person had an iron mask too and seemed rather athletic as he walked towards the house he had targeted as a dog. At the same time, a strange wandering man, dressed in expensive acromantula silk clothes, appeared on the roof of a nearby house. He leaned on his silver walking cane while looking at the house that was getting so much attention by 2 other people already. Why did I have to be here today? I just divined the best possible location for my shop today and had to come here. Isn't this the place where Aurora Order holds their gathering? Will I even be allowed to set up shop here? What's worse is the location in my dream divination wasn't another building near the shop or even outside it. I just had to go to the gathering and offer my services. How strange. Well, whatever, not like it's something I can't handle if someone tries to do something. With that, the strange man conjured an illusory iron mask on his face and walked up to the thick iron door to knock on it with his cane in a specific pattern. The peeping slit opened and the man was met with a pair of hazel eyes that looked deeply at him. I know I look like a gentleman, but I'm not into men. The man said softly, causing the eyes in the peeping slit to narrow in disgust before they recoiled and quickly opened the door, letting the man inside and not engaging with him any further. Except the funky man didn't remain quiet. Once he was inside, he clutched his chest and spoke softly, as if in tremendous pain. "Ah, did I hurt you? Did I break your heart? Don't worry, I'm sure you'll find someone else, perhaps even someone like me." No, that was a lie. You will never find anyone like me because I'm the only me. The crazy man walked away after speaking, leaving behind a dumbfounded gatekeeper who didn't know what to do. It was at this time that the blonde girl knocked on the door, but given how stunned the man on the other side was, he didn't open the door. The dog man then sneered at the robed person and pushed her aside before proudly knocking on the door himself. And since the gatekeeper inside had recovered, he quickly opened the door after scanning the dog man. The dog man gave the robed person a disdain-filled glance before walking away into the house. Ziahis. Why does it feel like Loki called me a loser again? How seen I be J loser when he's not even here? The blonde girl knocked on the door again and the man quickly peeked at her before opening the door quickly and letting her in. She gave him an annoyed expression as she decided she'd have the last laugh today and walked away. An extra dead body won't raise any suspicions. Setting his cane to the side, Loki sat down on one of the chairs that were bolted to the floor of the dark room where everyone had gathered. Mr. X was sitting on a tall stool in front of the board that everyone used to write their transactions for the day. Loki felt nostalgic about it all. His eyes scanned through everything, the other stools, the other guests, even the butler who waited at the other exit of the room from where he guided the parties that wanted to conduct their dealings in secret. Who are those 2 other people that are giving me a sense of familiarity? It feels like I've seen them somewhere before. And there's not a lot of people I really recognize. At least not at such a level that I'd feel an intimate sense of familiarity from them. Loki pushed the feeling to the back of his head, even though he recognized that it was likely related to the reason divination pointed him in this direction today. Let's keep it a surprise. Surprising oneself is good sometimes. And after a few seconds of prolonged silence that Mr. X used to scan through everyone, he spoke with a soft nod. You may begin. First was a random lady, who spoke with a quivering tone as she advertised her wares. I have 32 vials of Botruckle blood. Loki's lips instantly morphed into a frown as he heard that. 32 vials. How many did she kill? An entire colony of them. What does she even do to come across so any Botruckles? And why did she even kill them? Simply destroying their trees would have caused them to run away if they were occupying a garden or something. And if the garden was important, they were more likely than not helping keep the ecosystem balanced. Why kill those little guys? Loki, however, seemed to be the only person so furious because of the outrageous offer. So Loki instantly activated his spirit vision to study the spirit bodies of everyone else. They're not even a little disturbed by the information. Did they not know what Botruckles are? The lady, however, unburdened by Loki's explosive thoughts, continued her offer. As I said last week, the blood is going to decay in about a week more, and then you will not be able to do anything with it. If you want it, my price is 3 galleons. Ah, so she's been here before and everyone's used to her outrageous claims. Loki finally calmed down, even though he was still feeling a little put off by the fact that someone near him had killed so many of the creatures he usually got along very well and played with. But Loki kept calm and waited for his turn. Suddenly the small bulge in Loki's robes shifted around a little, which prompted Loki to poke it with his finger, causing a little squeak only audible to himself be heard. It seems you're angry about the little fellow's too sunny. Don't worry, I'll make sure to teach her a lesson before we leave. Loki spoke in his mind and inserted the thoughts into Sunny's subconscious through his own, communicating in a silent telepathic way. The various people slowly offered their wares as Loki waited for his turn, and after waiting for 15 more minutes, in which time several people sealed the deal, Loki finally got the opportunity to speak. Hello people I don't know. Loki greeted everyone in a warm upbeat tone while patting out any creases on his suit that might have formed when he was sitting. Loki's tone wasn't taken kindly, since it meant one of two things: either Loki was a newcomer, which meant anything he did or said wouldn't be worth much, or he was a crazy person that one would normally have to avoid. And the next words that came out of Loki's mouth didn't help his cause very much. You may not know me, but I'm sure you know of me. Recognize me, anybody? Loki asked with a comically wide smile that was painted on his iron mask with illusions. Just get to the point. We don't care who you are. A man shouted from the back, causing Loki to turn towards him with narrowed eyes. Rude, Loki said with a frown, but then the smile on his iron mask changed to a wide smile quickly. Keeping that interruption à see, Loki stopped speaking suddenly as a bluish-red flash of light erupted from Mr. X's wand and shot in his direction. Loki moved casually, swiping away the ominous flashing bead of light that Mr. X had shot in his direction towards the man who'd interrupted him a few seconds earlier. The man who was shot by the sudden spell groaned in pain as he held his chest where the spell had landed while biting his knuckles to keep any sound made in pain out of the way. He had already realized that the person who he defended wasn't a simple person. As did everyone else, including Mr. X, since Loki had deflected the spell without a wand. Loki then turned to Mr. X slowly and looked at him with a deep frown. Loki didn't speak, but the meaning of his gaze was clear to anyone there. And Mr. X, although amazed by Loki's skill in deflecting his spell, replied all the same. This isn't a social gathering or a tea party. Mr. X hadn't said much, but it was enough for everyone to understand. Loki only glared at Mr. X for a few seconds before he promptly ignored him and turned to everyone else. As I was saying, before Loki could complete his sentence again, there was a sudden explosion of darkness that consumed all light in the scene within moments. Loki's eyes widened slightly as his thoughts caught up to this intuitive guess. No way. Did I seriously get caught up in their assassination mission? What the hell? The explosion of darkness brought with it an intense desire to sleep, into everyone. Loki felt his body obeying the explosion and attempting to fall asleep in a relaxed manner, while he fired up his mind and kicked his shin to stay awake. Loki's eyes wandered and he noticed another robbed person managing to stay awake, while Sunny in his coat had also managed to ward off the effects of the explosive sleepiness. The fastest to move, however, was Mr. X. Almost as if it was a coincidence, Mr. X's body, which had gone limp as soon as darkness exploded everywhere, landed perfectly with his head hitting the edge of the chalkboard that was behind him. Almost as if it were a spasm or a seizure due to being given a concussion, Mr. X woke up with a startled shock as he realized that they were all under attack. The first to move next was the dog man, Sirius. With a simple snap of his fingers, Sirius's extended hands devolved into a flurry of fleshy tentacles that shot directly towards Mr. X, rushing towards him, disregarding everything in its way towards their target. Loki saw Mr. X, blood-red eyes glow for a moment before he flicked his wand and caused a flurry of flames to explode out of his wand. Confringo. Loki recognized as he took several steps back from his position on the impromptu battlefield, making sure he was not going to come in between Sirius and Mr. X's fight. In the same moment, however, Loki spotted a shadowy figure, slithering around all the people in the hall as it arrived in front of Mr. X by directly jumping through the fiery flames that had started trying to burn Sirius's tentacle extensions. "What's she doing?" Loki thought with a puzzled expression, but he didn't have to think for long. Almost instantly, as soon as the robed figure crossed through the flames, the bright hot red flames suddenly changed colors and turned as black as the night. The room that had been lit brightly before, taking on a reddish almost yellowish hue, had suddenly turned black and white because of the black flames. Mr. X had released the normal flames to gain support from the exaggerated shadows that those flames cast, to multiply his power and use those shadows to counter Sirius's tentacles. But when these flames turned black and white and drowned out most shadows, the flames suddenly flowed around the robed person to attack him. Mr. X's weapons were being used against himself. The black flames wrapped around Fleur, rushing from her position to wrap around Mr. X. Sirius's eyes widened as he realized that Fleur was about to complete the mission before him, so he forced even more tentacles to split from his body and launched them at Mr. X. Just who is that person? Why are they interfering with my assassination? With a new wave of tentacles exploding outwards, Fleur decided she wasn't done yet. She wanted to win this competition for the title of becoming Mr. Errors Blessed and was ready to do anything to earn it. As such, apart from the black flames that wrapped around Mr. X, Fleur also conjured a thin line made of her own hair which was as smooth as spider silk. Mr. X pointed his finger at Fleur and caused its tip to explode, which sent the nail on its end flying at Fleur, aiming to pierce her eyeball, but she ducked out of the way just in time before wrapping around Mr. X like a snake as she covered him in a blanket of her black flames before strangling him with her threads. Sirius froze when he saw how close Fleur had gotten to killing Mr. X and panicked. Even Loki assumed that Mr. X was done for, since he had personally seen just how strong her hair strands were during the second task when she managed to strangle a wampus cat with it. And to no surprise, everyone saw the thin thread that Fleur had wrapped around Mr. X's neck from behind pierce his skin before passing through his neck, spraying out a fountain of blood in the process. It sliced through his entire neck. Is that all? Loki questioned while Sirius became dumbfounded at the result. The head that was currently in the air after having been sliced and separated from its body, however, was suddenly grabbed, not by Fleur or even Sirius's tentacles, but by Mr. X's own hands. And in a macabre turn of events, Mr. X's hands slammed the head back onto his body as the flesh around the stump of his neck and the base of his head squirmed for a few seconds before they merged together, forming a full new connection which completely negated any damage Fleur might have caused by beheading him. Loki wasn't shocked by this turn of events since he'd expected it after he had activated his spirit vision to check if Mr. X had died. But his spirit vision showed him a bustling mind full of thoughts, nothing like what a person with a detached head would have. The thoughts weren't of panic or the inevitability of death, but of plans on what to do next. It was Fleur's turn to become dumbfounded now as she quickly ditched her position and rushed away from Mr. X. But things weren't so easy for her. As soon as Fleur took a step back to rush away from Mr. X, a sudden flame flickered at the end of the butler's wand as a barrage of shadows lifted from the floor. They danced along with Fleur's flickering black flames as they rushed to tie her up and capture her. Fleur analyzed the situation in a fraction of a second before she extended her hands and rushed her black flames directly towards Mr. X. If she was going to get caught, then she was going to force Mr. X to defend himself from her fiery attacks instead. As the shadows mimicked Fleur's flames, rushing towards her, Mr. X and Fleur locked eyes in a race to decide who would chicken out first. It was an all-out assault where the only defense each side had was killing the other side first. And since Mr. X had started earlier, his shadows were much faster, especially since the closer Fleur's flames got towards Mr. X, the brighter the butler's flames got, and in turn the shadows they cast using the objects near him. It looked like the match had already been decided. Mr. X would win and Fleur would lose. Except that was just the trap that Fleur had laid out. As soon as the shadows were about to touch Fleur and stab into her dainty body, Fleur suddenly flicked her hands and caused the black flames to completely embrace the butler instead. She plunged the entire room into darkness once again by converting the butler's red flames into her shadowless black flames once again. There were no other sources of light, and so there were no shadows. And while Fleur couldn't do anything immediately since her flames had veered off the path and attacked the butler instead of Mr. X, the thing was that she wasn't alone. As soon as Sirius saw what Fleur had done, his tentacles burst forth with speed much greater than what they had worked with earlier. And before anyone else could react to what had happened, they all heard a loud thud before they heard a bang and then a loud scream filled with pain and sorrow. Except it wasn't Mr. X who knelt over in pain. Loki had seen everything happen with the help of his night vision. It was Sirius who was forced to kneel over in pain as he held his hands that had returned after the tentacles emerging from them had vanished. The tentacles, being a part of his own physical body, were highly susceptible to corruption and degeneration. As such, when Mr. X was caught by those tentacles, he immediately summoned the Cull of Flesh, a black greatsword that could harm the flesh and the soul while also filling degenerate thoughts into the minds of those it touched. So while Fleur's plan had worked, Mr. X had countered it so perfectly that instead of them winning in a 3 versus 1 situation, it was Mr. X who had managed to turn the tables on one of them. It filled Loki with a sense of excitement since Mr. X still hadn't used any of his powers from the Shepherd pathway, meaning he still hadn't revealed any souls that he'd grazed over his time as a Beander. He had only fought with his shadows and one sequence 4 ability, Cull of Flesh, the Black Greatsword. At least that was how it seemed on the surface. How did he dodge Sirius's attack though? It was in his blind spot. With Sirius down, the darkness drowning the sources of light slowly vanished, leaving the light to return. Except none of them truly felt safe in this light, especially since after their short bout, long shadows cascaded and danced in joy as if embracing their early victory. With Sirius down for the count, Fleur turned to look at Loki, trying to figure out which side of the fight he stood on. Loki and Mr. X, both, noticed this curious gaze as Fleur evaluated if she'd run away from there or stay around for another round of battle, which caused Mr. X to laugh creepily. "As if I'd let you leave," Mr. X whispered, but it was enough for Fleur to remember that she was no longer in the dominant position. All of a sudden, it felt like accepting this mission so hastily from Mr. Error was a bad idea. Loki looked at Fleur with a slight sense of amusement as he watched her spirit body change colors from panic to thoughtfulness and then to panic again after some time. But when Mr. X looked at him with a questioning gaze, wondering where Loki stood himself, Loki smiled widely. "You don't remember me, do you?" Loki spoke with a smile while raising his hand. Mr. X frowned, his eyes scanning Loki's figure but not being able to match his silhouette with anyone in his memories. That was when Loki's hands finally pulled away the mask. It revealed a face inside that Mr. X instantly recognized, one which caused him to tighten his grip around his great sword. "Yes, it's me, Gehrman Sparrow. The very person you put a bounty on a year ago. Why are you here?" Mr. X asked, especially since Loki had never shown ill intent during the entire session today. He had even remained calm after Mr. X had shot a curse his way. Mr. X was 100% sure that Loki hadn't even thought about attacking him. So it seemed a little odd to Mr. X. But it also felt odd to Fleur, who was eyeing Loki with a suspicious gaze. "Geez, voice, I've heard a similar voice somewhere before. What do you think?" Loki asked with a smile as he walked towards Mr. X with steady steps. Fleur's grip around her thin threads tightened while Mr. X scanned Loki with fervor. Especially when Loki's finger glimmered with a simple ring that felt ever so slightly spiritually connected to him. Loki noticed this as well, since he'd brought out the Ring of Harvest from the Saphira castle on purpose, and calmly put more pressure on Mr. X's mind on this fact. Loki surgically added similar thoughts around Mr. X's desire to find out more about the ring. Thoughts like the one Mr. X had already teetered on the edge of insanity. They were things like, "The Ring of Harvest, it was his ring, I should steal it. I should eat his finger, I should serve him to the Lord." Loki simply slipped in other almost indistinguishable thoughts. "Chop him into pieces. His brain on a table. His bloody head lying under my foot. The Lord would praise me for my offerings." The purpose of these subconscious thoughts was to subconsciously trap Mr. X in a hypnotic cycle of thoughts that left him with such strong desires that he lost touch with reality. Loki had so skillfully manipulated his thoughts that Mr. X was actually seeing exactly what his thoughts represented, especially because Loki was using his illusory skills to show Mr. X exactly what he was being made to dream of. Such a trick wouldn't have worked with a normal Beander, even a rather weak one, since they'd immediately be able to tell the difference between what they were imagining and what their body was actually doing and feeling. But since Mr. X's thoughts were already exploding with degeneracy, a side effect of being a fanatic follower of the true creator, Loki's subtle manipulation went unnoticed. It was like a ripple that formed when one threw a stone into a fierce and tumultuous wide river. Fleur on the side froze in shock when she saw Mr. X lower his weapon slowly in spite of Loki not doing a single thing visibly. Almost instantly Fleur caged her mind behind all sorts of mental defenses she could conjure. Her brain was soon engulfed by not only an icy frost wall or a hurricane of black flames, but also by several thin threads that had been sharpened to slice through diamonds. Fleur's immediate response also cleared the little bit of drowsiness that still lingered at the edge of her consciousness because of Sirius's ability from earlier. However, Fleur's eyes rapidly widened. Not because she realized that Loki was using mental suggestions to keep Sirius's real condition in the dark, much like a Sequence 6 hypnotist, allowing Sirius to recover fully while taking aim with what looked like a charm of the sun pathway. No, Fleur's eyes widened because she suddenly realized exactly where she'd heard Loki's voice before. "Mr. World," Fleur mumbled out, her voice loud enough for Sirius to hear, causing him to freeze for a moment but quickly recover as he threw his charm into the air. "Lux." Sirius threw the charm, causing it to soar through the air as Fleur quickly ducked away to the edge of the room, fearing that she'd be caught up in the effects of the charm since she was technically the follower of an evil goddess. Sirius's eyes shone brightly as they reflected the sparkling charm that was traveling through the air. Loki, however, frowned even after he had created this opportune moment in the fight. His reason for being disappointed was visible to him plainly. As the charm drew closer and closer towards Mr. X, Loki watched a deep subconscious thought form inside his mind. A thought that was spelled out clearly. Danger. It wasn't of the intuitive sort that one felt because of their experiences with battles. If it were, Loki could have simply stolen it and disallowed it from reaching Mr. X's conscious mind and forced him to remain standing just as stupidly as he was currently. No, this warning came from an ever deeper place and did something even more intimate that Loki just couldn't steal. Its source wasn't a puzzle to Loki, however. He recognized it almost instantly since he'd worked with just this part of the Beander world very recently. The warning had stemmed from one of the souls that Mr. X had grazed. And this soul was likely of the Abyss pathway. Mr. X was likely using the danger premonition ability of the Abyss pathway, and since it was likely a rather weak soul, it hadn't warned him of Sirius and Fleur's pre-planned attacks, since they'd likely have used anti-divination methods to obscure it before. But it had warned him of Sirius's most recent attack, which was only a few seconds into the future. Loki quickly took a few steps away from Mr. X, knowing that the man was likely to do something drastic because he was blinded by desires and couldn't see the truth. And Loki was proven right only moments later. With a flick of his wand, Loki was the only one to create a translucent shield in front of him as everyone in the room heard a sudden and loud B B B B B B A A A A A A N N N N N N N N G G G G G G G G G G G G G G. Fleur and Sirius were drowned in explosive shards of flesh, blood and mucus that suddenly started burning their way into their bodies by cursing any layers of their bodies they came in contact with in degeneracy. Fleur's unblemished skin suddenly formed blisters, while Sirius's face grew warts. Loki was the only one shielded from all of this as he maintained attention on the charm that Sirius had thrown. While Mr. X had distanced himself from his attackers and created a space to breathe for a moment, Loki was more interested in what actions Mr. X would take to escape the charm from the Sun domain. And Loki was, for the first time in the fight, surprised. "Ah, how did I never realize that?" Loki thought as he looked at what Mr. X had cooked up. As the charm traveled through the air, its surface growing brighter and brighter by the second, making it seem like the charm was about to explode, Loki from the corner of his eyes saw the butler from earlier wake up and jump into the fray by doing something ridiculous. The butler opened his mouth and simply and directly consumed the entire charm. The charm that looked like it was about to explode just a second ago, was suddenly eaten away by the butler. The blinding glow of the charm lit up the butler's head, causing him to look more like he'd swallowed a light bulb, with his entire face turning pink, as everyone in the room spotted exactly how his eyeballs flickered all around the place before the room was suddenly plunged into another curtain of darkness. The charm that was supposed to explode had died away when the butler had eaten it up. Along with Loki this time, even Sirius and Fleur connected the dots with such an obvious connection. The butler was of the lawyer pathway. He had amplified the act of consuming the charm to cause it to be consumed. It was a strange act, but an act that had worked nonetheless. Everyone awake in the room looked at each other with a sense of wariness. Mr. X's eyes kept being dragged towards Loki while Fleur and Sirius kept their eyes on the butler. Everyone was ready to make a move if the other party did something else. But Loki was the fastest. Before anyone could practically react, even Mr. X, whose grazed soul was blaring a siren in his mind about the upcoming danger, failed to react to Loki's actions. For you see, in a bid to figure out how he would fight out Voldemort should the situation arise, Loki figured it was of prime importance to find out a method that he could use to skip Voldemort's danger premonition. And so a new method was born. With the flick of his hand, Loki launched a spell from his wand wordlessly. Mens Velox Acus. A hurling mass of electricity condensed around an icy needle that spun at speeds that made it look like a drill was launched at Mr. X. For a second, as the needle slowly traveled in his direction, Mr. X became confused regarding why his danger premonition hadn't worked. But Loki wasn't done yet. With a simple crisp snap of his fingers, the visible projectile turned invisible by dithering away into a hazy mist before a million more appeared randomly in all parts of the house, surrounding Mr. X in an umbrella of them. Fleur's eyes widened when she looked at the spell. Her instincts as an assassin blared at her when she saw it all. It felt like she was surrounded by a minefield where even a single step would take her life and blow her to smithereens. Mr. X, however, was visibly confused. Multiple projectiles surrounded him, and yet his Abyss Pathway companion didn't react to it at all. All this was only possible because of a simple trick Loki had developed as a countermeasure to Voldemort's abilities. It was a trick to hide his intentions. Loki was performing a theft. But this theft wasn't of another person's belongings or even thoughts. It was a theft of his own intentions. The first layer of this trap was to steal his thoughts so that he himself wouldn't realize what he was thinking about. But then how did he act without thinking? Especially creating such an elaborate setup which definitely required him to calculate his intentions beforehand. That was an even simpler trick. Loki simply layered a layer of indirection onto his actions. Since Loki's spell, Velox was one that he had made on his own. Loki redirected his spell to himself as a blessing through the Saphira castle. And just like he'd allowed Hermione to divine by leaving behind an illusion of his in the Saphira castle, Loki blessed his spell using a different illusion. This allowed him to use the anti-divination and anti-tracking abilities of the Saphira castle to his advantage, which allowed him to hide his intentions and act without revealing any thoughts about attacking Mr. X, since all he was doing was asking for a blessing from the error god. So while Mr. X was dumbfounded about why his sirens weren't blaring in spite of the dangerous-looking spell, he quickly used his defensive ability Black Armor. Mr. X instantly grew to become 3 meters tall, as a suit of medieval-looking black armor instantly shrouded his entire body, covering everything including his head, leaving for the world only 2 glowing crimson eyes that peered at them all through the inevitable darkness that fell around him in cascades. Loki, whose spells were all lined up and hidden strategically with illusions, only smiled simply before launching his spell at full speed, lazily with a simple flick of his wand. Mr. X didn't remain quiet as he stretched his hands and opened his palms, causing the lengthy shadows swaying around him to flicker before coming together to condense into a boxy wall of shadows that was about a foot thick in all directions around him. But Loki's smile only grew wider when he saw what Mr. X had done. This wasn't due to overconfidence in his spell to break through the walls that Mr. X had created. In fact, it was the opposite. Loki knew quite well that his spell would never be able to break through such a thick wall of sludgy shadows unless he overpowered it with a bunch of spirituality. However, he was confident that his spell could bypass the wall. It was because of the modification he had made to his simple base Velox spell. The new spell's incantation was Mens Velox. Mens meant mind in Latin, and this spell was just that. This spell was one which acted purely on the domain of the mind. It was a spell that Loki had invented based on his Sequence 5 Dream Stealer abilities. Since the spell acted on the domain of the mind, Loki's new spell acted through the subconscious sea of the body of heart and mind. It only required access to the target's sea of subconscious, after which the spell would wreak up a storm, a tsunami and a disastrous earthquake all at once inside their mind. And since Mr. X had never protected his mind, Loki had already grabbed an anchor that isolated Mr. X's island in the sea of subconscious. Loki had grabbed onto the thought which was sent to Mr. X's subconscious to warn him about the previous attack. Since the spell wasn't physical, the spell would never come in contact with the shadow walls that Mr. X had set up. They would bypass them and directly attack Mr. X's body of heart and mind. Loki knew this and hence pretended that this spell was a purely physical spell and used this information to swindle Mr. X into protecting his physicality while leaving his mental defenses wide open. With another flick of Loki's wand, all the spinning needles of lightning and ice buzzed at a high pitch, catching fire, as they were launched right at Mr. X with a sudden bang, further playing into the fake belief that the spells were all physical spells. The butler, who was close to Mr. X, assumed he was going to get caught up in the ability and hence quickly flicked open the lid of a matchbox and then closed it. This was an action he amplified. Like the box was sealed, the butler sealed himself away from the world, protected by an invisible barrier that bent space around himself to keep him away from the needles. Yet even the butler had failed to account for the proximity of his island in the sea of subconscious to Mr. X's island. Everyone else in the room watched with bated breath, waiting to see who would win. Would it be Mr. X with all his defenses and the butler with his own defenses, or would it be Loki's spells that seemed to be hidden behind layers of illusions and misdirections? Fleur tightened her grip on her thin thread strands to make sure that in case anyone remained alive after the clash, she could take them out when they were down. Meanwhile, Sirius did what he could to break through the defenses of his 2 enemies. He sang a poem. With his spirituality primed and ready to vibrate outside his body to produce words, Sirius was ready to attempt to pull Mr. X and the butler into a sharp dream at the opportune moment. He assumed that distracting them for even a single second would give Mr. World the opportunity to attack them in an even harsher way. Loki simply smiled when he noticed all this. And as such, the long-awaited clash finally happened. The illusory spinning needles finally clashed against the invisible barrier around the butler and the shadowy walls around Mr. X. There was a thundering explosion that occurred when the two forces collided. Everyone was forced to cover their ears due to the loudness, but Loki was only pretending since he had only made everyone else hear the sounds to sell the effect that the clash was real. He didn't want Mr. X or his butler to figure out about his plan any early and ruin the surprise after all. And so when Mr. X and the butler appeared to be fighting for their lives as they strengthened the barriers around them, Loki casually walked up to them under cover of his illusions, moving closer to them until he stood right against the barrier. He admired the constipated faces that Mr. X and the butler were displaying because they were trying to pour out all their spirituality to fight an illusory enemy for a while before he quietly stretched his hand. And with a flick of his wrist, a simple rune that was part of both Mr. X's and the butler's body split away from them as it was forced to travel to Loki. Neither of them realized what Loki had done since they were so focused on dealing with the most apparent threat, but Loki smiled politely and stood calmly. It wasn't even a few moments later that the expressions of Mr. X and the butler changed. At first, their eyes grew wide and large, before streams of blood started to pour out of their orifices. The sudden shift in battlegrounds caused the butler and Mr. X to lose focus on their barriers as they collapsed into nothingness. To both of them, the world suddenly started to seem like a mental imagination. Loki's mental storm wasn't akin to the mind storm of a sequence 4 manipulator. It was more of the gentle sort, targeted towards a single part of the mind and making sure it was destroyed or untethered as much as possible. Loki's new spell, or the mental variant of his old spell, targeted a person's ability to distinguish imagination from reality. It worked by simply breaking the lock that the conscious mind had on the gates to the subconscious. It destroyed this lock, opened the floodgates to a person's subconscious mind and forced them to live by looking at the parts of the world that their minds would have normally never seen. They were currently simultaneously experiencing the soothing and calming time they spent in their mother's womb while also experiencing all the times they had ever felt anger or sadness. Their mental space was a mess of emotions, thoughts and experiences that they couldn't stop. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was what Loki had stolen from them. To put it simply, Loki had stolen their ability to breathe. As such, both Mr. X and the butler were doing their best to gasp for air as they collapsed to the floor in an attempt to claw their throats while fighting their deep dive into mental insanity that was being amplified in their minds with each passing moment regardless of what they did. Fleur shivered as she saw Mr. X and the butler starting to mutate while on the floor, each starting to take on their incomplete mythological creature forms as they were being slowly forced to lose control. Sirius on the other hand was downright terrified since he couldn't understand how the beloved Mr. World had managed to do such a thing right under their noses. Neither of them could even begin to comprehend what was going on because of their shock. Zid, he only uses mental spells. Legilimency. Fleur thought rapidly as she thought back to Loki using his wand and not displaying any other Beyander abilities. Is he a Beyander from the spectator pathway? But is he not Mr. Error's blessed? Mr. X was the fastest to get out of this predicament. Loki noticed it but didn't interrupt and calmly allowed Mr. X to solve the issue with his mind since he wanted to see what methods could be used to avoid his attacks. If I have such a perfect opportunity to perform a few experiments, shouldn't I make the most of it? What if I use this ability in its untested form on you-know-who? What if it doesn't work then because of some obvious flaw? No, I should obviously test it first. With his mind made up, Loki calmly walked up to Mr. X and kicked him a little in the stomach, as if non-verbally telling him, "Come on, do whatever you want to do to get out of this soon." Fleur and Sirius were dumbfounded at Loki's casualness, but Mr. X did not waste the opportunity he was given. The shadows around his body suddenly split apart from him and formed a real and tangible shadow creature. The creature, however, instead of attacking or trying to escape or even distract Loki, instantly collapsed on the ground and started screaming. Loki looked at it with apprehension for a few seconds before he put two and two together and realized what Mr. X was doing. I see, so you're trying to separate all the damaged parts of your mind using the Shadow of Deprivation ability. An ability which allowed its user to separate a part of their minds and give it to the shadow creature, essentially forming an alter persona. Mr. X didn't say a word and quickly started to separate more and more shadow creatures from himself. Loki just watched curiously and even flicked his wand to sew the butler's mouth shut so that he wouldn't interrupt his experiment with his deep gasps. But that didn't do very much since the gasps just turned into groans and Loki was forced to finally put a silencing charm around the man who was quickly starting to mutate into his incomplete mythical creature form due to his lack of sanity. So Loki was forced to steal away the man's mental corruption periodically so that he wouldn't become an even greater annoyance. As such, there were currently several people in the rather small room. The people from the gathering who had fallen asleep due to Sirius's charm. Sirius, Fleur and Loki. The butler and Mr. X. Along with several shadowy creatures that were all drooling on the floor, trying their best to alleviate the pain that was split apart from Mr. X onto them. Fleur and Sirius couldn't comprehend what was happening in front of them. But Loki remained calm and nodded after taking a few notes. I see, so occlumency skills that allow you to isolate the corruption can help you partition the affected parts of the conscious mind and then seal it away to keep your sanity. Too bad Mr. X is not very good at occlumency. I guess you know who will be much better at this than I can imagine. With no more to gain from the experiment, Loki stole away all the corruption he had imbued into the butler and Mr. X and placed a firm lock on their sea of subconscious so that they could regain their sanity. But there wasn't much left in them to continue living. The experience had been tortuous for both of them. Neither of them even moved when Loki prodded them with his wand staff or when he clicked his tongue before standing up and walking away from the gathering hall. You guys can carry out your assassination. I'll tell Mr. Error about your invaluable help in the next gathering, Loki said calmly before vanishing from the hall, teleporting away to a place that both Fleur and Sirius knew about, Hogwarts. Before he left, however, Loki flicked what looked like playing cards at the walls. Fleur inspected them carefully and spotted the 3 cards had specific pictures. The Empress, the Star, and the Lovers. Time for the Tarot Club meeting again, I guess, Loki thought as he looked out the window of the room of requirements. Sirius and Fleur will be expecting rewards if I'm not wrong. They'll probably want something, but probably not as much since Mr. World helped them. But after I reveal what I figured out about the fight, they should be even more conservative when they ask for rewards if they will ask for something in the first place. But I shouldn't be too harsh on them too, should I? What did they even do after I left them with those 2 traumatized people? And I wonder if Dominic was assigned to investigate the attack. I wonder if he even got to know about it in the first place or if Fleur and Sirius covered it up well. Loki shook his head, cleared his thoughts, entered the Saphira Castle and made the appropriate preparations for the upcoming meeting. Soon, everyone in the Tarot Club looked on at Mr. Error with an expectant smile. Loki noticed their odd behavior and by peeking into Hermione's mind guessed the reason for it. They want me to share some more important mystical knowledge. But I don't really know much more about anything else. What do I tell them about? And I can't just speak about such things unprompted now, can I? That would seem out of place and it'd turn me into a warm grandfatherly figure instead of someone scary and mysterious. While Loki was caught in his mental dilemma, he made Mr. World speak out, which caused Fleur and Sirius to suddenly straighten their backs. My lord, I have some news to give to you, Mr. World said with an exaggerated bow as he stood up and looked at Loki. Fleur's breathing hitched while Sirius's breathing froze, each of them harboring thoughts that weren't much different from one another. Is he going to tail him? That we failed. They watched on with tension how Mr. World sent them a soft glance before he continued to speak when Loki nodded his head calmly. The mission that Miss Empress and Mr. Star took on, to assassinate Mr. X, the member of the Aurora Order, went successfully. I happened to be there when they were acting out to complete the mission, and with only a few minor helps, they were able to overcome any difficulties to take down Mr. X. Mr. World kept his head bowed while he spoke, and each word made Fleur and Sirius feel more and more indebted to him. They had been embarrassed and a little worried that he'd tell Mr. Error all about their flaws in detail, since they'd expected Mr. World to be harsher because of his brutish accent and language while he spoke in the Tarot Club. They were however increasingly surprised about the ease with which Mr. World described his own contribution to the fight as minor help. It left Fleur and Sirius feeling like Mr. World was too kind but also that he was strong. Sirius was actually surprised. Now that I think about it, didn't Mr. World defeat Mr. X too easily? Even IA Demigod found it hard to be able to counter his abilities fully, but Mr. World not only defeated him, he also set up and executed an elaborate plan within moments. It was almost as if Mr. X was playing on Mr. World's palm all along. Is Mr. World actually a saint? Possibly an angel? Sirius glanced at Fleur to look at her and try to guess what she thought about this matter, but she was looking at him too. And they both realized. They were thinking the exact same thing. So with a shared nod, they continued to look at Mr. Error, waiting for his response about this news that Mr. World had informed him about. Dominic wasn't surprised by the news because the Unspeakables had already noticed the aftermath of the attack at Nocturne Alley. What did surprise him was that during all their divinations it was only Mr. Star and Miss Empress that came up during their investigations. They hadn't recognized Mr. Star and Miss Empress' identities, but they had ascertained through several rituals that at least 2 people were involved in the attack on Mr. X and his butler at the gathering. But Mr. World never appeared in any of their divinations. And so it came to him as a surprise that Mr. World was part of this assassination. Hermione looked at Mr. World with slightly widened eyes before she looked at Mr. Error, wondering what Loki would say. Would her 2 neighbors be formally blessed by Mr. Error and become his blessed? Or would Mr. Error demand something more of them? Mr. World did tell us that Mr. Error greatly valued the principle of equivalent exchange. While Hermione and Snape were curious about what Loki's response would be, Mr. Devil was paying keen attention, trying to understand if he could take advantage of this system somehow and become an important member of the Tarot Club and to Mr. Error on his own. I'm sure my lore master would appreciate it if I could get closer to Mr. Error. Loki stayed silent for a few seconds, trying to set the right words according to the script he had prepared beforehand as he slowly wrapped his fingers around the table to command silence and attention from everyone present at the table. And his words made them all tense. Is that the truth? Mr. Error asked in a bold tone that caused Fleur and Sirius's eyes to widen slightly. Of course, Mr. Error wouldn't believe Mr. World so easily. He likely knows everything. Fleur's grip on the handle of her chair tightened and Snape sent a peripheral glance her way before turning back to look at Mr. Error and Mr. World. Mr. World had his head bowed and he remained silent for a few seconds as if attempting to gather words to speak. This caused Sirius and Fleur to worry a little about what was going to happen, but although I suspect the entire incident of us meeting at the same point in time was planned by the King of White, I believe I only offered minimal assistance, which was to test out a few of my new skills. Everyone around the Tarot Club suddenly fell into a strange sense of confusion. Things were moving too fast and without any context for them to really understand what Mr. World was talking about. King of White. Everyone looked at Fleur and Sirius since they were the only other direct witnesses to the mission, but Fleur and Sirius looked just as confused as everyone else regarding the matter. Snape was the first to connect a few of the dots. Hermione was next. King of White. Headmaster. But assassination. But Headmaster Dumbledore is so nice. Snape didn't have the same bright outlook on the matter given he had already worked closely with Dumbledore, but even then. But both of them failed to see any further. But neither did Mr. World speak any further and nor did Mr. Error. It was as if Mr. Error was thinking deeply about some troublesome matters given he had brought his fingers to stroke his chin. As such, Hermione rose to the occasion to ask the question everyone had on their minds. Why would the King of White want to interfere in an assassination mission, my lord? Loki sent a sparing glance Hermione's way as he was broken out of his stream of thoughts, and so he spoke sharply. It is because it is his necessity. Everyone was pulled deeper into the quagmire of confusion that had emerged from Mr. World's words, which had been amplified by Mr. Error. Seeing the atmosphere turn strange, Loki spoke a little more. To become the god of one's pathway, the person has several prerequisites. And while the prerequisites of each pathway are different from one another, they are and have always remained the exact same since the time the first blasphemy slate was created. Hermione's eyes widened at the sudden information drop, along with everyone else that was present. Each of their thoughts spinning similarly. But only the demigods of the Tarot Club were able to point to the crux of the matter. An advancement ritual. And among them all, Snape was the one that got the closest. He needs a large-scale advancement ritual to advance to Sequence 0. And to do that he needs to manipulate and gain feedback from true gods. Is that why he manipulated Mr. World? So that he could gain feedback from Mr. Error. Loki on the other hand recognized the creepy scare Snape was feeling since he'd gone through the same feeling when he realized exactly what had happened in Nocturne Alley that night. I didn't expect Adam's influence over Gehrman Sparrow to already run so deep. And yet, I can't do much else other than avoid taking on the identity of Gehrman Sparrow if I don't want Adam to influence me. It is simultaneously a boon, but also a bane. Either I play by Adam's rules to learn his game, or I avoid learning anything about him and his plans altogether. But the question still remains. Did Adam get the required feedback? Everyone looked at Loki with varying degrees of shock and horror since what he'd just said implied many things that weren't very believable. Hermione took the situation the hardest. She was shocked, baffled and even bamboozled. While not everyone was as shocked as her about the situation, they still were a little terrified. With Crouch, Fleur and Snape knowing the dark side of the world, their personalities had been molded to never fully trust another human, and so their emotions tilted more towards being confused rather than fear. But people like Dominic and Sirius were just as shocked and afraid as Hermione nonetheless. Especially since Sirius and Dominic knew well about the Second Wizarding War, which involved the Order of Phoenix, whose prime tenet was to never retaliate with lethal violence, it was always to aim for capture over killing. Sirius's mouth hung open slightly as he looked at Mr. World and then at Mr. Error, trying to understand if either party was joking about the situation or trying to misguide them in some way, but seeing them stay silent and maintain their seriousness, he decided they weren't lying. Being the one in the deepest shock, Hermione inadvertently let her thoughts loose as words slipped out of her lips while she looked at Mr. Error. But Professor Dumbledore is good. Everyone looked at Hermione with varying degrees of pity, but no one said anything, knowing that she had just been shown the mirror to the real world. Loki, however, looked at her and explained kindly, being a Beander isn't about good or bad. Hermione snapped out of her shocked state when she heard that, and she tried to argue. But it's Professor Dumbledore. He's hailed as the White Lord. Loki only shook his head and adopted an even kinder tone with her. His personal bias towards Hermione showed up as he spoke, but to the others, it only seemed like Mr. Error was speaking to a child. Albus Dumbledore is not as simple a man as you think he is. Firstly, he holds the uniqueness of the visionary pathway, but secondly, seeing Loki talking about something interesting once again, everyone leaned in a little closer, not wanting to miss out on any juicy information he was about to drop again. Albus Dumbledore isn't his only name. He is actually more popular by his other name. Even if people haven't heard his current name, it is more likely than not that a wizard has heard his other name. Other name? Hermione mumbled. Mr. Error nodded. His other name is Merlin. Loki's voice rumbled through the gray fog, causing a silence that not everyone could fully absorb and comprehend. His words had inculcated an immediate sense of disharmony and mental instability in everyone's minds. The sudden information had caused them all to be so confused that they almost forgot about the new key term they'd heard from Mr. Error just a few seconds prior, the uniqueness of a pathway. Sirius's mouth opened and closed several times as he tried formulating words to ask a question to understand what he'd just heard, while Hermione just frowned. None of the people could reliably understand if Loki was only hinting at something deeper with his words or if he was actually being direct about what he was talking about. But seeing Mr. Error no longer speaking, they all simultaneously turned towards Mr. World. Seeing this, Loki almost had the urge to laugh a little, but he managed to control himself as he mentally controlled his puppet to speak up. Albus Dumbledore is a dangerous man. Or the more appropriate thing to say would be that Albus Dumbledore's ability to manipulate the future is his scariest ability. Manipulate the future? Sirius asked. Mr. World nodded and continued. The uniqueness of a pathway is a physical manifestation of the domain of the pathway and is needed to become a sequence 0. Imagine it as something like the Beyander characteristic that allows you to advance to sequence 0. And this uniqueness allows him to manipulate the future. Sirius asked with a frown, not believing what Mr. World was saying. It was clear to Loki what question was on everyone's minds. Why then does Dumbledore have to do anything? Couldn't he just control the entire world to his liking by simply manipulating the future? As such, Mr. World explained further. For your own safety, I won't disclose important details regarding the uniqueness of this pathway, since the more you know about it, the more the uniqueness learns about you. A small chill traveled up everyone's spine, suddenly making them uncomfortable regarding the topic. But Mr. World continued nonetheless. Although the range of the uniqueness is only about the size of a large city, anything caught in its range will be controlled by it regardless of what the person intends to do. Everyone's eyes widened, but it seemed like Mr. World wasn't done. The easiest way to detect that the uniqueness has controlled your fate is that you will suddenly start coming across strange coincidences. Things like, you getting involved in incidents that people like you usually do not. Or the number of incidents that you get involved in is greater than normal. But the biggest giveaway is that you recognize the patterns of the person using the uniqueness. For example, all of Albus Dumbledore's attempts at manipulating someone's fate usually maps very well onto a 3-part play. There is always the beginning, the marking incident, and then the end. The sections are cleanly divided and are often based on coincidences which unravel the plot of a well-planned story. While most people relaxed a little since they didn't recognize any such coincidences in their lives, Hermione's hands started to tremble as she realized that almost each year that she'd been at Hogwarts something strange had happened to her. Were all those years coincidences planned by Professor Dumbledore? But how can he control our actions? No way was it all because of him. But worse than her were Fleur and Sirius. And Fleur was the fastest to ask her doubts. Is that why you said that he interfered with our fight against Mr. X? Because of J coincidence of us meeting. Mr. World looked at Fleur and after some thought nodded. Us meeting at the same time at the same place for the same mission was likely an orchestrated event. Albus Dumbledore likely has a plan for all of us in the coming future. And before Fleur could worry about that, Mr. World said something else. It is likely that Albus Dumbledore was also behind Mr. Star's sudden change in attitude which caused him to ask to be assigned a mission. Everyone felt chills traveled up their spine when Mr. World finished his sentence. Hermione was suddenly shocked since this clearly indicated that the uniqueness could also control other people's responses and actions. The rest of the Tarot Club was spent in silence with each member trying to digest the information they'd just been given, with people like Dominic and Hermione trying to come to terms with an evil Dumbledore who could be the manipulator behind the scenes. While Sirius and Fleur feared for what was to come next. And Snape and Mr. Devil were each trying to figure out if they were part of Dumbledore's plans in some way. Is he also the one behind the curse on the defense against the dark arts position? Snape thought while frowning. Loki gave them this time in silence to think through because. Please don't think about Albus Dumbledore outside the Tarot Club. Mr. World spoke softly, causing everyone to turn to him as he explained further. While the uniqueness can control you the more you know about it, that is not the only thing you have to worry about regarding a spectator. Everyone's grip on the handlebars of their chairs tightened since they felt a vague premonition of danger from Mr. World's tone of information delivery. Even thinking about his name will give him full access to all your thoughts, ideas, location, everything. He will know everything about you once you think about him directly. Everyone froze. Sirius on the other hand felt shocked because of something else. Mom knew. Is that why she never used his full name? Because she wanted to keep the secrets of the Black household. The Tarot Club meeting ended with everyone feeling afraid to leave the Saphira Castle since they didn't want to be suddenly exposed and laid bare to Dumbledore for him to dissect and examine. They remained silent till they left, which made Loki happy since Sirius and Fleur seemed to have forgotten about asking for a reward. Loki left the Tarot Club himself and fell asleep for a while before he woke up with a fresh face and pulled out his pocket watch, which was shimmering with a bright silky orange, the color of the morning sun. It was 6 a.m. Loki then looked at the disc of wishes lying on the table in front of him. The light at its center was bright green, indicating Loki could finally use it now that it was fully charged. Can I make the wish? Loki looked at the golden disc and felt a little unsure of himself. Should I wish for something more practical like the cure for cancer or something? That would count as a miracle too, wouldn't it? Having spent nearly 80 days filling the entire energy of the disc, Loki was a little conscious about how he would use it. Am I even ready for this? What if I go back in time and realize that only feral, out of control or mad creatures exist around me? I doubt the human's condition was any better in the previous epics. Especially if it was anything like the actual LOTM world where they were enslaved by the other races. But that might be the only way for me to obtain any Beander characteristics safely, since my pathway wouldn't be hidden and I could attack those maddened creatures to gain Beander characteristics to proceed further. Loki looked at the time in his pocket watch and found only a minute passed. The hell, I feel like I've been here for over an hour already debating with myself about the pros and cons of using this thing. Fine, let's just get this over with. More time would allow me to prepare the best for what's to come. I'm sure I can figure things along as I go back into the past. Holding the disc of wishes, Loki took a deep breath to calm himself and poured his spirituality into it. The disc of wishes started to light up as it consumed his spirituality. Its central green glow slowly spread not only to the entire disc but also to Loki, who was holding the disc. Loki noticed the changes but quickly pushed them to the back of his mind and spoke his wish out loud. I wish to be able to go back in time to before the founders of Hogwarts set up the methods and rationalities of magic. Loki had made his wish vague on purpose since he didn't know the exact time he had traveled back in time anyway, other than the fact that he probably had a lot to do with raising the founders and helping them along in their Beander journey. He wanted to rely on fate to be his guide and send him to the time it deemed him most appropriate to be in. The disc of wishes started to hum as Loki's grip on it tightened. Feeling a little nervous, Loki shifted his weight on his feet until he felt more comfortable. The warmth of the green glow seemed to slip beyond the center of the disc of wishes as it blanketed Loki like a large cloth, falling over both him and the disc itself, binding them together with a deep green hue. The green aura around Loki and the disc of wishes gradually brightened before Loki saw it visibly rippling. The warm sensation that had wrapped around him was slowly receding, and within moments, the green aura that Loki was looking at expectantly faded. Loki looked at the disc, and then around himself. After feeling nothing different about his surroundings, Loki quickly pulled open his pocket watch. Its borders shimmered the same bright silky orange and the time was the same. It was 6:01. Not even a minute has passed since then. Loki was sure that the watch would show him the appropriate time because it was showing time by using a potion which would keep track of the position of the sun in the sky, hence its current orangish hue. Did I just luckily go to the exact same time in the past or something? Loki's growing confusion caused him to examine the disc of wishes, but he was shocked when he looked at it. The glow in its center hadn't changed and was still a bright green. It should have used up its power and turned red like before, shouldn't it have? Loki asked himself. Not understanding what had gone wrong, Loki tried to wish for the same thing once again. He poured his spirituality into the disc and made his wish quickly. I wish to be able to go back in time to before the founders of Hogwarts set up the methods and rationalities of magic. The result was the same. The green glow of the disc encompassed Loki, it felt comforting and wrapped around him like a warm blanket on a cold day. But soon the green glow retreated back into the disc, leaving no changes that Loki could spot easily even with his heightened vision. It all felt a little underwhelming. This thing, is it a fake? No, that demon did use it to deflect Laura's attacks, then is it malfunctioning? Why? Or can it just not fulfill my wish because it is incapable? Loki frowned since he didn't like what was happening. How do I go back in time then? By using multiple time turners. How would that work? I steal them from the unspeakables. I doubt I'd get very far with that, especially never if someone like Laura is guarding the entrance to the place. Then there must be some other way I traveled back in time. I bribed Laura. As Loki thought about the various ways he could have bribed Laura, he remembered the task she had assigned to him. Now that I think about it, didn't she task me with finding her husband? I forgot about it because I was thinking about the Ravenclaw diadem then, but why don't I do that? Then I can bargain with her for access to the time turners. Loki quickly entered the Saphira castle, and once within it, he used cogitation to fall asleep after murmuring the words. The location of Laura Drake's husband, Nathan Drake. 7 times. Loki's vision soon changed, and almost instantly he found himself in a cold, dark place. The place was so dark that Loki could feel nothing. It felt like he was staring into an abyss. Anti-divinati. Before Loki could control his thoughts, he found himself face to face with a desolate land, one which was drawing in the crimson light of the moon. The world looked much like the real one, except this one was composed of ruins. There were tall buildings, but they were ruined. There were people walking through them, but they were skeletons. Yet even in this darkness, the skeletons looked like they were afraid of something. Loki didn't have to even look around to find out what had terrified the skeletons. Passing through every door, every window and every road was a thick branch that looked like it was full of life, yet no life approached it. The skeletons that accidentally stepped on them under the dim crimson light of the moon ceased to exist, being frozen into wooden sculptures that only extended the tree's reach once again. While the skeletons walked, Loki's vision followed one in particular who was even more afraid of the tree than the other skeletons. He was holding a strange book that glimmered dangerously and felt quite powerful. Is that him? Loki wondered. But before he could stay in his visit for longer, Loki found the crimson light of the moon growing deeper and darker. Not one to wait on occasion, Loki immediately cancelled his dream divination and woke back up in the Saphira castle. So he's in the abyss and is using some sort of artifact while trying to keep himself safe from her. Loki made an educated guess from the vision he'd just seen. Probably one hell of an artifact if it's keeping him safe from her. And I know only one book in LOTM that might even be able to try doing something like that. Should I tell Laura about it? It would raise a lot of questions if I directly told her about it and tried to dodge questions about how I know about all this. But I could just deny her question and keep it a secret. The trouble is, how long can she wait? Wouldn't she just want to rush over to the abyss and get her husband? Would she even be able to come back alive from that? Loki thought about various questions for a while, thinking about how he could gain Laura's favor and also do something about the situation so that he could gain access to the time turners in the Ministry of Magic. I could give her a safer method that depends on me instead. Something that will make her try and support me to grow stronger as I move through the sequences. But it might reveal my pathway to her. I might be able to swindle her, but it's probably too dangerous. Loki kept frowning, deep in thought. I should have thought of this earlier. I got distracted that day, but this is all right. At least now she won't think I can magically get all the information in the universe shown to me. Kneeling in front of an altar with a single candle, Loki chanted the following. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded. The higher dimensional creature that a human orders. The messenger that belongs to Laura Drake. Within moments the flame of the candle sputtered before flickering to allow a small portal to open up above it. From the portal, a single eye peered at Loki for a few seconds before slipping out of the portal after confirming it would be safe to do so. What came out of the portal was not a large mass of bones or even a dark and dreary creature. It was a simple dandelion that looked like a simple blow would disintegrate. Inside the dandelion were a pair of eyes and a thin mouth that looked at Loki with expectation. Loki was a little worried that the little guy would be gone if he just moved a little too quickly, so he slowly and carefully held up the letter he wanted delivered to Laura. He looked at it one last time. Greetings, Laura. For the sake of secrecy and to keep this letter short, I will only say, I have a way to bring him back. Thanking you. Loki. Satisfied with what he'd written in it, Loki nodded and gave the letter away to the tender creature. Give it to Laura, all right little guy. Chirp. Good. Loki said as he saw the small dandelion spirit hold his letter with a few of its long leaves. The dandelion vanished into the spirit world and the portal it had used closed soon after. With his information sent, Loki cleared the altar and walked out of his room, hidden well under the cover of his illusions as he left the school. He teleported to Nocturne Alley and began searching for the next person whose wish he was going to fulfill. Loki looked at the circular item that he was using to capture the fulfilled wishes of the people he helped and saw that the light which had been green previously was still just as green. It hadn't changed colors, which meant Loki's calculation of how many wishes it would take to fill it wasn't wrong. I'll try filling it with more wish power for a while, but well, maybe the wishing machine isn't that powerful yet, but at least I will eventually find out how traveled back in time anyway, since my traces exist in the past. Helping another poor person achieve their dreams of richness and wealth before causing them to be plagued with the troubles of thieves and the politics of high society, Loki was just about to wrap up the store when an unexpected visitor showed up. I truly wasn't expecting you to arrive so soon. Laura looked at Loki and observed his get-up and shop with a blank face before speaking while looking directly into his eyes. I should have you in handcuffs and escort you back to the Ministry of Magic right now. Give me one reason why I shouldn't. I mean, isn't it obvious? Oh, how so? I'm your only hope in finding your husband. Laura's brows furrowed. She looked at Loki with a frown before speaking in a serious tone. What do you mean? Power radiated off of Laura as she spoke. Loki only barely managed to hold himself standing straight, and even that was when he was half sure Laura was doing this unconsciously. Damn, a real saint as strong as hell. Makes me shiver knowing I've got to fight him at the end of this year. What happened? Why aren't you speaking? Laura demanded, coming close to Loki. I know where your husband is. Loki finally revealed. Laura's pupils dilated in shock, but that was only momentary. Almost instantly a golden sword formed in her hands and its tip rested on Loki's throat, causing him to frown. Is this how you treat someone who brings you good news? I promise you I have more ways than you can count to have you dead before you even move your lightsaber. Loki spoke with an annoyed frown. Laura's expression changed, not into fear but of realization. I'm sorry. It's been so long since I've heard any good news about Nathan that Laura spoke in between her breaths as she vanished the sword and stepped back. All right. Don't get all sloppy on me now. Loki spoke calmly, waving his hand. Laura looked at Loki once again and asked with a slight tremble in her voice. Where is he? He's in a place you can't just storm into and bring him back, Loki revealed calmly. He's inside the abyss. You'll be long dead before you can even think of returning from there. Loki explained patiently, since he could see Laura's muscles had gotten tense after hearing his words. The abyss? Laura asked with slight shock and horror in her tone. How? What? How did I get this information, or how is that madman still alive? Laura closed her eyes and then opened them after a deep breath. Both, she said after regaining her calm. How I got to know it is a secret, for now. But how he's still alive? Well, he's not exactly alive in the normal sense, but he's doing rather fine while using some sort of golden book artifact while being stuck alongside a bunch of demons. A golden book? Laura asked with astonishment. Her tone indicated she realized something key, but Loki didn't pry as long as Laura wasn't comfortable revealing it, since he could tell it was a high-level item and he already had a good guess as to what the thing was. Yeah, which is why I said he ain't exactly alive. From what I know, he's barely been passing off as a demon with the help of the book. Laura frowned. It's going to be pretty hard to bring him back, Loki finally stated. But in your letter you said you have a way to bring him back. Yes. But it'll take me a little bit of time. Is it dangerous? For others? No. For me, a little bit, but nothing too bad. Except it'll take me a little bit of time. Is it because you need to go further in your sequence? Loki's eyes widened slightly but he nodded, yes. But that's not the only reason. What else then? Do you know about that strange report of a couple of rich men worshipping and bringing down a demon in Nocturne Alley recently? Laura frowned at the sudden change in topic but answered honestly nonetheless. No, Ethan hasn't told me anything about such a case, yet. All right. Loki nodded. He didn't expect Laura to know every single little thing about Nocturne Alley, so there's this group of rich people that have summoned a demon in Nocturne Alley. It's currently hidden and not even I can find it. When we went to investigate it the day after the report, all we found was a pristine place cleared of any evidence. What exactly do you want me to do? Laura asked, her hands clenched up into a fist as she looked at Loki with a soft annoyed glare. What I want is simple. When the demon is revealed, which I think will be at the end of the Hogwarts year, I want you to help me subdue it. Loki's goal surprised Laura a little since she couldn't understand why he wanted to subdue a specific demon that had been brought out using a ritual. Isn't it my job anyway? But why does he want me involved in this case? Is there something else that will happen around this that he needs my help to solve? He's dragging me to catch a bigger fish and he needs a guarantee of his survival. Laura kept her thoughts inside her head and pretended to not see through Loki's plan as she spoke in a slightly surprised tone. You want the Beander characteristics. You're off the abyss pathway. Laura immediately asked. Loki said nothing about it. Instead, he simply asked, so, what is the price you're willing to pay to get your husband back? Price. Isn't defeating and capturing a demon enough? You'd have to do that anyway. What I want from you is something else entirely. Tisk. I thought all that for nothing, he was just leading me around. What is it? I want you to allow me to experiment with all the time turners there are in the Unspeakables department and the Ministry of Magic. Laura's eyes widened instantly. Are you serious? Laura asked with a shocked expression. Loki nodded without any hesitation as Laura looked at him with a frown. Are you serious? She asked again with her expression turning serious. Loki spoke in the same serious tone, I know what I'm asking. But that is the only way I'll agree. And above all, it might be the only safe way you have to save your husband. You're welcome to try if you think otherwise. Laura kept staring into Loki's eyes for a while until she broke eye contact with a small sigh. I still remember what you asked me when I first told you about my husband, Laura said, rubbing her nose bridge. Loki couldn't understand why Laura was bringing that up now, but he remained silent. You told me why I would think you would be able to do something like this. Do you remember what I told you then? Laura asked, looking at Loki again. You told me people like me who know a lot of things are more likely to come across things like this. Loki said, trying to repeat the words he had heard back then. I guess I wasn't wrong, huh? Laura said with a frown. But I don't think you know how dangerous time turners are for you wanting to experiment with them. Loki frowned and explained, then you're free to do as you wish with the information I've provided you. Loki was about to turn away and leave when Laura spoke out in a softer tone. It'll take me time. Loki stopped and slowly turned around. How long? About a year. Question mark. So you agree? Laura sighed deeply before pinching the bridge of her nose and shaking her head. I agree. But I will only allow you to do what you want after you bring my husband back. Loki's eyes sharpened since he couldn't just trust her word in that case, so he asked, make a contract with me. Laura's eyes sharpened too since that meant Loki wasn't bullshitting or lying to her when he said he had a way to bring her husband back. Loki and Laura looked at each other with an evaluating gaze, like one does when betting on horses, before setting up a quick ritual to form a contract between them notarized by the sun goddess. Won't the contract be easy to break since you're a saint? Loki asked, just to pretend to be a little stupid about how strong she was, and he even wanted to see how she would respond to the question to judge how he would handle her going forward. No, it will be especially harsh on me because I'm a saint. I work for a saint of the barred pathway and my boss doesn't like people who break their promises. And my own acting for my lower sequence goes against breaking or walking out of my own promises. I'd lose control and turn into a monster before I'd get to see the contract break. Loki nodded, so she works for Bones. That wasn't really a surprise since she's the only other pole in the Ministry apart from the Greengrass family and Dumbledore. Loki was satisfied with the reasonable explanation and proceeded to accept the golden contract that was hovering in the air in front of him. A faint hot aura slipped into his body and tied around his soul, just like it did when he'd signed a contract with Helena, and the ritual slowly ended. With their promises done, Laura looked at Loki and asked him a different question. So you've been the source of the rumor. Granting people's wishes. Ah, that was another thing I wanted to ask permission for, that's why I called you here. What are you trying to do? Nothing too important, just trying to get one of my mystical items to work. I promise I'm not trying to get an evil god to descend though. Loki said with a smile. Seeing he clearly didn't want to reveal much about the situation, Laura only asked another question. Is it related to your request to defeat the demon at the end of the year? Well, it kind of is. I also wanted to warn you that the ministry is probably Kuru. Before Loki could continue to speak, Laura had whipped out her wand and cast a spell to shut his mouth. Laura's eyes narrowed dangerously before she spoke after assuring there was no one around. Loki waved his own wand and lifted the spell as he spoke with an annoyed expression. No one's around. I checked. You don't need to say any more. I already know about it. I can't make any big moves yet, but my eyes constantly watch them. That's the only reason why I hadn't already come to check you out. Since whatever you've been doing has been hindering whatever they're planning. Loki's eyes narrowed at the information ever so slightly, but he didn't let his demeanor be affected by it. Thank you, I guess. Don't worry about it. As long as you don't do something stupid or really wrong, I won't interfere. All right then. Have a good night, Madam Drake. Loki said, and with a nod vanished from his spot as he apparated in Hogsmeade, from where he sneaked into Hogwarts undetected under the disguise of his illusions. Back in Hogwarts, Loki first entered his room. How much longer until your potion digests, Sonny? About a couple more weeks if we keep going to Nocturne Alley once every 2 or 3 days. I see. Loki nodded. Let's do that then. I need you for my plan in the future. You've always needed me. Either way, I'm going to the spirit world to rest. Rest? Loki asked with a dubious smile. Arg. Fine, I'm going there to have fun. Sonny said with an annoyed huff before he opened a tear in space and entered the spirit world. After Sonny left, Loki left his room to go to the room of requirements. Once inside, Loki walked up to the shelves to pick up the first book he remembered seeing, something that would help him progress immensely with magic. Intricacies of Magic, by Rowena Ravenclaw. It was a hardcover book with a royal blue silky cloth used as its cover. Loki had avoided touching the books till now since he was focusing most of his time filling the Disc of Wishes. But now that he was freed of most of his burdens and only needed to go act like a dream stealer just a few times in the week to help Sonny, he finally turned towards Rowena's books. Perhaps one of them will have an answer on what price I can pay to make the gods want to accept a grand ritual from me. Besides, Loki pulled out the error card of blasphemy, teleporting it to his hand from the Saphira Castle, and opened it to the Sequence 4 Parasite page. His eyes landed on the small part of the page titled, Ritual. Drink the advancement potion at the end of orchestrating a grand event that completely usurps the expectations and dreams of various people involved. The event must involve at least one demigod. The more the better. Loki's eyes and fingers both traced the straightforward lines written in the book. I have a vague plan about what I want to do, but I'm still not prepared enough for it all. I could just use you-know-who. But this will be tricky. What does you-know-who want in the first place? If it's his resurrection, then I'll have to do something to usurp everyone's expectations of his resurrection. So stop him from resurrecting. Single quote. Can I do better though? No, that is not very likely since she will also be invested in strengthening her pawn. That's her only connection to the world inside the barrier. I doubt I can even stop him from resurrecting. Sure, I can stop him for a few minutes or even a few days if I'm lucky, but to permanently stop him. That would require me to kill him. Not something I think I can achieve just yet. I do have all the tools within myself. I can hide my intentions and bypass his danger premonition to some extent using the Saphira Castle's anti-divination and anti-tracking abilities, but to turn this into such a big advantage that I can kill him. No, I don't think I can do that just yet. Especially since Adam probably is invested in resurrecting you-know-who himself. It is more likely than not that Adam probably wants to set up a final battle between Harry and you-know-who, which would decide the end or the beginning of an era for the next true gods that are going to be reborn. So what exactly would it be? Do I just avoid advancing until the final fight between Harry and you-know-who in however many years that is to happen? No, that just seems like a waste of time. Loki frowned as he thought hard, his eyes lingering on the Disc of Wishes, which he'd teleported out of the Saphira Castle, which he thought about using. Can I use this to digest my potion? A miracle would suffice, right? But I'm sure it'll likely cause problems down the line if I don't follow the proper ritual method to advance my sequence. Especially when I'm transitioning from being a normal human to being a demigod. Loki sent away the Disc of Wishes and closed his eyes to think again. Let's look at this objectively. All I need to do is to usurp everyone's expectations about how the event goes. In that case, what can I do? What actions will you-know-who perform in the first place that I can manipulate and take advantage of? No, I'm not him to be able to predict his thoughts and abilities. I could try, but that still wouldn't let me be sure about it, not without evidence. But I can take a different approach. One that is backed by bits and pieces of evidence which can allow me to draw a trajectory of each member on this playing field. Let's gather all the evidence Adam has left behind for his golden trio to figure out. The first piece of evidence was during the Quidditch World Cup. You-know-who's followers attacked to perform a ritual to resurrect you-know-who. But Nicholas gave me a clue that the golden trio did not have. Nicholas told me that you-know-who asked Adam to bless a spell of his. The Fidelius charm. So it is clear that you-know-who wants to hide something. When I first heard about it, I assumed that you-know-who was trying to hide the location of all the Death Eaters he'd broken out of Azkaban. But new evidences throw a different light on this problem, doesn't it? For example, the souls of the people in the first mission. They were captured and taken away somewhere. Where were they taken to in the first place? Why haven't I divined about this already? Loki frowned. Did I really not divine about this? Loki's frown turned deeper. He quickly pulled out the Ring of Harvest and closed his eyes to divine about the situation. The location the souls of the people attacked by the Demon of Wishes were taken to. Loki repeated the statement 7 times as he kept his eyes closed and slipped into cogitation to fall into the ethereal state of sleeping while not sleeping. Loki's vision shifted from the all-black it was to a rather dark and dreary place that he could barely see around in. He could see vague outlines very close around himself as if he were trapped inside a cupboard, but before he could analyze anything else. The screams of a million lives suddenly assaulted his ears. Loki was taken aback, but he continued to observe. And what he laid his eyes upon left him stunned and frozen. The reason he wasn't able to see much around himself wasn't because Loki was inside a cupboard of some sort. No, Loki was currently surrounded by what appeared to be tightly packed bodies of people that had been bundled up like sardines in a can. Each person screamed for their lives as if they were simultaneously being tortured in some strange way, even though nothing could be seen harming them. This feels like a slaughterhouse. Loki's vision broke there and he returned to the Saphira Castle. Except as soon as he did. Where was I? Yes, I wanted to figure out where those souls went. Loki was about to jump into another divination before the ring itself stopped him from making another attempt. What happened to you? The ring grew a thin mouth out of which a long tongue showed up. And while it didn't speak anything, Loki understood it immediately. You're hungry. Why? I'll feed you later. Let me perform one divination and then I'll feed you until you're full. That seemed to have worked as the Ring of Harvest closed its mouth and waited patiently. Loki performed the same divination again. He repeated the sentence 7 times as he closed his eyes and slipped into half-sleep using cogitation. What he saw before his eyes was the same disturbing image of souls being packed together like sardines in a can. Except as soon as he broke out of the divination when he'd seen enough. Huh, where was I? Yes, I wanted to figure out where those souls went. Loki was about to enter into another divination, but he was stopped when a mouth grew on the ring of harvest as it opened its mouth to push out its lengthy tongue to demand food. Loki looked at the ring of harvest and frowned. Didn't I tell you that I'll give you food after this one divination? The ring of harvest suddenly froze. It couldn't understand if its owner was thinking it was a fool or really just confused. Was its owner going to use some strange method to swindle it into staying hungry for another year again? That wasn't something it was keen on experiencing. Loki on the other hand noticed the genuine confusion of his prized mystical item and frowned. I already performed a divination. Single quote question mark single quote. And I don't remember. Loki's eyes narrowed immediately as a chill ran down his spine. The heck? Are you sure I performed a divination? Loki asked the Ring of Harvest. Not having any other means to communicate with Loki, the Ring of Harvest used its tongue to form a circle. So I did, but how? Loki remained puzzled for a while as he looked at the situation in front of him. How? The Fidelius charm. Loki's eyes widened slightly when he realized this. The charm can affect me inside the Saphira castle. Loki frowned nearly instantly. I don't like this. Whatever this is too strange. How? Inside the Saphira castle? But, what? Loki took a few deep breaths to calm himself down as various thoughts assaulted his mental stability in waves. After a few deep breaths, Loki pulled himself together and with his teeth clenched faked a smile as he calmed his rippling mind forcefully. Loki spent time browsing through his entire body of heart and mind, searching for corruption or any source of eternal manipulation that he could connect to what had just happened to him, except he couldn't find anything wrong anywhere. Loki remained frowning. What? How did this even happen then? Is the spell something that doesn't manipulate you directly but in an indirect fashion? Does it conceal the information itself directly? Somehow through the sea of subconscious. You can't retain the information to make any inferences out of it. Loki remained frowning as he tried to theorize how Dumbledore's spell worked. He couldn't make much sense out of it since he'd never seen or even interacted with a Beyander of the visionary pathway before, but Loki managed to ascertain a few scraps. Did Adam come in contact with the Chaos Sea? Loki remained silent for a few minutes, trying to decide if he'd divine to know more about this or stop digging into the newly opened rabbit hole. And, whatever it is clearly out of my pay grade, for now. You know who is using Adam's ability to conceal his plans. And Adam is helping him to further his own plans. Loki kept frowning as he looked nowhere in particular, his thoughts clouding his vision as he couldn't see past it all in a way that could make him understand how he could manipulate it all. Let's be rational about all this. So you know who has an idea that he wants to execute. Adam is likely planning to involve Harry Potter in it at the end of the day. And in all this, I want to perform my own advancement ritual. To usurp the expectations of not just a saint but also an angel at the same time while keeping myself alive enough to be able to advance by drinking my potion while doing so. This is going to be difficult. Loki played with the ring on his finger, fidgeting with it as he thought through his plans about the situation. Let's do a count first. In you-know-whose camp are the Death Eaters he's rescued from Azkaban, the Death Eaters that have renounced him and escaped being imprisoned into Azkaban, the teacher that has infiltrated Hogwarts, and finally an outer god. In Adam's camp are the Hogwarts teachers, the Ministry of Magic, Harry Potter and his friends, and Gehrman Sparrow who he aims to control to benefit Harry. Then there's the Ministry of Magic which has several unspeakables. But Laura is kinda, sorta, in my camp. You know who wants to advance to Sequence 2 Bloody Archduke. Adam wants to get Harry to advance. And I want to advance myself. To advance myself, I need to derail the advancement of you-know-who and Harry Potter. To derail their rituals, I'd need to distract them in some way. Harry I can distract easily as long as you-know-who is trying to advance. I'm sure his ritual is probably something related to protecting various people, so he'll try and stop you-know-who from advancing. If he's still a Sequence 5 Guardian, that is. If he becomes a Sequence 4 Demon Hunter, that would mean he likely has to kill several Death Eaters. But since Adam would not appear to support that, he likely will give Harry a weapon that disables them. Perhaps some form of corruption-inducing weapon or something that allows him to control them. But to derail him, I'd have to do something with the weapon. Perhaps make you-know-who steal the weapon and make Harry fight to get it back from him. Inducing a slight twist in Adam's plans. And you-know-who. To derail his plans for the event, I have to most likely derail his preparation. His preparation. The souls he seems to have captured and ones that are locked behind Adam's Fidelius charm. How would I destroy his preparations, without knowing what they're about? I mean, technically I have asked Laura to help me destroy the demon in Nocturne Alley, so I can count on her to help derail the plot here. But the trick will be making you-know-who reveal his preparations. I have to get him to do it in a way I can cause him to lower his guard regarding it, such that I hold out long enough in a fight with him where I can allow Laura to appear wherever we are in contest with him while I ruin his preparations. Can I fight with him long enough to bring out Laura remains to be answered though. Loki thought in silence, his mind cooking up various plans as they were all struck down in advance because of the various problems and complexities associated with them. He thought of trying to trap Voldemort in some sort of an illusion, but knew it'd be beyond impossible to be able to do such a thing since Voldemort was likely more trained than him in figuring out falsities because of his fights with Dumbledore. Even with a flawless illusion to trap and hold him down, I still need a way to get past his danger premonition for good. Because even a sloppy danger premonition will absolutely ruin the experience of the illusion. Loki thought for a while but couldn't figure out a direct answer. I've already tried with Tom's soul, but he's too weak for me to reliably base my plans on. And even with all my work till now, I haven't found a reliable method to attack him, such that it works in a prolonged way in a fight without him just using occlumency to shield out my new mental spell. Especially when he's probably trained even better because he's faced against Adam, who's from the visionary pathway. Loki frowned as he stroked his chin. His posture reflected his chaotic thoughts as he tried to figure out something that would work well. But even after a few minutes, the best Loki was able to come up with was a blank. Except in the face of this wall, Loki decided to think about it a little differently. How would an assassin think about this? How would Fleur think about this? Loki conjured an illusion of Fleur sitting in the Tarot Club meeting while simultaneously conjuring Mr. World on the other end of the table. Miss Empress, how would you fight a Sequence 3 Blatherer? Specifically, how would you disable his danger premonition ability? Fleur tapped her fingers on her elbow for a few seconds as she appeared to be thinking before she turned to look at Mr. World and answered. Except the next words didn't come out of her mouth, they came out of Loki's. One way would be to destroy something important or close to the saint. It can give you a well-meaning distraction in the fight which can be used to exploit and assassinate the saint. Ha 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 ha. Of course, of course. How stupid. Of course, it's this easy. How didn't I think about that before? I have something so close to him with me from the start. I should have thought of this on my own. But then Loki suddenly frowned. But that begs the question, how do I even do that? To do that to a saint, will it give me the window of opportunity I need? It isn't something just about anyone can do. Should I ask Nicholas and Pernell for help instead of Laura? No, they'll probably eat me alive if I even indicated that I was going to fight against a Sequence 3 saint while I'm not even a demigod. I can't even let them get a hint about it. Loki finally stood up and stretched around for a while as he relaxed his mind while thinking. I should read more books about magic in the room of requirements. Rowena's bound to have some tips and tricks that can help me fight you-know-who on temporarily equal terms. Is it cheating to literally have notes from the inventor of magic on your side? Well, bullying a Sequence 5 while being a Sequence 3 saint is cheating too. Loki looked at the Tarot Club members lazily as they all wished him one by one in their own way after bowing slightly and sitting in their chairs. Loki was feeling a little sleepy since he'd spent much of the past week studying from Rowena's books in the room of requirements. He'd learned a lot from them but not exactly about what he'd wanted. For example, one of the lines in the book was as follows. "The source of all magic is the Chaos Sea." The line hadn't made much sense to Loki when he'd first read it. It had shocked him and confused him while possibly leaving him a little bamboozled, but Loki kept his head calm and read further. A crucial fact about magic is intent. Whether it be to control the level of output of one's spell or its actions, like using the aqua eructo to quench one's thirst or using it to slice through an iron gate. Each variation of the spell requires one to understand about the intent of its user in an intimate manner, lest they slice the neck of their loved ones while giving them water to piss on an iron door. As such, one possible solution to this would be to expose the body of heart and mind to the true god of their spell. But as expected, this is risky. It could allow the true god a hook into their minds for corruption, while also allowing them to execute nefarious plots like using the person as a carrier of an explosive that would activate only if they used a certain spell from another god's domain. To avoid this, Helga and I've come up with a method that uses the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea being a Sephiroth that contains the entirety of the sea of subconscious of every single living being on the planet can also perfectly pinpoint the intent of all those executing a spell. As such, using a rune as an indirection towards the Chaos Sea can help single out the intent of the user while hiding their body of heart and mind from the corresponding true god. Loki was very shocked by the information. Not just because the method was remarkably similar to the one he had discovered to hide his intent from Voldemort, but also because Rowena and Helga Hufflepuff seemed to be in contact with the Chaos Sea. Was one of them already a great old one? Loki frowned. He didn't understand why someone would have a Sephiroth and still be forced to slumber for such a long time. Especially when Klein was done battling the celestial worthy of heaven and earth in such a short period of time. Loki's eyes trembled a little as he read further. There are several ways one can speed up casting their spell because of this layer of indirection. One way would be to simply strip off the layer of indirection and directly expose your body of heart and mind to a true god. But another clever technique might be to package the intent behind several spells in a row into the first spell they want to execute such that all the following spells happen effortlessly. This is a little tricky to do and is also very rigid since one cannot cancel or modify their intent after it has left them, but in cases where your wand is separated from you, one could still cause it to spit out their already planned spells. Loki's eyes widened at Rowena's knowledge. It truly cemented in his eyes that she was the creator of such a complex system. Not just because she knew the ins and outs of the entire system, but also because she'd done it all in such a way that no one in history had ever been able to figure these secrets out. Not even someone as great as Merlin or Albus Dumbledore. As such, Loki spent an extraordinary amount of time in the room of requirements for the next week or so, aiming to absorb all the knowledge that Rowena had written down in her books by trying to make sure not to miss out on anything. But it all came at a slight cost. Loki barely had any food during this time and slept even less. To the point that by the end of the week even his Sequence 5 body was left demanding a little rest from him. But Loki knew he didn't have a lot of time, since not only did he need to absorb all this knowledge, he also needed to perfect its usage in a way that he could gain an advantage over Voldemort in the duel he had planned for them. Each tip and each trick felt like it had been written down with a lot of care and research, which made him feel like he was standing on the shoulder of giants. Even still, Loki shamelessly absorbed all the knowledge, making sure that he'd repay his little admirers when he decided to go back in time. As the Tarot Club members sat down, Snape was the first to speak. "Mr. Error, this is a request from the true goddess of my pathway." Loki turned towards Snape lazily as his eyes that were drooping shut stared at Snape's body of heart and mind. I guess he isn't lying. Since he looks like a child asking their guardian for candy. I can see how excited he is about learning from his question. But what exactly is the question? Loki nodded softly, indicating for Snape to speak as everyone else in the Tarot Club looked at him with rapt attention, wondering what the true god of a pathway would want to ask Mr. Error. Except, Loki's head wasn't working right. But no one else knew this. Mr. Error, she asks if you know of a method to clear the corruption of the moon. Loki looked at Snape with the same lazy expression as his brain slowly processed the words and meanings associated with Snape's question. As if drunk, Loki nodded. I do. Everyone leaned in closer with excitement, curious to know about Loki's next words, but Loki remained silent. Time ticked away and what was a few seconds of silence slowly stretched to a minute. That was when they realized that Loki wasn't going to expand on his answer as such. Everyone suddenly realized something. Equivalent exchange. Mr. Error wants to know what Mr. Moon is willing to pay for this. Everyone turned to look at Mr. Moon and he gripped the side of his chair a little uncomfortable by the sudden piercing stares that had been thrown in his direction. But he realized that he should have asked for a private audience to keep the matter a secret from the beginning. And so Mr. Moon spoke. Could you conceal our conversation from others, Mr. Error? Snape spoke softly. Loki's blinked into everyone's shock and excitement, shook his head. Why bother when everyone here is on the same side? Ah, there's Mr. Devil, but I can just trap him in an illusion. Snape was left a little startled and a little confused, but he couldn't bring himself to speak properly. Mr. Error however kept staring at him, asking with his gaze if Snape was going to continue speaking or not. Although the stares of other people didn't bother him very much, Mr. Error's gaze felt heavy. So Snape just gulped softly before nodding and continuing after he made up his mind to continue speaking. Although I do not have very much to offer to Mr. Error, my goddess has offered me the opportunity for Mr. Error to earn the card of blasphemy for the Abyss pathway should you solve her problem. Almost everyone's eyes widened. Mr. Devil on the other hand was baffled. Did he say the card of blasphemy for the Circle of Inevitability pathway? What pathway is that? Mr. Devil looked around at everyone else, but the mirage around their figure masked the source of their confusion well, leaving him to believe that none of them actually knew what this Circle of Inevitability pathway actually was. And so, Mr. Devil looked directly at Mr. Error, hoping to understand if he would clear away this confusion. I see, Loki nodded. What do I even do with that thing? Wouldn't it be wrought with corruption anyway? Loki sighed audibly for everyone to hear, which made it seem like Mr. Error was tired of the question itself. As if the true goddess of the pathway had asked him the same question earlier and he had rejected her several times before. Hermione, however, had a line of thought different to everyone else. He's just tired, isn't he? Hermione recognized it because she did the exact same thing when she was tired of revising for exams. Especially when Harry and Ron came after her with some troublesome task right before exams. She'd sigh then too. It was a sigh of annoyance that signified that although the task wasn't something she'd normally take over, it was one that she was forced to do because her only friends had requested her to do so. But from there Hermione's thoughts started to spin around in a wild direction. The true goddess of the moon pathway is Mr. Error's close friend. Are they dating? Kya. Loki's eyes gazed over Hermione's body of heart and mind since he saw her spirit body slowly turning crimson with excitement, and he became instantly shocked. What? I'm dating Lilith. Single quote. Single quote. Loki didn't have the mental energy to deal with Hermione's misunderstanding, as such he turned away from her and looked at Snape again. And after a few seconds of examining him, Loki spoke softly. The price you've quoted isn't enough for me to perform the task just yet. But I can give you a hint regarding the solution. The easiest method without my direct intervention would be to come in contact with the Chaos Sea. Snape's eyes widened. This was something he'd asked about earlier in the Tarot Club but had been shut down because of being weak, as such when he found another opportunity regarding it he grabbed it immediately. And where would this Chaos Sea be, Mr. Error? Loki looked at Snape with a frown, noting that he was trying to pull out a mile when he was given an inch, but seeing how excited he had become, Loki sighed in annoyance and spoke softly. You're still too weak to know about such a thing. Even Lilith is too weak to know about such a thing. She'd especially not be allowed anywhere near it because the Chaos Sea is what is keeping the peace of this era. On the side, Mr. Devil heard something else. I can easily solve your problem, but it is not currently convenient for me to be involved in it. After which the illusory snake that Loki created for Mr. Devil spoke with a little bit of frustration. What could be stopping someone as great as you from acting, my lord? It isn't what, so much as who. Loki said, tapping his fingers on the table. Who? Precisely. Loki nodded before revealing, the only thing stopping me from acting right now is Harpo the Foul. While he has been killed, he isn't truly dead yet and still has a vast hidden following that is still trying to bring him back. In the non-illusory world, everyone fell into silence after Loki's answer. They all pondered on his words. The Chaos Sea is keeping the peace of this era. The words, although not having a great impact on them since they didn't even know what the Chaos Sea was in the first place, left them feeling a little odd that Mr. Air knows the location of something so crucial. But Hermione was a little too curious, as such she asked her question innocently. What is the Chaos Sea, Mr. Error? Mr. Devil on the other hand heard. Who is Harpo the Foul, Mr. Error? Loki looked at her and then at everyone else. They all seemed to be curious, so he nodded and explained with as few words as he could. The step after one becomes a true god is to become a great old one of their corresponding neighboring pathways. Everyone frowned. Great old one. What's that? Snape and Fleur were the only ones to focus on something else, neighboring pathways. While Sirius was a little shocked that Mr. Error would reveal such information. If only that stupid cousin on mine hadn't stolen that card, the House of Black would have 2 of the 3 neighboring pathways of the Eternal Darkness pathway group. Seeing everyone confused about Mr. Error's words, Sirius spoke to help clear some confusion. Each pathway is interchangeable with its neighboring pathway of the 19 traditional pathways in the Beyonder world. There are 8 groups in total. For example, the Mystery Prior pathway is interchangeable with the Savant pathway and they both belong to the Demon of Knowledge group. Sirius's words made everyone frown and look at Mr. Error. Each one had their own thoughts regarding the matter, but they accepted Sirius's words when Mr. Error didn't correct him in any way. But even Loki was a little surprised. How does he know such high-level knowledge? Did the Black family have neighboring pathway blasphemy cards in the past? Mr. Devil on the other hand was hearing something completely different. Harpo the Foul is a terrible wizard that pursued immortality by splitting his soul. One such soul currently resides in the form of a boy that the Demon of Knowledge is protecting. And who is this boy, my lord? Mr. Devil heard Sirius ask. Mr. Error looked at them all before stopping on Mr. World in particular as he spoke. Loki. The boy's name is Loki. He is crafty and cruel. But his greatest skill lies in hiding his identity behind a facade of normality. Mr. Devil's eyes widened as Loki trapped him in an illusion of everyone being in a confused silence. Meanwhile, out of everyone else, Hermione continued to ask her question. But what does the Chaos Sea have to do with anything about a great old one? Loki looked at her and simply stared at her without answering. Hermione's heartbeat quickened as the gears in her mind started to rapidly spin. Is he going to kill me for asking this? But what did I do? I don't want to die. Mummy. No. The only way I can save myself is if I figure out the answer before he kills me. She went through several thoughts in a few seconds as she finally landed on a solution which she excitedly shared. Is it because, like the uniqueness of a pathway is the Beyonder characteristic of the sequence 0, the Chaos Sea is the Beyonder characteristic for becoming a great old one? Everyone else's eyes widened at the connection that Hermione had made. Loki only smiled softly before nodding as he spoke. Not exactly, but you're close. The Chaos Sea is sort of like the Beyonder characteristic of becoming the great old one of the God Almighty pathway group. The God Almighty pathway group contains the Visionary pathway, the Hanged Man pathway, the Sun pathway, the Tyrant pathway and the White Tower pathway. Pretty powerful pathway if you ask me. Loki looked at the 2 of his teammates who were looking around Nocturne Alley as they walked house by house, trying to figure out which area was related to their target. Don't you think he should be rewarded for fulfilling people's wishes instead of being pursued by the Ministry? Loki asked with a slight smile as he randomly scanned around the area. Daphne quickly shook her head. It could be another one of those wishing demons. That would be terrible, Hermione added. Loki rolled his eyes since he knew they weren't going to find anything anytime soon. Laura didn't want to waste time searching for the famed wish trader, as the people of Nocturne Alley had begun to call him since she knew it was just Loki buzzing around and doing strange things. Loki didn't really have to fill or recharge the Disc of Wishes anymore since its power never seemed to decay, but he needed to act appropriately as his potion's name suggested, he needed to become a dream stealer. Loki was essentially directing people's dreams with the help of Sunny while making sure to manipulate them in ways that would make them want to get rid of whatever they had dreamed up, be it wealth, power or talent. In each case, Loki made sure to always manipulate the story around them in ways that made them regret their decisions. Sometimes it was the simplicity of their current lives, other times it was personal relations. For each person that came to his shop, Loki deeply studied their body of heart and minds while they were trapped in Sunny's dream illusions as he made sure to pick their insecurities, making sure that Sunny was able to digest his potion by soothing their worries while he was able to rob them the life they might have had if they'd changed themselves, i.e. he was robbing them of their dreams. Loki was doing this to improve on one of his ways to attack Voldemort at the end of the year since he wanted to study his thought patterns. He was using a special sacrificial lamb to do that, but that was for another time. The game Loki set up was simple, and because of its harmless illness, Laura made sure to ignore it. But since she had to show to the world that she was doing something to handle the situation on paper, she assigned the mission to the best newbie team that had joined the Unspeakables department this year. She could do so because the information regarding the Wish Trader was still just a simple tale that was spread around Nocturne Alley. Since it wasn't something that had affected the rest of the world in any way, it was all right for her to assign it to a simple team under the pretense of not wanting to waste resources. So Loki was currently investigating himself, courtesy Laura. But Loki hadn't stopped there. Loki was trying something he hadn't dared to try until now. It wasn't something that he had figured out he could do because of necessity but because of boredom. Continuously going to Nocturne Alley week after week in search of himself had left him with an active mind that wanted to explore other areas to pass the time. And so Loki developed a game. If I can make Daph take left on the next turn I win. While the game looked mundane, it was anything but. Loki was currently honing his ability to surgically place thoughts and manipulate someone by infiltrating their sea of collective subconscious through himself. Loki was essentially manipulating his own sea of subconscious and trying to infect the people around him without their notice. As such, Loki threw out a thought into his sea of subconscious with a lot of spirituality, making a wide ripple that was sure to infect Daphne and Hermione, who were very close to him. And while Hermione was easily affected as displayed, "Let's take a left next, we've taken too many rights until now." Daphne, "No, let's divine it. We haven't done that in a while." "Wasn't." Hermione nodded and quickly pulled out her topaz pendulum as she murmured her question. "Going to the left will allow us to find evidence regarding the Wish Trader." She repeated the question 7 times and opened her eyes. The pendulum was not spinning in any direction, meaning the divination was inconclusive. Daphne frowned, while Loki was fuming. What sort of mental defenses does she have? Why isn't she falling for my charm? Is it some Beander item on her? But I can't detect anything that would influence her mind, or even protect it from external influences. Am I just unlucky? But Sunny is so easy to manipulate. Sigh, I guess Sunny's just too stupid. The mission continued without any progress or results, and so they returned to the ministry empty-handed. During their time in the ministry, however, they were shocked to find Laura waiting for them. "Loki, I need your help," Laura said simply while examining an item on the table in front of her. Dominic stood beside her and he was similarly examining the item while Cedric stood to the side, leaning on a wall as he read through the several notes he had taken, presumably about the item that was the center of attention in the room. Loki looked at Ethan, who was sitting beside the door while holding his heavy cane and dozing off, but his magical eye spun around and pointed him in Laura's direction. Loki looked at Daphne and she nodded, giving him permission to leave as he split away from Hermione and her to join Laura. What happy. We got a note today along with this item. Laura said simply, and when Loki was about to ask what the note was about, Cedric tossed a card his way. Loki grabbed the card out of the air and looked at it. Hermione and Daphne stood on his sides and peered at the item. It was a picture of a letter which was framed well. The words on it were simple. And yet they shook Loki a little. Hermione on the side had her eyes widened like a cat on catnip. Hermione whispered but caught her tongue just in time as Daphne looked at her with suspicion. But Hermione managed to change her words just in time. The hell does this even mean? Daphne looked back at the picture and nodded, her suspicion reducing a little. I don't understand too. Is this a joke? Laura looked at the three of them before locking in on Loki, who had the most inquisitive look among them all. Can't say the letter rings a bell, but did it come to the unspeakables along with this item? Loki asked, moving closer to Laura and looking at the item that was beside her. It's cheap. Something like a roadside toy. One that a child would be momentarily enamored with, but would lose interest in quickly. Loki bent low to examine the monkey that was dressed in circusy clothes holding the symbols. But after not being able to figure anything out, he looked at Laura. This is an ordinary toy. Laura nodded. That's the same conclusion everyone else came to too. Does nothing else ring a bell? Loki frowned. Truth be told, he was quite unsettled by the sudden case that had been presented in front of him. Especially the words he'd read on the paper. Loki looked at the card which held the picture of the letter once again and read aloud what he was seeing. Mr. Errors Blessed sends you his regards. Mr. Errors Blessed hopes to remind the directors that one cannot guide fate as they see fit without facing its wrath. Hermione shivered involuntarily as if she was struck by a sudden chill traveling up her spine. Is this the work of Mr. World? Loki was having a slightly hard time trying to pinpoint exactly what had gone wrong in all of this and who exactly was responsible for using his likeness in such a way. And what's with this message in the first place? Mr. Errors Blessed hopes to remind the directors that one cannot guide fate as they see fit without facing its wrath. Does it mean to say that the people behind the scenes controlling all this will have a bad time? Is he talking about Adam and Minister Fudge? Loki's frown only deepened as he thought further about the note. Eventually, everyone was asked to leave when Laura realized that Loki didn't have much else to tell her about all this. Having returned to his room at Hogwarts, Loki immediately went to the Saphira Castle and pulled out his trusty ring to perform a dream divination. The person who sent the letter along with the monkey to the Ministry of Magic. Loki repeated the statement 7 times and fell asleep using cogitation. His eyes rolled to the back of his head as he relaxed into his chair, calmness taking over his thoughts as his vision shifted. It didn't take long. As Loki's view stabilized, he saw a rich, sturdy desk behind which Cornelius Fudge sat, his fingers drumming along the edge of the table as he read through what appeared to be boorish documents regarding a recent audit report on the ministry. Loki paid rapt attention to everything in the room. He absorbed every detail but failed to notice anything similar to the chimp toy that he had seen earlier. They entered the office and placed the toy and left. Loki frowned, finding it a little unrealistic. But Loki's question was answered soon. Almost in the blink of an eye, Loki saw Fudge's table glowing. A golden halo separated from the glowing table that Fudge was absolutely bewildered by as he quickly rushed away and stretched his hands against it to attack at any given moment. The table's glow slowly dimmed, leaving only the golden halo hovering a few centimeters off the table as it started to converge in on itself. As the halo converged, it grew brighter, becoming more and more white as the light failed to hold onto any particular color. And within a few seconds, the light was bright enough to hurt Loki's eyes, but he kept squinting to keep his eyes on the action, afraid to miss out on figuring out who was actually doing all this. But much to his disappointment, once the light, which had started to dim again after hitting its peak, vanished, no one else was to be found. A small area around the table had been cleared, and in its center sat a toy chimp, holding symbols, pressed between which was a single letter. The vision shattered at that point and Loki found himself back in the Saphira Castle. Loki frowned as he opened his eyes, not very happy with the result of the divination, but he maintained his cool nonetheless. With all that light, was it someone of the sun pathway? Single quote. I didn't feel any purification effects from the light though. Maybe because it was a divination. Loki frowned. The divination had fallen short and he didn't have any other leads to pursue, so he tried doing something else, looking at it all from a different angle. Let's see. So someone managed to slip an item in the minister's office. The item wasn't anything special, being a simple toy with a letter attached to it. Symbolically, the toy could be used to describe the minister as a chimp clapping his hands to play a tune whenever he is wound. But that doesn't give me any more clue other than the fact that whoever it was likely doesn't like the minister very much. Let's look at this from the perspective of Beander abilities. Which pathway would be capable of doing such a task? The Fool pathway, the Door pathway and the Error pathway come to mind since each of them have the ability to teleport things around. But since no one really knows about them, that leaves the traditional pathways. No. Wait a second. The person who dropped the letter clearly knows about the existence of the Error pathway. So someone from the Tarot Club. Sirius, Snape and Fleur don't seem capable of doing something like this. Dominic is too much of a straight arrow. Hermione is incapable of doing such a thing, for now. So Mr. Devil, he doesn't have the ability to do such a thing. And it would be in his best interest to remain hidden, and not expose himself so that you know who can resurrect properly. So who is it? Did some other Death Eater do this on you know whose orders? Maybe Mr. Devil talked about Mr. Error to you know who and he laid out this incident for some reason. I did tell him about Loki being her pose Horcrux. But it seems like a stretch. Why antagonize a true god when you want to advance to an angle soon? Loki's thoughts paused at that point. He couldn't make heads or tails regarding the situation. Each new line of thought eventually ran into a dead end, either because the person he was thinking about was too weak to do so, or because it was in their best interests to stay out of the limelight for now. Eventually, Loki's gaze paused on the Disc of Wishes, and then at the Time Turner. What if it really is my blessed? Just from the future or the past? What if it is just me? Single quote. The revelation hit him like a truck. It fractured his logical thought process and caused him to switch to try and grasp at straws to rationalize his reasoning. Perhaps the Disc of Wishes worked, but instead of teleporting me back in time, it brought someone from the past into the future. No, that doesn't make very much sense. My wording was clear, it shouldn't have been misinterpreted in such a manner. Or could it? Since I tricked everyone else while fulfilling their wishes to power up the Disc of Wishes, it tricked me. Loki maintained a prominent frown. He realized he was back at a wall that he could not look beyond. As such, Loki sought the help of divination. Holding the topaz pendulum freely from his wrist, Loki asked a simple question. The person who orchestrated and performed this incident is a blessed of Mr. Error. Loki repeated the statement 7 times and kept his eyes closed in anticipation. Even without opening his eyes, Loki could feel the pendulum had started to spin around on its own. The result, whatever it was going to be, was conclusive. Loki took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze settled first on his hand, then on his fingers and finally on the chain of the pendulum they held before they zoomed out and took the entire scene in all at once. Clockwise. Loki whispered, his hand going cold as he realized that something very funky was going on. Is it someone like the founders? Someone I raised in the past, someone that was sleeping just like them, but was awoken recently because of someone's actions? Loki didn't have conclusive evidence, and as such he performed another dream divination. Who is the blessed that caused this incident regarding sending a toy chimp to the Minister of Magic's office? Loki repeated the statement 7 times and used cogitation to fall asleep. An old man raised his hand, but the woman kneeling on the floor before him remained still as if it didn't matter. Not even when the old man pulled out her wand and slowly stroked it. Magic. It has been long since I've been in touch with this. I asked him about it, but he's still unhappy with me touching his things. The woman's eyes widened slightly, but she said nothing. Yet even then the old man sitting before her seemed to have caught onto her questions. Yes, it has been long since he's conquered and uncovered the truth behind magic. I have too. We just have to wait for the right time to turn things around. And then we'll have all of it in our hands. The woman underneath him felt her blood turn cold, yet she did her utmost to make sure that none of it showed on her face or even on the tips of her mind. She went a step further as she masked her true thoughts with another. It seemed to have worked this time since the man redirected his questions at her thoughts. Have you got her? The woman nodded quickly. Good. I want you to make sure that she forgets anything regarding him. Any relation she has with him. Make sure you erase it. Not even a speck must remain. The woman felt a slight chill at the harshness in the old man's heart, but her body showed no change. Instead, she simply nodded plainly as if she was already used to such orders. Neither moved yet, and the man seemed to catch on to why the woman was still hanging around. Don't worry. Your daughter will be safe. No other place is safer than Hogwarts. As long as you make sure that he doesn't come in contact with her again and realize that she has been changed, your daughter will be freed. The woman's eyes instantly turned watery, but she quickly blinked away her tears as a firm resolve showed up in her gaze. She looked up at the old man who was looking at her wand and nodded firmly when their gazes met. Good job, the old man said. The woman stood up, accepted her wand from the old man and bowed deeply as she spoke in a calm voice. Praise the angel of future. A smile broke on the face of the old man as he spoke with a hint of humor. I hope you remain vigilant, Cassandra. You know the burden of the future is on your shoulders. You are the only one capable of fooling him. Cassandra nodded and quietly vanished using apparition. The old man slowly stood up as he walked over to the mirror hanging in his otherwise solitary room. Did you see that, Albus? It'll be your time to rule the world soon. A face shimmered into the mirror which anyone else would recognize as the world's greatest wizard, Albus Dumbledore. Don't be stupid, Gellert, Albus said with a deep frown as if he had been deeply offended by the words that Gellert had just spoken. There was a tense pause as Gellert looked at the mirror with a frown. What do you mean, Albus? Don't tell me you won't overthrow their reign. They've remained ignorant of your greatness long enough. Dumbledore smiled softly as he shook his head. As always, Gellert, you're jumping to conclusions. No, I wasn't talking about that. Those that repay love with hate don't understand its value. But you aren't going to accept them, are you? When you can corrupt them and kill her, to revive as the God Almighty. Dumbledore laughed softly as if Gellert had cracked a funny joke. Such things don't matter, Gellert. They don't matter as long as it'll be us at the throne and not just me alone. I want you to be there beside me. Gellert's frowning face slowly morphed into a smile as he took some pride in himself while straightening out his collar. I don't care about being a true god, Albus. As long as you make me a king of angels, I'll be happy enough. Albus smiled and then shook his head. You don't have to worry about me missing a Beander characteristic. I can separate an imaginary one for you. They looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds before the mirror broke the connection, reflecting their own faces once again. Grindelwald's smile immediately dropped as he slowly moved closer to the mirror that was in front of him. When Gellert reached the mirror, however, he didn't stop. Instead, he walked right into it. As if it were a portal to another world. The mirror rippled like a liquid as it accepted Gellert's body, allowing him to slip into it like he was walking into a pool. Gellert blinked as he entered the mirror, and when he opened his eyes he found himself standing in the exact same spot he had just been standing at. Except everything in the world around him looked like it was flipped unnaturally. Objects that he shouldn't have been able to see because he just had his back against them were visible to him like he had turned around. Gellert looked around for a few seconds before walking straight to a couch as he sat down comfortably. Are you not going to show yourself today? Grindelwald asked. A thin voice leaked into Gellert's ears as a response which caused him to activate all his mental defenses to force his body's hormones to calm down. No, you are too weak to handle my presence. Trying not to let anything affect him, Gellert spoke normally. Can't you use that body you always do? No, she's out on a mission. Helping the foolish puppet, he has set up to rule Britain. Quote. The lady said nothing. Ha! Why are you so afraid of even speaking about him? I told you already, as long as you don't allow the words to travel out of the mirror dimension, he'll never know. The voice remained silent. Fine, fine. Gellert acquiesced, raising his hands in mock surrender. Why are you here? The sensual voice asked again. Simple. I have a way to gain leverage over him. Although he couldn't see the person speaking to him, Gellert was sure he'd heard a faint gasp somewhere. No. This can't be. No. No. It was rather easy actually. I just had to figure out who he cared about. No. The voice practically screamed. Whatever it is you think you've done, stop and ask for forgiveness. That will be my last words for you. And before he even knew it, Gellert found himself back in the normal world, sitting on the sofa he was just sitting in but facing the opposite direction. Gellert frowned as he felt his ears buzz, but he quickly waved his hand over it and caused them to pop. Why is everyone so afraid of him? He doesn't even have a body yet. Single quote, comma, single quote. Loki woke up on his bed with an excited smile on his face. Sonny, Loki said out loud, and as if Sonny had actually heard him in the spirit world, he peeked out of a portal and looked at Loki. How did you do that? The little Niffler asked, bewildered. How did I do what? Loki asked with an amused little smile. That, however, you summoned me. It felt exactly like how you summoned me using the whistle, but also different at the same time. Loki smiled mysteriously but didn't respond to that question. In reality, the method wasn't very different. After Loki had studied how the whistle worked in shortening a ritual, Loki simply initiated the ritual by manipulating his spirituality and activating it like a spell when he called Sonny's name. Instead, Loki asked something else. Are you prepared for today? Sonny rolled his eyes and nodded heavily. Yeah, I am. I know I have to digest my potion and perform the advancement ritual, but are you sure that I won't get caught or worse, corrupted? Snaky said that it was risky to fight him, or any Beander from that pathway for that matter. It was Loki's turn to roll his eyes this time. Who do you trust more? Me or that foolish little snake that's self-conscious about how big he actually is? The Niffler's eyes narrowed. Don't do that. He's a nice little snake. Not all snakes need to be tiny. Big ones can be good too. Are you seriously going to believe that he's a good guy? Don't fall for the oldest trick in the book. He's tricking you all and you don't even know it. Loki rolled his eyes before standing up and going to the washroom to freshen himself up. The Niffler didn't want to argue anymore and he quickly left, leaving behind last words. Make sure you win today, otherwise all our plans and preparations will be wasted. Loki waved his hand and shut the door to the washroom, glancing at his reflection in the mirror as he gave himself an encouraging smile. Third task of the Triwizard Tournament, here I come. Loki yawned loudly while standing in line with the champions. Didn't sleep well? Harry asked politely and Loki tried to nod while hiding his yawn. Fleur gave Loki an annoyed sideways glance while Crumb just smiled and ignored Loki. Each of their reactions was justified since they were currently standing atop the small stage that had been set up for them before the entire audience that had come to visit Hogwarts to watch the third task. Harry was nervous and trying to distract himself by talking to Loki. Fleur was annoyed that Loki was making them look bad while Crumb didn't want to do anything that might be seen as helping or burdening Loki since he was now the direct representative of Drumstrang because Karkaroff had vanished. Something kept me up all afternoon so I had to figure it out before falling asleep. But before I could get my beauty sleep, Myone dragged me away to the Quidditch pitch saying it was already time for the third task. Harry gave a nervous smile when he heard that since he remembered Hermione leaving his side during their last-minute training and rushing to go bring Loki since he hadn't turned up for lunch in the Great Hall. Who's come from your side? Harry asked with a little less nervousness as he thought back to the Weasleys who had arrived at Hogwarts to witness him participating in the third task. Me. Well, if I had to count it would be 2 people. Hermione and Daphne, but even they are on a mission in Knockturn Alley right now. Harry suddenly choked on his own spit, and if not for Loki's timely wand waving would have collapsed on the stage under the gazes of everyone watching them. Sorry, I forgot you were. Don't worry about it. Or maybe worry about it a little, maybe I'll take my revenge during the third task. Who knows, I mean, isn't 1,000 galleons a lot of money? I've seen people kill for less. Suddenly Harry was back to being a nervous wreck. Loki yawned a few more times and then lazily looked at Ludo Bagman, who was speaking to the audience to introduce the proud sponsors of the tournament. How much does this man speak? Shouldn't you speak in moderation? Does he think he's taking part in the competition? Loki activated his spirit vision and then looked through Bagman's thoughts before nodding to himself. Of course, he has a long speech. Single quote. Single quote. Too bad he doesn't remember what he wanted to say now. Having stolen a thought, Loki enacted his part by simply giving a short speech which had only 2 words, the end. Bagman seemed to have the same idea when he seemed to have forgotten his speech midway through, so he simply turned slightly towards the champions and to everyone's relief began to explain the third task. Now ladies and gentlemen, we are here for one thing and one thing only tonight. The audience was silent as they paid attention to Bagman's every word. We are here to witness a true champion be reborn in this crucible of victory and defeat. CHEERRRRRSSSSSSSSS clap. Once they quietened down, Bagman continued to explain, the third task will be one where the champions will be tested on everything they've learned so far. It will involve tests on their qualities of courage, sacrifice and most importantly love. Loki frowned when he heard the description, and so did the other champions. Where did the hints about war being a thing in the riddle go? Don't tell me we have to play Cupid and find the best solution for a love triangle. Something akin to love is war. As if sensing their thoughts, Bagman spoke with a slight laugh. Yes, you heard me right. The task will focus on the qualities of courage, sacrifice, and love. The champions will be placed in an arena where their limits are tested. The audience was just as confused as the champions. Where was the promised blood? The clever use of their minds to solve complicated problems that were promised in the advertisements. What about testing the champion's skill and control of magic? But Bagman didn't wait for any of their complaints to surface. He immediately shouted, and so, for the first time in over a century, let's begin the third and final round of the Triwizard Tournament. Bagman then looked at the 4 champions standing on the short stage and apparated away from the area with a quick pop. All the champions pulled out their wands as they became wary of what would happen next. A thin fog began to roll into the arena. Loki frowned as he looked at the rising fog and flicked his wand. A thin transparent veil fell from the top of his head, forming a small bubble around his face that kept a small 2-inch gap from his skin. Seeing him, the other champions performed the bubble head charm too. Even Harry, who was trained in the charm by Hermione. Loki's decision turned out to be right, since as soon as the fog touched their robes, they started to singe. Their exposed skin started to burn and Loki quickly waved his wand to summon a light updraft that blew the fog away from him. The others did the same and stayed huddled together, not wanting to separate just yet, since they didn't know if the task would require them to work together like the last time or if they could go solo. Unfortunately for everyone, they all heard a low growl. Loki's head snapped in the direction behind him, as did the other champions. In the fog were floating pairs of blue eyes that surrounded them all. Loki recognized them all in an instant and his expression paled. Who thought it was a good idea to put Matagots? Are we going to fight them? But these things are unbeatable using plain magic. Whose idea even was this? Matagots were a relatively simple creature shaped like a black hairless cat with blue eyes. If magic hit them, they'd double. So as long as spells were fired at the big cats, they'd always double. It was easy to multiply their numbers if you didn't know exactly what you were doing. And they took their grudge very seriously. It seemed among the rest of the champions only Harry and Fleur realized what the beasts in front of them were, since they adopted a passive stance instantly like Loki. Harry knows them. Or is he just confused about why no one's doing anything and copying us? Unfortunately for Crumb, he pointed his wand at one of the pairs of floating eyes and flicked a particularly devastating spell. Bombarda Maxima. The spell flew through the fog and landed on one of the sets of blue eyes, lighting up the area around it for a few seconds. Loki's guess was confirmed and they all saw the Matagot for a brief moment split apart from its eyes, with one moving left and the other going right before the eyes themselves split into two new pairs. Soon there were two creatures instead of one, both looking at Crumb. But the worst part was, almost instantly, as soon as Crumb had shot the spell, all the other blue eyes turned towards him. Shit. Crumb cursed, but it was too late. The big cats instantly rushed towards Crumb like a swarm of angry bees rushing to protect their queen. Crumb cast spells a few more times, but once he saw that he couldn't fight the collective hidden among the fog, he rushed away from the stage and ran into the fog, hoping to lose them there. As the silent steps of the murderous cats and the heavy rushing of Crumb vanished, the fog around the champions still on the stage loosened lightly. Flickers of light started to appear in the fog, prompting everyone to follow them. "Are you going to follow the Lits?" Fleur asked. Harry nodded and Loki just said, "Why not? As long as they don't lead us to a trap, we're probably good." Fleur nodded, and then, with Loki taking the lead, the rest of the champions followed behind him. Normally Loki wouldn't have let anyone guard his back, but seeing how this wasn't going to do any real harm to him and how Harry, the savior, was standing behind him, Loki thought Fleur wouldn't be able to do anything even if she wanted, like in the second round. Following the faraway lights, the champions soon arrived at an old paved pathway. At its entrance was a tall statue of a knight holding a shield in one hand and a large staff in the other. Loki all of a sudden felt like he just had a déjà vu. "Something wrong, Loki?" Harry asked from behind, but Loki just shook his head and continued walking, and not even a few seconds later, they arrived across a troop of 6 little, minion-sized, mechanical golems, each holding either a staff or an axe of their own. Fleur and Harry trained their wands on the alchemical golems but refrained from attacking since they'd seen what had happened to Crumb earlier. But Loki was just appalled. Seriously? League? The heck? First it was Ow and now it's League. Is Adam an investor in Typhoon and Rebellion? Loki shook his head to get out the stray thoughts and focus on the match. "I guess blue's our color then," Loki thought, looking at the alchemical golems marching by them as if they didn't exist. "So Crumb is our enemy. Alright, I think I can work with that. But isn't it unfair for Crumb?" Loki continued walking in spite of Fleur and Harry, who were a little unnerved as they trotted deeper into terrain they practically couldn't see much of. But as soon as the trio crossed the large statue of the knight that looked like it was guarding the path, the fog around them lifted just enough to reveal that their path was empty. They still couldn't see outside the pathway, which made them pay full attention to the small branches that stuck out of the wall of fog on either side of their paths. "Is something going to happen?" Harry asked without loosening his grip on his wand. "I don't think so. I think this is just our side of the field." "Our side?" Fleur asked. "You'll see what I mean when we go in deeper. Follow me and don't attack anything that doesn't attack you first." The two nodded and began to follow Loki. Unlike what Loki expected, they didn't come across a second large statue of a knight guarding the pathway, but they directly made it through to the nexus, which was guarded entirely by an army of small minions. "What are?" Before Harry could finish his question, a small screen formed in front of him. What is this?" Fleur asked. Harry looked over but he couldn't see Fleur's screen, so he assumed it was just like his and spoke his guess. "I guess we can select our team." "We are blue, right?" Harry asked while looking at the color of the robes on the minions that were guarding the nexus and then at Loki. Loki nodded wordlessly before speaking in an almost singing tone. "Yep." Selecting the blue team option in front of him, Loki suddenly found his dark robes turning the same blue that the minions wore. Harry did the same and his robes turned blue too. Then they both looked at Fleur, who looked at them with a frown before her robes turned blue too. "I am in your team now?" Fleur asked and Harry nodded eagerly. "Yep. If we are the same team, how we decide who wins?" Harry was puzzled, so he looked at Loki, who just shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe it's a similar system as last time. depending on who does the most damage. Or perhaps like Mr. Bagman said, it will be decided based on love, courage and sacrifice. Fleur and Harry grew thoughtful for a moment, perhaps planning how they would showcase their love, courage and sacrifice before they were forced to focus again when the display in front of their eyes updated. Thank you for joining Heavenly Hunters. Aim. You must destroy the nexus of your enemy before the enemy destroys yours. Information about your world. 3 guardian turrets protect the 3 lanes that emerge out of your nexus. They will attack only your enemies and those that attack them. The paths that branch off the paved pathways into the fog lead to several monsters that guard their territory in the jungle. Fighting and defeating these monsters will give you items that will help you immensely in taking down the enemy turrets. But that is not all that is possible. It is recommended to split your team along the lanes so that you can help defend or attack the enemy in a more dispersed manner until you have the possibility of a breakthrough. Good luck, champions. The 3 champions all read their screens in nearly the same amount of time, but Fleur spoke first. I will take charge of the central lane in the jungle. Loki nodded and spoke calmly, I'll go top lane. Harry spoke last, I'll go bottom then. The trio then looked around the nexus and spotted the small minions spawning out of thin air around it before leaving through the gates to go to each lane in a group of 5. If we need each other's help, cast the large sparks charm. I'm sure even through the fog we'll be able to see something to help each other out. Fleur and Harry nodded. Well, follow them then. Loki spoke calmly as they all agreed and followed the minions on their own lanes. Good luck, Loki said to his teammates before vanishing into his top lane. Loki did his best not to look too familiar with the arena laid out around him, but he couldn't help curse Adam in his mind. But is Crumb alone on that side? Or did Adam balance out the teams with 2 more players for him? While this somewhat resembles a war, it still feels like something is off. And that 4th line, I have a bad feeling about it. I have a hunch as to what it could be alluding to, but I doubt Harry's caught onto it yet. Eventually, Loki finally arrived at the enemy part of the lane. The fog thickened as Loki followed the minions towards the red team's lane, forcing him to create the updraft to push it away from himself until he could barely see the first minion that was walking towards the enemy guardian tower. Loki's senses heightened, knowing that anyone planning to ambush him would be able to easily do so because of his suppressed vision. But fortunately, Loki was able to arrive at the enemy guardian turret without anyone detecting him, or more accurately without letting him know that he was being watched, if he was. Loki stood back and watched the minions attack the turret for a few seconds. But most of them were taken out even before they reached close to the turret. Once he saw that the minions were obliterated easily, Loki used a simple spell. Bombarda Maxima. A streak of bright red light rushed through the fog and landed on the solid body of the guardian turret, but nothing happened to it. It was almost as if the turret was made out of adamantium. Loki didn't even find a dent in it before the spell fizzled out. I hope Fleur finds those items in the jungle soon. That was when a shrill whistle caught Loki's attention. Peep 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 Sparks. Bottom lane. Harry's being attacked. Loki quickly judged while trying to calculate the distance of the charm through the thick fog that dispersed away all the light, making it seem very diffused. Isn't it too soon? Or did everyone in the red team rush there? For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.